Hello and welcome to the Hellscube 8 set review, a community-made video covering every single card in Hellscube 8 and how they work in a draft environment. A lot of community members gave their time and effort to make this video possible, but of course a special thanks to Clunkerpunker for making this all possible. A couple of disclaimers. This set review was made before the cube was draftable, so every opinion here is entirely speculative. Apart from that, if you have no idea what I'm talking about and you do not know what a Hellscube is, I recommend you check out that Discord link in description, which will give you a bit of a rundown on what Hellscube is. But if you're lazy and don't want to click on that, basically Hellscube is a community-made cube where we make funny and wacky cards which Wizards of the Coasts wouldn't usually print. And without further ado, let's get into the reviews.
Hello, welcome to the white set review for Hellscube 8. I am Seminari.
And I am Asmarana Mardika Dyson Kuldakar.
And let's get right into it. Starting with the lands, our first card is going to be Urza's Bobblehead. Alright, so what are your thoughts on Urza's Bobblehead immediately?
So, first of all, this is a land, which means it's going to be very versatile and able to fit into a lot of decks. This one is more leaning towards historic rather than the land archetype, quite frankly. Um, it's also quite expensive. Most of the games you're probably not going to see this activated, but as you get later into the game, it can definitely build up some value. What are your thoughts?
I would actually put this a little more towards lands just because it's so expensive. It's so hard to... well, like, 7 is so hard, but because it's not a tap effect, you could actually proc this, like, multiple times, and then it kind of feeds into itself. I think it's probably good for both, though. Pretty decent in both those archetypes. Otherwise, just a tap land anywhere else, but because it's so generic and because it feeds into itself, you really could play this in anything for a like end game payoff. I just don't think it's super powerful outside of archetypes. I'd maybe put it in like B plus ish.
I
Seems
agree with you there.
pretty middle of the
Lands
road.
tend to
Middle
be
of the
very,
road.
yeah, lands are just great and limited in general, though. Which is something we'll also be seeing a lot with the colors white and green, especially.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right, Urza's Bobblehead. The next card, Urza's Will.
We already see some synergy over here.
Yep, another Urza
So
card.
this one, another land, and it gives you all the Tron lands as you draft it, which is quite useful, especially because if you can draft this with Urza's Bobblehead, you have a much easier time activating that ability.
Do these count as Urza cards? X is the number of bobbleheads and their Urzas you control. Okay, so they don't count for the effect of Urza's bobblehead, but they do, yeah, make it much easier to play.
I They would actually, if you have all the Tron lands and Urza's Will out, that's five bobbleheads, I think, because uh,
Are the Tron lands
all the
Urza?
Tron lands, yeah,
Oh shit.
that's where
Okay.
the type originated. So
All right, fair enough. All right, yeah, then there's All right, yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Um.
yeah, okay. Urza's
Also.
Will itself is also a Planeswalker,
Yep.
which is attackable. So this one might not be sticking around so much, but it is an
But
untapped
if you
land.
can, it's crazy. Like it's unbelievable what this card does.
And if you can ult this, it is just straight up ramp.
Yeah.
And it would allow you to play all three Tron lands on a single turn, which is just utterly busted. I think this has like, okay, if it is immediately defeated, it is kind of a loss. But if you can ult this, it can be absolutely game winning.
Yeah, it
For a
is.
land,
The problem is though,
that's
yeah, if you draw it later, like if you draw this on turn 1, it's like unbelievable because it's very hard for it would be very hard for this to get like pinged down, unless you're playing against red, which has 100 million pings. But
yeah,
like
that is true. against
Late
red. This
game
is
though, it's gonna be
late game.
so hard to stick this into anything.
I feel like late game lands tend to matter less as a whole as well,
That's true. That's true.
which I think that it does still drag this down quite a bit to the point where I feel like the fact that this is a planeswalker is gonna make it like an A minus, I'm thinking.
All right, A minus. I'm putting it in between A and B as well. I'm gonna put it in the same exact place as Urza's bobblehead.
Okay, so B plus.
Yeah, A minus, B
A minus
plus,
B plus. Yeah.
that kind of area.
And next up is
Caracas.
not the one from forgot what set Caracas is, but very similar. Um, it's a legendary land which taps for 15 million Venezuelan mana, which is just one white mana total.
And one colorless,
And
and one colorless. I remember there were a lot of people asking, "Is this 15 million colorless mana?" When this was first like
oh yeah,
getting
right. And
in
also the
submissions.
being able to spend mana as though it were mana of any color. I
Yep.
think it was ruled against that,
Yeah.
so
It's one colorless.
sadly no 15 million mana right now.
Some target legendary creature with mana value 1 or greater to Venezuela until end of turn. It returns the mana value of 0 adjusted for inflation. Okay. Uh, really good?
Yeah.
Flicker effect on
This
legendaries is
does
CMC1. Who does this target, though?
uh this there are like a number of white cards which have either uh it's legendaries, which does slightly more limited, but also
Yeah,
white is the color of legendaries.
that's true.
I okay, so from like a slight look, I can see your boyfriend Ajani is a legendary enchantment creature, so you can reset that if you want.
I'm
There
sure there's
are
gonna be some great like ETB flickers. I just can't think of any immediately.
there's
Um,
also misclick, which is quite good, but also it's an effect which you'd most likely want to do during combat,
right, right.
which considering Caracas and returns it at end of turn, it's not really going to do that. Another application is I think Caracas permanently sets the mana value to 0,
I think so. Yeah,
which does make any creature able to be targeted by tiny removal, which is black white's archetype. So this works not only in lands but also legendaries and also small reanimator.
yeah, yeah. Decent for Spell Reanimator. I'm also just
Which
thinking about like it's really nice to just have a legendary flicker for dodging removal because it comes back at end of turn. This dodges sweepers. This is pretty good.
that is a very important thing considering this cube has way too much removal, quite frankly. So any way to get around that, as we'll see later, is gonna be highly valued. I think all these lands are just like really good.
I'm willing to
I
put
feel like
Caracas in A tier. I think Caracas is
same.
solid. I think
A is A is fitting for this one.
yeah, super super strong. Um, I think this works in so many different archetypes and is so good in all of them.
Yep. And I am not looking forward to playing against this Caracas.
I'm looking
But
forward to playing Caracas. I'm so white pilled.
yeah,
All right, Desert of the
true.
True.
Okay, so
Um,
this one is quite strange. It's a bit of a slower card, it seems, in my
mhm.
opinion, but it also does ramp itself, which could be a good way to use mana if you are missing a 2 drop or anything.
It's decent.
Um,
You can true all your other lands too, so it's like
yeah,
really
it's always
hard
going
to
to be able to
remove
work,
true
but
permanents.
yeah, it's like it's kind of hard to read. I think it's going to be decent, not gonna win any games, not gonna do any big plays, but it's gonna be there and it's gonna help quite a bit.
I'm like a
Which I
solid B
think is
tier for
where,
this personally.
yeah,
It's
that's what I was
okay.
gonna say. It's
Yeah.
good.
You
It's
need a lot
not
of
gonna
mana
win
to
you
make it
games,
work.
not bomb,
But
but
like if you're taking your
it's
turn
decent.
off, eh.
Yeah, true.
True, true, true. Alright.
Moving
And then we
on
have
to
landmine. The last land? Yeah.
yes, I
The
believe
final
so.
white land.
Last White Land. There's quite a few more multicolored and also um, green lands, which are also quite powerful from what I've seen.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But we'll leave that to another set of people.
Alright.
So, and
Landmine. White,
ah,
sacrifice 2 untapped lands, put this card from your hand onto the battlefield. When you do, explode target attacking creature. It's gone. Tap, add white. Um,
okay, so this is you basically trade a single land for
and a card.
a single land and 1 mana to destroy target attacking creature.
I don't like this. I
Um,
think this is bad. Am I crazy? I think this is like
it's it's a bit worse than the other cards we've been seeing right now,
it's a
but it
card
is
and a
also
land.
true. And it's only conditional removal,
Yeah,
which is like
it is.
honestly
It's
compared to some of the other white removal I've seen so far, it's kind of on par, I'd
it's
say.
non-destructive at least. So like, it's all right, I guess. I don't like this very
It's
much.
all right.
I'm like a
I'm gonna
B
say
minus
C.
for this. I'm very mid on this card.
Yeah, B minus C plus is fitting.
Yeah.
And now we're on to actual real cards. Uh, take it away.
All right. The lightning bolt from Frankenstein, the man who made a monster. Classic
So this one's just
reverse lightning
unearths,
bolt.
but without cycling.
Oh, this card's crazy. Yeah. Oh no, this card's great.
It's does the thing which black white wants to do. Does it pretty efficiently. Does it at instant speed. Uh, it's not much else to say. It can get back a nice piece. There is quite a lot of exile removal from what I've seen in this cube, so it doesn't really do much about that. But what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I mean
Um,
that's there to stop Black Reanimator, I
yeah,
guess. But like,
it's
I mean, it's crazy. It's just nuts. It's pretty good.
it's great.
It's a pretty good
It's late.
reanimate spell. I would
I
probably
think
still put this in like B plus because I don't think you would run this generically. I think you would.
I think there's enough cheap curve cards to the point where this can put in work in most decks. Especially because Jose being the
Technically, it works
legacy
in
cube
Boros
tends to steer. Oh yeah, that
for
is.
target trigger.
The thing is, targeting is mostly on battlefield,
That's
so
true. Depends on the
yeah.
card.
I think this one's, as you said, like A minus B plus.
Yeah, yeah. It's really, really good, but I don't think it's really, really good in like everything.
There will be times you'll cut this, definitely.
All right. Gate. Gate is
Okay.
quantum entangled, which is a keyword that does a bunch of shit. And it has warp.
It's it's like Wiimote, which is another Hellscube card, so not really worth comparing. Gate. Okay, so if you have a sack outlet, decent. It triggers historic, decent. Warp, it's 4 mana, exile a card. And then you get to recast it as well, technically. But, hmm. So it can
Yeah.
remove a card, and then you get to Quantum Entangle again, and if you have another sacrifice outlet, you can get rid of 2 cards for 1. But it's also a 5 mana 2 for 1, which in this cube is kind of eh. you know?
You can also quantum entangle it in the graveyard with a card you can reanimate and bring it back and do it again. I don't know.
True. It's still just sort of meh. I
Yeah,
like
it's one of those like it's 2 card removal in a cube where or yeah, like
it's
later it
way too
becomes
much
two
removal
card one
already.
mana removal. But
And
I think we just have too much good removal. I'm kind
I
of
think
going a
this
little
one's
B minus on this one. I don't think it's like bad, but I
I'd
think it's
even say
like
like C,
yeah,
honestly.
I'm so willing to say C for this.
C is it might be playable. Look at what you have, of course, but mm,
Yeah,
just
I think
nah.
this is way too inefficient for the type of stuff we have in this cube, personally. And maybe it's crazy, but maybe it's crazy. It has quantum entangled, and that keyword seems nuts. So like maybe somewhere it's actually nuts. All right, Pauldron Familiar.
Okay, so this card is pretty damn good. It's doesn't have Cauldron Familiar's Drain Life, which was part of what made that card so good, but to make up for that, it has a lot more versatility. Um,
And just
do you
double
want to
life
say?
gain. Like
True.
it's
Life gain is usually weaker, but it's still not negligible.
I feel like it's gonna be a little relevant in this cube, honestly. It's Burn is looking kinda nuts. I like double life gain when I hear everybody talk about how crazy Burn is.
And also, if you have any sack outlets, which Black White will most definitely have, this is basically two for oneing all your reanimator spells.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Which, yeah, uh, there's a reason Cat Oven was busted in Eldraine, and I think we'll see some sort of Cat Oven adjacent decks in this cube as well.
I don't know
I
if
don't
there are
know.
any amazing sack outlets right now. There's like a couple of like I'm trying to think because I know a lot of black cards, but I just can't think off the top of my head if there are any. I'd probably put this in B then. Like if this has really good synergy, it's good, but I don't quite see anything that breaks it immediately.
Yeah, it might be good. We'll also see how it's affected in 8.1 because this is only the first half of the cube, so
Yep.
things can definitely change, and some of the cards we say are bad now might end up being massive players since
Yeah.
this is also all speculation.
I think if there's a lot of enablers for this card, it's very good. I just don't right now see a lot of enablers. I think it's like possibly really good though in a particular deck. Um yeah, I gave your mother a generous gift last night. This is actually 2 cards in white are some of my votes for funniest card in the cube.
I I,
And this is one of
I don't
them.
know
I
how I feel
love
about
this
this
card.
card, but this card had completely breached containment considering this came up both on my Instagram feed and TikTok feed despite never doing anything Hellscube related on those
That's
platforms.
awesome.
So yeah, I it's funny
This card
for
is
sure.
peak.
I love bits cards, but man. Okay. As an actual card though,
As
I
an actual card, I like it. I actually think this is quite good.
I think it's definitely interesting. This is either 5 mana, you destroy something and get a copy. It's a 1/1
Yep.
copy, but usually what you're looking for is the abilities, quite frankly. As a 1 mana removal spell, again, a lot of the creatures
1 mana
are
stat
already quite
squish.
small
Yep.
to the point where I think it's not gonna be great as early game removal, which is kind of what you'd want these 1 mana removal spells to be.
But consider
It
this
might be.
1 mana flicker.
That is a great point, and this is also destroy,
Yeah.
which means it's not sending any targets you want to reanimate to exile. So this can definitely set up some big
This
reanimator plays,
sends
quite
what you
frankly.
reanimate. You have the token, and then you reanimate it next to the token. Now you have 2 of them. It's pretty. I think this is really good. I think this card's
Yeah,
crazy. It's super flexible, because it flexes as either you can keep it later for a really good removal spell, you can use it to stat squish something, or you can just flicker something and dodge removal and get a re ETB. Like it's crazy. I think this card's nuts.
yeah, I think this is an A for sure.
Yeah.
I will also point out this is basically the same costing as Gate, except this is so much better. I don't mean to compare, but this is just when you look at these two removal spells side by side, there's a clear winner.
All right. Akira Slide.
I really like the art on this one. It's just so
It's
funny.
really good. It's a really cute card. Target tapped creature attacks. Do this combat phase right now, then resume. Classic. Classic. Do this combat phase right now. Um.
Okay, here's my thoughts. This is really versatile, both as an aggro card, since it also triggers targeting effects for Boros,
Okay.
and also as a removal spell, since usually earlier game you'll be able to trade a lot of your creatures, but your opponent may not want to, as maybe it's like a small value creature.
Mm-hmm.
Akira Slide can possibly force it to attack if it has some sort of tapping ability, and then you can block it with one of your bigger creatures and take it out for 1 mana. It's conditional, but it is very good if you can meet those conditions.
And later, this becomes the biggest guy on your field has a second combat phase.
Oh, 100%. This is
Pretty
if
good.
you
It's
can
pretty
get
good.
big guys
It's
out.
yeah, yeah. I can see this being very good. I would
I
also
think this might be another A in my opinion.
yeah. I'd put it in A. I don't think it's quite like it's not like pack one pick one. It's not like the craziest card in the set, but
Of course, but
I think it's
it's
like I would
if
totally
it fits into your deck,
I would
why
pick
not?
this for most decks. I think if I saw this and I was already into white, I'd be like, yeah, I would probably just put this in my deck immediately. All right, more removal time. Swords
Oh
to
god.
more swords. Exile target creature.
I
Its
feel
controller
like
creates a number of sword tokens equal to its power. I mean,
I
it's
feel like this is a
swords.
good point to mention.
This is
We
literally
have way too
swords.
much info.
Huh?
It is just swords. Just swords. I think this might be better since the swords are kind of I think the swords are probably worse than having an extra uh actually no, sorry, I got Path to Exile and Swords to Plowshares confused. Um I think this is better than Path to Exile
It's
though,
better than
because
Path to Exile. It's definitely better than Path to Exile.
yeah, this is just the swords could possibly be annoying if your board is quite small, but especially the later on in the game you get, this is just going to get better and better, quite frankly, like most one mana removal spells.
I actually think the later in the game this gets, the worse it is because your opponent, if they're lower on resources, have more time to tap out and really like buff up one guy, which could matter. But
True.
I
I feel
do
like this
think
is just
it's
decent all throughout, though, as
yeah,
well.
it's good. It's very good. I would still put it in like B plus though. It is
I'll agree with
only
that.
a removal spell, which is
It's it's
crazy.
it's one of the
Which is
many.
crazy. But
Time
yeah,
for the next removal spell. Bring it on.
yeah. It's only a removal spell. It doesn't do five other things like the other cards were doing. Okay. Fear of it that guards Thraben.
And this is a nice little Hellscube callback. Um,
Yep.
this is I don't know if you are aware of the Hellscube 4 card. It that guards Traben. It basically does the exhaust effect. You'll probably be able to cast this even if you're not in Historic, just because there seems to be generally a good amount of legends in this set.
Yeah,
And also
I
it's
would
just
agree.
like a Savannah Lions, which like, why not?
I think this
It's
is decent.
it's there. Um, decent body, decent ability. reasonable activation cost. It is also just a free counterspell, sort of, since just having the card in your hand is all it costs to activate.
Hmm.
Uh, it's it's okay-ish. I don't know. This one's a really hard
I'm
card to analyze,
I'm
honestly.
really feeling B on this. I think that because it does just require you to have a card in hand at all times to
True.
keep
It's
it
it has
online,
a bit of
that
costs.
it effectively is always costing you a resource, which makes it a little worse than actual Thalia. So I yeah, I'm B for this one.
Yeah, B sounds about right.
It's good. It's decent. Could have first strike. All right.
True. But that would just be a one mana Talia,
Oh
basically.
yeah. Overexpose.
Okay, so this is one mana removal for white, two mana for what was it? Black and actually it's three mana for black and red, two mana for blue and green, and one mana for white to destroy.
Mm-hmm. Really cool card. I like this card a lot. Just because this
It
card is crazy in Boros targeting.
Yes, because Boros, as I mentioned, is one of the ones where you can target it twice before killing it on the third target. So this is um, reusable two times for each Boros card you have,
Yeah, I just don't even think
which,
you want to
I
I don't even
mean,
think you
in a
want to
pinch,
target
this
with
will be a
this.
removal spell.
Or remove
Um,
with it, I mean. I think you just want to cast this over and over again and get targeting triggers in Boros. But like
Eventually, at a point late enough into the game, you will have already exposed all your cards to white, and you'll have something you want to remove. And at that point, overexpose just becomes an additional removal spell in addition to all the value it's already gained you, which I think makes this an A, quite frankly.
I'm actually more towards B plus because while it is very very good in Boros in every other color, it's like a mildly inefficient removal spell.
That is very true. I think even then, it's still just a sideboard card. Because if you are playing against blue, green, or white, it's either two mana or one mana simple destroy, which is one mana destroy is actually above rates
That's
for
pretty
this
good.
cube
That's pretty
for
good.
sure.
Yeah, all right. Because of its sideboarding potential, I'll say it's definitely A. Yeah, for sure. All right. Fracture your fucking mind. The Germa card.
Very sus.
Very sus. Very
Oh my
sus.
god. Uh, so, this is the Jerma card of the cube, I guess.
I mean,
Uh,
it's
it's
crazy.
it's a Thoughtseize
It's
basically.
Thoughtseize.
I
It's just
mean,
Thoughtseize. Like the shard will redraw
Shard
you
is
a card,
basically
but like
a clue. It does give them a bit of card selection, but it also delays that card selection. So I think this is either on par or maybe slightly edges out Thoughtseize. And Thoughtseize is just like a great card. So I think this is a great card.
yeah, I think
Not
this is
much
good.
else to say.
I think this is generically good. I think I would likely play this in any white deck just because I'm feeling an A for this one, honestly. This feels great.
Yeah. Also, um, mildly stupid, but I think technically you could use this to cycle your own hand, cycle a
Yep.
card in your own hand, but that is kind of a desperation play if you ever
Uh
need to make
you
it.
use it to dump, dude. You use it to fracture, dump a card you want in the graveyard, and then next turn reanimate it. Like,
That is another great application, true.
and then you get to draw. Decent.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
Rootless Faithing. Um,
uh huh. Okay, so you're losing three cards basically to get back two creatures. It's like Faithless Looting, where you are technically going down, but it gives you good selection for the mana cost. I The fact that it also has flashback makes me slightly more um I think it's slightly more powerful because of flashback, obviously, but
I think if this dunked, it'd be really good. If you pitch two cards, I
true.
mean, it'd be crazy, obviously. But like, ugh.
It does give
you're
a
you're
lot of
you're
reanimation for really cheap though, and
you're
that's the thing.
whiffing two draws for this.
I mean, I mean there's like a couple of fetch lands in the set, so technically this
Okay,
could be
okay.
like a brainstorm like ish thing where you put two cards you don't like and shuffle them away. But that's you need to draft very specific cards to actually have that happen. It is also just gives you a lot of like 6 mana of creatures
It's pretty nuts.
very
It is,
cheaply. It
yeah.
can be really good if you can pitch cards, and this could be amazing in like an aggro build. I think this is what rank did we put the lightning bolt from Frankenstein?
D plus. I think this is. I think this is. I'm almost
I
putting
think
this
this
in C. I think this is like so. It's so expensive from
it
not
is
like a.
expensive, but hmm.
It's so bad.
I
It's
I
like
think B
it's
minus
so
is
hard to make work. I
fitting.
think.
Yeah, there's definitely a deck which would very much benefit from this, but it's like one very specific deck which you're probably never gonna manage to draft.
I'd be down to put this in C plus. I think this is though.
Yeah.
I think this is so hard to get online in a way that benefits you, and then you get hit with the white card draw, and you go, "Oh, my cards." All right, attack the moon. You attack the moon. You simply attack the moon. Destroy target enchantment. Make Emrakul. You attack the moon.
Speaking of removal spells which do other things, this does something. Yeah, this is okay. So first of all, enchantment removal in limited tends to be kind of meh. Like even
Oh yeah, no,
disenchant, which
this
has the
is
option of destroying artifacts, is eh, just yeah. But if you can do this and then you get late enough into the game where you can cast an Emrakul, oh, you just win basically.
yeah, it's crazy. I think
Well,
Emrakul token is probably the strongest card in the cube, right? I mean, it's
problem
Emrakul.
is, while the removal in this cube allows you to possibly control far enough to cast Emrakul, and also there's enough card types because of historic where Emrakul is probably gonna cost like 9. I think there's like a high likelihood that your opponent will be keeping up a removal spell for the Emrakul if you had played this card.
Better
Like,
not be instant then. Emrakul's a
true.
pretty good card.
Emrakul is a damn good card if you can have it stick.
I still think this card is like mid. Because
Yeah.
like, all right, so like at best,
It's
in
tough to
my
make it work.
vision, best case scenario, obviously you're blowing up your opponent's enchantment and playing Emrakul. Worst case scenario, you're in like lands and you blow up one of your enchantments, and because you've been ramping all game, you get Emrakul out on like 4 or 5, and it's crazy. But
I could see that happening, especially because like destroying like a last chapter saga is probably not gonna have you lose much value. Uh, and it basically just becomes 1 mana, get an Emrakul into your hand, which I mean isn't as great as just drawing Emrakul, but it's still pretty damn good.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and true, this is basically a curve topper for the land archetype.
yeah. What do you
I
think? Do you
think
think C plus
after
or like B?
I think it can edge up to B, in my
Yeah, I
opinion.
think it's like just barely in B. I think this card is like weird because it should be really bad, but I think actually has applications more than
In this
once.
group. I
All
feel
right.
like this is sort of a weird. Actually, no. I was gonna compare it to one with nothing, but this is ridiculous.
Miss
Uh,
Lick.
ah, okay. As an arena player, this one viscerally hurts me. I think this is just a decent combat trick. It does things. It'll save you from a lot of damage. If your opponent's playing Emrakul against you, this can save you 13 damage. Um, it has an ETB for flicker effects and reanimator effects. It's not gonna do too much because it's mainly for casting during combat unless you have like instant speed reanimation or blinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this
It's
because it leaves
okay-ish.
them tapped. If you're casting this on your opponent's attack, you could actually like play this, fade a battle phase, and then like swing for lethal. It's decent. It's pretty decent. It's basically like a fog.
It is basically a fog, especially because in limited, you're unlikely to have a massive board state.
Yeah. Fog on legs. Fog on legs is good. This is a really good card.
True. You
I'm
know
kind of
what?
like B plus on
After
this
some
one.
consideration, yeah, B plus is fitting.
I think that yeah, it's not like broken. It's just really decent. I like it. All right. Our next card is White Guy Orders Power Stone in Perfect Thran. Yeah, and I'm
Okay,
gonna
I
like.
found this one unreasonably funny.
I think
I
this card is so funny.
audibly chuckled in a library because of this card.
I'm always thinking about this card. This is again another card that's in my top like funniest cards in the cube. This card's
Yeah.
hilarious. This card is good. It's alright.
It creates a creature, it ramps, and it also kills half the creatures in this cube apparently. Um,
Oh,
uh, I forgot who exactly, but they had it
oh
was
right. Yep.
mentioned that like half the creatures in this cube have two toughness or less. So this just kills a tapped creature a
It does have to
decent
be
amount of the
tapped though. So
time.
like it's
It does have to be tapped.
what do you call it?
And considering this is a
It's
saga, people can
forecasted.
play around it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So most of the time, I think you're probably not going to be able to use that removal. Um, Unless possibly you use it to shock something which has tree toughness or something, and then you finish it off with something else, but that's more Red's domain.
I'm kind of feeling
Um,
like a B plus on this one.
I
Or like
think
B,
it
just
might
solid
be.
B.
I think it might just be a solid B.
Yeah.
It's a
It's
body
fine.
which comes with Power Stone, and it might remove something.
Yeah. It's a guy with a power stone.
It is also worth it to note that the final chapter is just target a creature you control as well. So
True. True. Extra boros.
triggers, cool.
Alright. Thalia, Sheriff of Thraben.
It's a
Crimes
hate
cost one
bear.
more to commit.
Thank God.
It's great.
Um,
So much
this
stuff
is
is
a
crime.
sideboard card
Like,
basically.
so many
True.
things are crime. I actually think this card's crazy.
I mean, it is basically Ward 1 for all your creatures. To a certain extent.
I genuinely think that this is close to S plus. I think this card is broken because okay, so
I
like
guess.
it counts abilities too, which means that for any time an opponent wants to fucking target you on anything, on any spell ability, they have to pay one. That's crazy. Like
It is also worth it to note that this is a Talia, which will affect you as well. So, like, things like Misclick will cost 3 mana if you
oh
want to
my
use
god,
it.
wait, this is wait, it's symmetrical? Dude, this card's
Yes,
terrible. Dude, this card's
this man
really
has
bad.
never
What
played
the fuck?
against the Talia.
Oh
This
no,
man.
Cade. Okay.
Okay, if you can if you know how to play around the Talia, um, that doesn't really matter because playing around committing crimes, which as Seminari mentioned is something you do so
It's
much,
everything. It's the
is
entire game. I don't know
near
this.
impossible. But if you can ramp, it becomes slightly more negligible.
Oh, so you're saying this
And
is
like,
for like green white?
I think it could be. It's sort of
Ah,
a hate bear. If you're playing against the red black player, this hoses them, which is funny. Um,
I'm like
it
so
does also slightly hose you.
it fucks Boros like
It
because
does.
all
Wait,
of
actually, no.
Boros's targeting is crime.
Boros is self-targeting.
It's
We'll
sometimes
see something which
self-targeting.
cares about crimes against yourself, but crimes against yourself don't really exist. So if you're doing self-targeting Boros, this could be a lot safer to play. I don't know how this is going to play in Historic. It's
I
just
want
a
to put
legendary
Dahlia in
creature.
B.
I'm going to say that's a fair placement. It's
I
very situational.
I hate this card. I don't think I'd ever play it. I think I would draft it last and put it in my sideboard and
Wow, you changed up incredibly quickly.
oh yo, because I read the card and I was like, oh, this hits me. Ah, fuck this card. All right,
Okay.
your boyfriend Johnny takes you out to eat, but then the ops slide in on him, sliding in.
Oh God, this is so funny.
Hilarious card. I love the Ajani cards so much. They're some of my favorites.
Okay. So let's look at this ability-wise. First, it's a 2/2. It's Soul Bonds. Soul Bond doesn't really do anything, but we'll see what it does later.
Yep.
Um, First ability creates food. That's okay-ish. Does trigger Historic, which is nice.
Yep.
Second, gun equipment is also triggering Historic. Plus, it gives Reach, which I don't actually know the amount of flying creatures in this set, but
There's a
that's
couple. There's
something
like
which,
the Mist Cloaked, and
yeah, that's
there's the
something people don't
Woodcock.
tend to pay attention to. So having something with Reach is kind of nice to have.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
the final chapter is removal. It's more removal.
The
It's
final
always
chapter, of course, the
removal.
final chapter is removal. Um, I don't think it's like
I am
great though.
unsure if the gut shots count as targeting. That's a ruling question. We'll
Oh
have to check.
Jesus
If they
Christ.
do count as targeting, that's 43 targeting triggers. So I'm gonna err on the side of them not counting
Yeah,
because if they do count, this is an
43
S plus
targets is
immediately.
crazy. Yeah, that's like you just pick this and you find one Boros card and you win.
Yeah.
Um,
If that ends up being the case, this is S plus immediately,
yeah,
but
yeah.
most likely it doesn't count. So I think this being 2 mana removal, not it's destroying removal, so slightly worse, but it's still really good. Gives you a creature, gives you 2 historic triggers, gives you anti-reach. I think this was quite a good card, honestly. I'd say this is an A, maybe A plus.
Let's say A. I think it's only okay. I kind of wanted to put it in B. I'm not like too convinced by let's again sounds crazy by 2 mana remove any creature in 3 turns.
That is true. A lot of I think there's
I'm down
depends
to
if
put
you're
this
playing
in A. It's
against.
fine. It makes an equipment and
Yeah,
like a
you'll get a
food
lot of value
token.
out of it, even if the soul bond thing doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I'll put an A. All right. This is a masterpiece. We have Hellscube 7 Orc Pope. Wait, why does it say Hellscube 7? This is wait, is this a
Okay,
Hellscube 7 card? Did
it's
they
a Hellscube 6 card based on the set symbol. On my Hellfall, it's saying Hellscube 8, so
Okay, my
I've
Hellfall's just wrong.
yeah, Hellfall's being weird recently.
Hellfall's being
Sorry
really
about that.
weird. All right, Orc Pope.
Uh, Orc Pope. Okay, so this is just pretty damn good.
Yep.
Its Orcish Bowmasters doesn't have really. I don't think it's as good as Orcish Bowmaster because it doesn't have the ping, but it is still gonna be creating. It's gonna be amassing a lot because in Boros specifically, it will amass a lot.
I'm kind
I
of
think you're still
feeling
probably gonna end up committing a lot of crime. Sinning a lot,
yeah, of course, of
even
course.
if you're not in Boros.
I'm kind of
So
feeling B for this. It's kind of one note. It is kind of like it's really good in Boros. I don't think it's good in anything else.
it is very archetype locked, I think. It also has Freaky Pizza on the art, so
Yeah, Freaky Pizza, great art, like really really good masterpiece. I love it.
oh, the masterpiece looks amazing. Honestly, we have to mention it.
Really great art.
I
I'm
think
I'm
this
feeling
is
B.
B plus.
B plus.
Yeah,
It's
B.
a pretty good payoff. It's a pretty good payoff.
It is a damn good payoff, I will say. I
Extra
think B plus
creatures.
is fair.
Yeah, it's decent. All right, our next card: Roman Empire content farm.
Okay, so earlier I alluded to how giving your creatures ward or any sort of protection as cube is going to be very valuable. This is what I was referring to.
Yep.
You will probably get a lot of historic triggers because quite a few of the cards we've seen create foods or other uh, named artifacts which trigger historic. There's quite a few sagas we saw, including White Guy Orders Power Stone and Perfect Tran. Love that card. And also just a bunch of legendary creatures in this set. You're gonna be getting historic triggers even if you're not playing historic. Which means your creatures are gonna have either like ward 1 or 2 most of the time and are gonna be getting buffed. Oh wait, right. You'll usually be able to get at least ward 1 and a +1/+1 counter on most of your creatures,
It's pretty good.
is what I'm
This
saying.
is pretty decent. Yeah, I'm
It
actually
does come with the
feeling like
downside of tapping creature, but it's a negligible downside,
almost
I
like an
think.
A plus. I feel like I would take this in most things.
I would definitely say A plus.
I think if
The
I'm
just the
locked,
abundance of historic things is makes this an A plus.
yeah, like that's like if I'm locked into white, I'm like, give me is good. All right, guys, I fucked up the puzzle. Help, please help.
Oh,
Hilarious card, like so funny.
I okay. I know this messes up the joke, but I will mention you can sacrifice the sheep before it gets eaten, and you can sacrifice the food before it gets eaten,
True, unfortunately
which
true.
which means you can get the full value out of this card, and then you just end up with a free tree basically. So great card, honestly.
Great card,
It
banger.
it looks so simple, but it works so well. I'd say A, possibly A
I'm gonna
plus.
B plus.
I'd say
It's
A.
it is just a 3/3. It's like it's generically good, but at the end of the day, it is just a 2 mana 3/3.
Yeah,
That
I feel like this
sometimes gives
will.
you 3 life.
This is double historic and also a just random sacrificable body. Depends on other cards you have, of course, if you can make use of that body. But yeah, I think it's B plus. Did you say or
Yeah,
A?
solid B plus. It's all right.
Okay.
It's a good like glue card. Okay. It says gullible on the ceiling. Target creature
Okay.
explores permanent. I've been saying the quote on this card. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Since reading this card, it's really
I
funny.
I find this card really funny, honestly. I think this is actually quite powerful because
Oh
this
yeah, it's
is non-destroy and
non-destructive,
also
phases out forever.
explore. Explore, you don't draw the card if I remember correctly, unless it's a land.
Yeah. It gets 1/1.
So
If it's a land, you draw it.
I'd say like 2/3 of the time, it's not gonna get them any cards. It's just gonna reveal the top card of your library to you, which is free information.
Yep.
Um,
I think this is
and otherwise,
primo
they get a
removal.
land to their hand, which is like for being able to phase out a creature permanently is great. An important thing to note is that when you phase out a creature, all equipment and enchantments go with it, if I remember correctly.
Oh
So this is
yeah, I think
also
they do. Yeah.
equipment removal.
Okay.
So yeah, you can get rid of someone's Pauldron familiar or other enchant art equipments which I've forgotten about.
Actually, a little stronger than I thought. Yeah, I'm kind
I
of
think this
feeling
is
like
A or A plus removal.
solid A tier for me. I think it's decent.
Yeah.
It's primo removal. It's great. There's no downside. All right. Next card, Sarah Avengers. You can't cast Sarah
Okay.
Avengers until they assemble. Fifth
So I
turn.
don't think
Okay.
there's any other heroes in this cube as far as I'm concerned.
I
Correct
want
me
to do
if
a
I'm
quick search. I
wrong.
feel like there's surely there's like what? Um but I mean yeah, it's a 2 mana 4/4 on turn 5 that might search.
Actually,
Wait.
there are three other heroes, including Storm, Tree Man, and Spider-Man and Hilda,
Okay, sure,
technically.
but not Spider-Man and Hilda's in white,
It's
right?
yes, and Tree Man is green, which actually it's meant for white green, so it's like okay, that's decent.
Okay, but now listen, hear me out. You're in Reanimator, Hero Cycling, Fail to Find, and then reanimate it. Crazy.
Oh, I that's probably what's intended to be done with this card. I
That's probably
completely
what you're
missed
supposed
that.
to do, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a really cool thing. I mean, it's a 4/4 flying vigilance. As I've mentioned before, cubes tend to neglect flying. So this
yeah.
is just gonna be able to smack in for 4 while staying up as a big blocker, at least big for this cube. So
And
I think this is just an excellent body.
if you
Even if
just
you
cast this on
hard
turn
cast it.
5, it's pretty good. Like it's
It's still
pretty
decent at
good.
turn 5, I think. So quite frankly,
I'm A tier on
I
this.
think this is A. Yeah,
Yeah.
A.
It's not pack one pick one, but is it is damn good. This is a
I
great
genuinely
card.
think I might pack one pick one this. It's it does need a bit of support, but if you can do it, which shouldn't be too hard, considering it's one of the archetypes in this cube, it's great. It's
I
just
like it.
great.
I like it. I think it's good. Maximum Carnage. Destroy target
Okay,
permanent for each card
I'm
this
gonna say
way.
something. Um,
Okay.
this is just a way worse. It says gullible on the ceiling.
Oh yeah, like of course, yeah.
A Mox is basically just a land. It also triggers historic, which is just a benefit for your opponent.
This
Um,
does destroy all permanents.
yeah, true. It does trade in some of its. It first of all trades in instant for sorcery and also a
Yeah.
chance for a land for a guaranteed ramp, but it does give you the option of destroying any permanent, which most of the stuff you want to destroy is creatures, but there might be like possibly a land or like um a saga possibly or a big artifact which you need to destroy.
It is
And
flexible.
also there is the option of overloading it, which I don't know how much you'll want to do that. I doubt you'll be able to do it most games anyway, because 7 mana on Legacy Cube is kind of tough. I think this is a bit worse. Maybe B plus.
I would say B. I would say B. It's good. It's flexible, which is good, but like it's worse Path to Exile. It's one more mana for a Path to Exile effect most times. Like because like not I sure it hits all permanents, but it also doesn't exile. Like I don't like this card very much. Come
Yeah.
back perfectly fine, actually. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean this is the card that you would use
It's
to revive Sarah Avengers on turn 2. Um
it's slightly worse than Lightning Bolt from Frankenstein, but it can also blink stuff. It's great. It's there. It's another reanimation option. B plus.
yeah, really decent. All right.
I'll say.
And then we have while I'm putting this on the tier list, we have the middleman.
Mentor training.
I
So
missed
this
this
is
card in the card list.
uh I mean it's okay. Hellfall is being really weird because this is marked as costing 3 mana. Don't know why.
Nice,
Um
nice.
something's wrong with Hellfall these days, man. But Mentor training. This will
Mentor
buff
training
up
is
your
decent.
creatures and it will get buffed. I think it's gonna get you a decent amount of
It
value in the
targets,
long
right?
game. Yes. I think training is a targeted ability.
I'm
Or
checking
is it
mentor.
mentor? Mentor is targeting, sorry. I get
Whenever
them
this creature
confused.
attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power.
And then training is gonna let it get buffed up by bigger creatures.
Yeah.
I am very yeah, this is just a decent card all around, I think,
Yeah, it's
personally.
okay. I'm B. I'm B for this. Solid B.
I will agree with that. And the last 2 mana card I think we have left is Translocation Glitch.
Translocation. Okay.
So this one's a nightmare to play. It's just so confusing. I might just be stupid, but I think it's confusing.
Yeah,
So,
you
so okay, you can reveal a creature. Okay, so you have to know that the top card of your library is a creature card with the same mana value as a creature card in your graveyard, hand, and battlefield. I
No,
think
it
you
does
can
not have to be the
skip one
top
of the
card of your
zones.
library.
It doesn't?
It just also has cycling. You
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get. So you can search for any creature, put
Yeah.
that onto the into the graveyard. So this is allows you to dump Sarah Avengers. Graveyard to battlefield, so you can reanimate a creature. Um, battlefield to hand, so you bounce a creature. I think you can bounce
I don't know if you
an
can bounce
opponent's
your
creature.
opponent's stuff. I that's what
I
I don't
think you,
understand about
I
this
think
card.
you probably
It
can.
says
It's
bounce
probably
a
only to your own
target,
hand.
reanimate a target. I
I think it's probably your own stuff, just for balance reasons.
probably if this hits your opponent's stuff, obviously it's crazy because it's a removal spell and a reanimate
Yeah.
spell. But yeah, yeah, okay. So
Well, it's
assuming
only
that
a
it's
bounce
only your
spell, but
stuff,
yeah.
you do just like if you have a two in hand, you shuffle it into your library, dump another two, reanimate a two in your graveyard, and then it's bounce a two from the battlefield to hand. So you need to have a two. You need to have the same cost of a creature in your hand on the battlefield and in the graveyard at the same time to activate this card. That's like really specific. I think that might be like this. At least it has cycling. Like if you can't get it off, it has cycling.
I mean, card cycling for two isn't too bad.
Yeah,
I think it's
I think it's a little
it's
specific.
probably it's probably not going to happen a lot of the games, but if you can do it, it does get you a lot of value.
Yeah, yeah. It's all right. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I would put this in like maybe B. No, just B. I think it's too hard to get off to put in B plus. Like crazy if you can make it go off, but otherwise, I don't think it's that great.
Yeah.
All right. Inside you, there. Oh, technically, this is a reanimator card. I don't
Okay.
know how
Can
this
we?
showed up.
Uh, I we won't be reviewing this one because it's two colors, but I did make this card, so
Oh, perfect.
draft it, please.
Yeah, please draft. Please draft two clock wolves. Great card.
I had to make an entire horizontal version of it, and then ended up not using it.
Oh
Uh,
fuck. Awesome.
anyway,
Uh,
next card.
Your Honor, League of Legends.
Oh, okay. So this one is
People
honestly
think this
really
card's
funny.
insane. People think this card was unbelievable when it was in submissions.
I think. Okay, so the thing is, you're getting like I'd say on app there's like a decent chance you get like 5 7s or like 4 4s for 4 mana, and it's a repeatable effect. It is a 4 mana effect, so you need to spend 7 mana just to get anything out of this, basically.
Yeah,
Also, before we continue, you created this card,
I made this
so
card.
very nice.
I, this card took me a really, really fucking long time to make. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, you edited. Oh, also, by the way, I, there is like the chance you hit one of the Elder Dragons, which I don't know if that's actually something you'd want, considering
I think the
it's
only good one is Nicol Bolas. Like the rest of them are kind of mid.
they're all quite mid because you're paying 3 mana each upkeep.
Yeah,
Um,
the average one is like a mana rock or like has some slight decent benefit. So like,
yeah,
but like
it's like you'll
they're
get
they're
something
also some of
decent
them are
most
just
of the time.
vanillas. Like a good amount of them are just vanillas.
A lot of the vanilla ones are at least somewhat big though. Like
Yeah,
they're overcosted, but that doesn't matter since you're casting it for free.
exactly. Yeah.
So I think this card is quite good, and especially as a repeatable effect, it's basically a ton of infinite card advantage.
I think this is B plus. I honestly don't think you would play this in anything
I
except for lands because it is so expensive. I mean, it is
true.
in
I
anything
think
that
it's
isn't
playable in
lands. This
either
is your
lands
whole
or
turn.
historic, because getting a legendary each upkeep is quite nice. I mean, each turn, sorry,
All right, yeah, yeah.
for historic.
It's B plus. It's B
I
plus
think
for
it
sure.
can, yeah, B plus.
Pretty good in like one, maybe two archetypes.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Your history. Uh, pretty good.
I mean, it's its removal. It gets around a lot of stuff.
Flexible
It can also
removal
copy your own creatures or sagas, even any
or
historic things, even
lands.
artifacts. You can have two
Not really
Leagues of
lands.
Legends. You can have two
Oh,
Hellscube
it's
learns to
legendary.
read. Oh yeah, that is a good point. You should not be using this to copy legendaries unless you have like I don't know if there's a mirror box equivalent. Maybe there'll be in 8.1. We'll see.
Yeah, we need a
But this
Sakashima.
can
We need a
you
Sakashima
can have
for.
you can have two white guys ordering power stones in perfect tran.
Yeah. I like your history.
You can mess up the puzzle twice. I think this is mainly gonna be used for copying sagas, I think.
Yeah, I like it. It's flexible removal, although expensive, but like and copy very strong. I'd put this in B
It does a
plus.
lot of stuff. Uh I I'd say A or
But A.
yeah, B plus is fine.
All right, I'm putting in an A. We need more stuff in A. I think it's really good. I think it's very very flexible because it hits any permanent and removes its text box or copies. I think it's good. I think it's decent. Bjorn, Master of Peggle. Um,
Yes, the pegging card.
the
Okay.
pegging card.
So 3+3+0 and indestructible is a massive buff to creatures, which I think
It is
this card is possibly a
crazy.
game ender if you can fully peg your opponents. I think also because of how much removal there is in the set, you can like remove a bunch of your creatures, leave only the cheap ones, peg those down, and then you'll just be able to maintain your ultra extreme fever.
Yeah, I mean
What's your
it's also
thoughts
it's
now?
each permanent you don't control. So like I think this is nuts. I think this is very easy to. Yeah, I actually I think this is the first
Would
card
you
I would think about pack one pick one. I think this card's
True.
crazy.
Would you think about putting this in A
I'm
plus?
putting
I
this in
think.
S. I think this card's
All right, we have an
crazy.
S tier,
I think
right?
this is the first S tier card. I think this ends the game by itself.
Yeah, this is a win con, quite frankly.
This is like the first dedicated win con. I don't even think it's for historic. I think you can. I think there's enough random legendary shit. You can play this in Boros, and it's crazy. And you can play this in You could play fucking mono white,
We've
and this is nuts. Like
we've mentioned honestly, I think mono white might be a color where you could play mono white and it would work.
you could so play mono white. All the stuff here works so great together. Honestly,
Yeah, it's that would be an interesting thing to try.
Hellscube learns to read.
Yes. Okay.
Oh fuck yeah, this happens forever because his read behind, of course.
Yeah, this is either infinite rummaging or you just get your entire um sideboard into your hand.
You get your whole sideboard into your hand, yeah.
It is important to note you can only do forget once, I think, since then it'll immediately sack itself.
Yes.
Um, but while you're keeping it around, you're getting either as many permanents as you want, which is like a bunch of the cards. Historic cards, again, this is going to work amazingly in Historic. You can just grab a bunch of stuff out of your sideboard. Or even if you're not playing Historic, this could be a way to sort of splash the entire Historic archetype, because you can just constantly learn history and bring in all the cards you need to make a Historic deck work.
That's true. That is actually true. Wait, that's crazy.
And
And
then
so much stuff is
Freaky can get
historic
you
that it's
flying
just
or no
generic
touch
too.
creatures, basically.
Yeah, I think this card's
Learn
nuts.
Freaky grabs you lands.
Yup. Yup.
Oh god, this card's busted.
I I'm I think it's busted. I don't know if it wins you the game by itself. God, it's
This is
infinite
like
draw. It's infinite draw.
this is like better than this is like so much better than Phyrexian Arena. I mean, Phyrexian
Yeah,
Arena is not great, but
it's
this is like,
infinite draw from your sideboard. That's kind of
and you
crazy.
get to select. This is, oh god, this is great.
I'm putting this in S. I think this card's nuts. I think this card's unbelievable.
Yeah,
It's literally infinite draw.
it's
I
S.
you yeah.
Can't say
Holy.
anything else.
All right, maybe the historic archetype's actually nuts.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, this is all speculation, and things may turn out differently in an actual draft, but
But we
Historic
have
looks really
infinite
good.
draw, and we have your creatures are 3/0 and indestructible so far at 3 mana. Like, oh my god. All right,
Yeah, this is...
Norn Power Stone.
Okay,
Funny
this one
card.
is... I think this was a glue card, I'm guessing, because it's not really tied to any specific archetype except for maybe Historic.
Yeah, loosely. Um,
Very loosely.
it is your guys get 2/2 on your
It,
turn
it's it's
or
the
your
Norn
opponent's
thing.
turn if you hold it up.
That is true. This works either really good on defense or it can end games. This works as sort of a worse Bjorn, but with slightly less setup, of
Yeah,
course.
I actually don't like this very much. I think that
I think this is a game winner, but it's a much weaker game winner. I think
I just
this
don't think you're
is.
wide enough for this to matter.
I think it's possible, especially with all the sagas creating creatures
That's true.
and also reanimating old creatures with black white. You can have a big enough board state for Norn Power Stone to give you like 10 power. Um, so B plus,
Yeah, B
B.
plus, B plus. It has potential. I don't think it's like I don't immediately see where this wins, so I'm like B plus. Old Tech archaeologists with X-ray hacks installed.
First we mine, then we craft.
Oh, prehistoric cards in your graveyard have dredge too.
We brought back
No,
Dredge. No.
dredge. Yeah,
Ugh,
this card turns your graveyard into your fucking library. This card's broken.
this
What the
card.
fuck?
Okay. Hey, you know how we were saying historic is overpowered? It is.
Oh my god,
It
these
just
cards
is.
are insane. These cards are crazy. And if it gets removed, it's 3 mana, so you could just bring it back. Um, I mean, this is S plus, right?
Oh my god.
It's
It's S
crazy.
plus. I mean, the one downside is you're running 40 cards, so you will mill out much, much quicker. But I think if you manage to deck out when you are constantly drawing gas from your graveyard, you suck.
Yeah,
Okay,
and it hits
too harsh,
artifacts
but this
and
is really
legendaries
good.
only. Which, like, I mean,
But
okay,
it
so like just
doesn't,
looking at
I
this,
guess it doesn't hit
look,
sagas, but that's
Caracas,
fine.
legendary land. Urza's Will is not legendary, even though it's a planeswalker.
He
I
had
guess
multiple
planeswalkers aren't
wills.
all legendary. Urza's bobblehead isn't
You can
legendary.
you
Okay,
can bring back Bjorn.
yeah, you can bring back Bjorn. It's crazy. Obviously, it's nuts. Um, I mean, this is
I
S.
this is
This card's
S.
crazy. Dredge is crazy. This turns your graveyard into your library and then fills it, and then fills it, and then it fills it. It puts the cards that you're dredging into your graveyard. I judge.
It- oh, this is better murder.
This is
So
better. This
clearly
is
it's
better. You
overpowered
can't
and it's
make better
S plus.
murder.
It's S plus, better murder, obviously. Um, but to be serious, it's versatile but expensive. At 3 mana, we have cards like Norn Power Stone and like Hellscube Learns to Read, which are like really affecting the board state, and I don't think you'd want to cast a removal spell for that mana,
I'm
quite
putting it.
frankly.
I'm putting it in B.
I'd say B, B minus,
B
but B is
minus.
fine.
I'm in B minus. I'm down for that. Yeah, it is unfortunately worse than all of our like crazy insane removal.
Yeah. I mean, I'd honestly would cut it for Maximum Carnage, even though I don't like that card.
Yeah.
It just, it's
Yeah.
disappointing. But let's move on.
Cubone.
Hey, another masterpiece with the new
Really nice
Pokemon
card.
border.
Really fucking nice card.
Okay. Um, so it buffs your equipments, which there aren't a ton of, but we did see stuff like Swords to Swords and um, what was the other one? Pauldron Familiar. There were a couple more. And then Maternal Debt. You can just cast it for one as a 1/1.
Yeah.
This one's kind of weak. It's okay. Huh.
I
So
also think that
it's either a 3 mana 3/3 with first strike vigilance or a 1 mana 1/1 with first strike vigilance, and then when it dies it gives you stuff. It's okay-ish.
yeah, I'm kind of feeling like B minus on this one as well, honestly.
Yeah,
Just
I'll agree
because
with
you
that.
have to like you have to think about the other stuff that is in white at this mana cost, right? Like
Also, a it's a what's it called? It's a masterpiece, so it's from another cube and is obviously not designed with this power level in
yeah.
mind. Orc Pope was just a fortunate power
It's really
balance.
nice though. I really love this card.
It
I'm
looks
glad to
really
see
great.
it. Gerrymandering Hawk. Uh what the fuck does this card do? This card always confused me. You have tough time
That fucking
lands.
JD Vance?
It is JD Vance, yeah, of course.
Oh god. Oh damn that face. Okay. 5 town lands. They don't even have mana abilities. Okay. For each opponent who controls more lands than you. So it gets you a land. It's a 3 mana, 1
Three
1
mana
flying,
white
which
ramp.
grants you. It gets you any land. So, like, this is slightly better because some
Okay.
of the lands were so good.
The lands are very, very good.
I don't know if it's 3 mana though. Is it? There's just too many good stuff at 3 mana.
There's
Like,
too much. There's too many like insane cards that
I
I
can
agree.
get I can get infinite lands with Hellscube Learns to Read. Why would I want one land with Hawk?
I would put this in B minus,
I think it can be solid B. We're
solid
kind of
B. Yeah, I agree.
we're
Solid B.
comparing these to like S plus S's, so obviously with it's hard to live up to
It's
them.
solid B. It is white ramp. Hard to get sometimes. I think it's fine. All right,
the commander symbol at least.
true. Indiana Jones archaeologist. What the fuck does Unearth do again?
It's you pay the unearned cost, bring it back to the battlefield, and sacrifice it at end of turn. It returns with haste, which
Right.
I mean you can just and it
And
exiles
then it
actually, not
exiles itself.
sacrifices. So this is exile your opponent's graveyard and beat them up with their own creatures, which is pretty damn good in my opinion. Um, I think it's definitely not S, but I'd say
Oh,
A,
this
also
card's
because it
crazy. I'd put it in
serves.
A plus.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
also say the artifact mode isn't as amazing, but it can definitely have its uses for sure.
I mean, this is great. You do, yeah, like you said, you just bring back your opponent's stuff and you beat the shit out of them with it. Um,
It can also get back your own stuff for
and it gets ETBs.
synergy,
It
but
gets
yeah.
like, oh my god, wait, no, this card's crazy. It targets. It's crazy. All right. Come ride on my one trick pony.
Okay. One mana value trick pony. It lets you cast Wings of the Cosmos for free, which okay. It it's targeting, it's buffing, it gives flying, which I'm slightly happy about because again, to be fair, I'm saying flying is neglected, but there's been like four different cards with flying, so this is nice because it can buff up a big creature you have and also give it evasion, which is very useful and limited. It's
Targeting
not.
trigger every combat phase. I think it's good.
I
I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's good. I'd say it's also still reanimatable, which is just how it is because of half the cards in this cube being under 3 mana value.
I'd be fine
But
with
yeah,
this in A. I think it's just
I
decent.
think A is fair. A or A minus, but A is good.
All right. Next up, we've got the Ever Given.
I love this card. I love it when they break the frames. Gonna be a
Uh,
pain to print out, but
yeah, this card's not gonna show up great on the recording, but if you've seen this card, you get the joke. Here, let me just
okay. I
there
I
you
think
go.
this is a really funny control card.
Oh yeah, really, really, really funny card.
So this lets you stall while you do your own stuff. I guess that's nice for like lands and possibly historic to wait for sagas to happen while your opponent tries to unlodge the Evergiven. It's also worth it to note this is both legendary and an artifact for um, historic and also creates junks, which are historic and also give you card draw. So it's okay.
Yeah,
Quite frankly. I think it definitely has its purposes. It's not gonna win you the game. It'll help you get closer to winning the game. Card advantage wise, at least. I think this is a solid B plus.
I think this is a solid B plus. That's exactly where I was gonna put it. All right. I had to do a little editing to make sure that it doesn't fuck up my whole tier list. You know what? I'm unediting it. Because it's in B plus, it can fuck up my whole tier list a little bit. Perfect. Literally perfect. Alright. Wrath of Conway. Really cute card.
Oh, this card confused me when I first read it.
Cute
So
card, but I think it's bad, right?
do not cast this on two creatures because it does literally nothing, I think.
Yes, because
Um,
two Conways next to each other doesn't do anything.
yeah.
Um,
1 mana, it kills a creature, which 4 mana to destroy one creature is very bad.
yeah.
Um, if X is 3, those creatures procreate. So, from how I understand this, you offspring a creature of your choice or X creatures of your choice, and you choose the targets for the procreation, which I think is really, really good at tree. Because that's like three offsprings of a creature, three offsprings of like, well, actually, a lot of creatures are like legendary, but if you have a decent non-legendary, you get three 1/1s of it.
I think because
You can get
they are
three.
the ones doing that effect, though, your opponent also gets to choose their own.
I am not sure.
Because as
Uh,
those creatures procreate when they do offspring target creature.
it is also important to know, um, most of the time you're not going to be able to line up an X's tree, and it'll just be a 4 mana board wipe. It's Wrath of God.
It's Wrath of God.
It's Wrath of God.
It's alright.
This
I'm
is not a
putting in
lot of
B.
stuff you'd want to cast after a Wrath, so I'll say B. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely a solid B though. At the end of the day, it is Wrath of God, and Wrath of God is fine. Alright. The king, mournful monarch. Monarch, dude. Yay, Monarch. Monarch, but you make a historic permanent. Yay!
Yeah.
This card's
I mean,
crazy, right? Like, it's good?
this card is it's first of all it's if you sacrifice the food, it's antheming your creatures every turn, so
Yep.
it's
Oh, yeah, yeah,
plus one
each
plus one
creature. 1/1
permanently
counter
each
on
turn.
each
Yeah.
creature. Like,
If you get two foods a turn, or like you sacrifice one during your turn and then sack the food during your opponent's, it's two per turn cycle.
or if your guy
Just
gets
to know.
fucking removed, you get another one. Like,
Yeah, if they kill it on either their turn. I mean, it also means you kind of limit their choices a bit, sort of. Some people will try to play around it, is what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah. I think this card's
It is
crazy.
also, I think it's important to note that also they can steal the Burger King Monarch,
It's
and
true,
then
but
they're
like,
getting free
it's so
foods,
much
but
harder to
it's like
steal when you're making your guys
board is
giant.
buff.
Yeah,
So where do you? I think it's
I say A
pretty good.
plus.
Yeah, I'd say A plus. It's not as good as like Bjorn, but it's like
No, this is a
it's almost on the same
solid
level.
ass card. Like,
It's gonna be a game.
yeah. Fear of Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Okay, so I don't know if I understand this correctly. Is it just a tree vigilance indestructible for 4 turns?
Yeah. Oh, you oh, you don't like that? Or you think that's like a like do you think it's like a not very good card or something? Ah.
Isn't it like dog shit?
Yeah, no, I don't think this card's very good at all. I don't this is like I actually
Well,
think this is a standard rare.
to be fair, he does have his own rank in his name. D.
Yeah, I don't want to make D. I think I'm just gonna put it in C tier, and I
Oh
think it
right, we
fits
don't have
in
D tier. C minus.
C minus. Yeah, C minus. We're just gonna. Yep. I don't think this card is very good at all. I mean, it literally it just goes away. It just goes away, and you lose it forever. Yeah, I don't get it.
You can block things. You can attack. It's a creature.
Wow. Weekend at Bernie's.
Stop
Holy shit.
fucking suck.
Amazing art. Really fun card. Um, it's all right.
I mean, it's two twos for 4, which is below rate,
It's a
and it also
4/4
gets the
and a
creature back.
reanimate. It's good.
If you consider it's basically lightning bolt from Frankenstein stapled to two twos, it's okay-ish. B.
Yeah, B. Not much else to analyze with this one. I wasn't even on my thing while I was editing. All right. Fractal Retreat. Non-token landfall. Holy.
Okay, I think this is a win con for lands. I think it's obvious, but I mean, you can just read what it does. You most likely won't be using the second ability too much unless you have a really good land.
Which
Which, I mean, there are some, but
there's some pretty good one, but yeah, because it goes away.
there's none you'd want to really clone, especially if they're legendary, because then you have to sacrifice one. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're getting fractals which scale. This is also a fractal in and of itself, so you get one, then you get two, then you get four, then you get eight, then you get the point.
I actually don't think this. I don't think this is like amazing. I haven't seen how much, like how good the landfall package is, but like I'm
True.
very mid on this card. I think it's like
It
B.
is it is a win con, but you do need some setup to get it to work, I think. So B is a very fitting place for
Yeah,
it.
definite B energy on this one. All right, we've got steal his look.
Ah,
Sick
yes.
card. Sick card, but I don't know how good it is.
Also, why is this banned in Hell's Mander? Like all the other ones are legal. Okay,
Because this,
Hellfall is
I think it's because this leaves your like okay, if this was to be banned in Hell's Commander, it would be because it like leaves your commander on the field with no abilities, and that's annoying. But
oh yeah, true.
yeah, I don't know.
I think this is okay. I mean, I think we've already said what we had to say about 4 mana and 3 mana removal. They're not great. This is like sort of a discount your history, in my opinion.
Yeah,
It's slightly more versatile, but it's an extra
because
mana for
because of that, I'd probably put it in B.
yeah.
It's like it's okay. You get the guy's stuff and you can cast them and you can equip them, but
Equipment is
yeah,
also a bit harder to remove than a copy, I
it's
will
true.
mention.
It's true.
So like if you have an ability you want to keep on the battlefield, then this might be what you're looking for.
All right, we have 3 cards left. We have
Okay, three
Winds of
big
Martin
hitters.
Luther.
It's okay, so most of the time, what this will be doing is you'll keep most of your creatures and destroy most of your opponents.
Yeah, it's
Mostly.
a historic
Best case
only
scenario, this
board
is
wipe.
best case scenario, this is in Garrick's Wake. Um, you have to be careful to run this in a deck where you're playing enough historic, though. Otherwise, this is very bad,
There's
quite
also
frankly.
but the problem is also that there are so many like legendary creatures and like enchantment
Where
creatures and
your
just like
opponent will have like one or two creatures left for sure.
if you're playing
I mean,
against white, I think white ends with every creature. Like I'm looking through like the creatures we have. I have seen
I think the
one
tokens
one guy,
block with
the middleman,
Fear
the
of It
orc
that
pope.
cards. No, the middleman is legendary.
Middleman is legendary? Oh, the middleman is fucking the middleman is legendary. The middleman is legendary. That's what I'm saying. The middleman is legendary. They're all fucking legendary. I think this card's
And
crazy.
like the ones that aren't are artifacts. So yeah,
A
Winds of
plus.
Martin Luther is uh, okay. I think fair enough.
I
It
think
depends on
most of the time
what
this is Regeki.
I think the thing is there's enough legendaries in other colors where I think this will definitely leave them up with enough blockers where you can't just Winds of Martin Luther, I swing for lethal.
Yeah. Which is why I think it's like A plus. It's like
It's not gonna win you the game.
I
Yeah.
don't think it's ever gonna board wipe you is the thing. I think this is always
Oh
going
yeah.
to only remove a bunch of stuff your opponent controls. Especially because your tokens are usually artifacts. Archon of our own.
Hell yeah. Okay, so this card is kind of quite a good value engine.
Yeah.
I think Okay, so Fluff is fine. It's good card selection and the gain tree life can help you stay alive. Smut is what's really powerful here, quite frankly.
Oh yeah,
I think. Just
Smut is crazy.
Smut is amazing. Also, if you can clone Archon of our own, they can smut each other.
Oh Jesus
Which that would
Christ.
fall under the archive tag of self-cess, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yep.
Also, this is a 4 for flyer,
Also it's a form of fire.
Scavenger.
It
Also,
needs
Ankh lets
vigilance.
you
It
take out
doesn't need
blockers,
vigilance. It
so
doesn't need vigilance. Um,
it does everything, basically.
it's pretty good. I put it in A. I put it in A. I don't think that it's also, but it is still like it does everything, but it's also 5 mana, and it's good. It's really good for 5 mana. I think I'd put it in A.
Yep.
I think it's really, really good, but it's not a win con by itself.
Okay, so this last card is supposed to actually 2 mana value. Uh,
Technically
yeah.
infinite, right? Because it
Well,
fuses with
yeah.
any number of halves. This is infinite mana value. Who let the dogs
So
out?
okay, so hmm, I can you give your comments first because this is certainly a card.
Okay, so the I like the idea is that it's a payoff for Boros where after you target a bunch of shit and then cast this and then spend all the rest of your mana, you make a bunch of 1/2 dogs and there's like an anthem effect in this cube.
I mean,
And
there's
if you
at least
don't,
the Bjorn and
there's
the
Bjorn. There's
Norn.
also Bjorn. To be fair, I was only
Bjorn and
thinking of
Norn.
the Power Stone. I feel like if you don't have the Power Stone exactly, this card is like kind of mid, right?
It depends on how many abilities you can activate. You'll probably only be able to cast like you'll probably just pour all of your extra mana into as many 0x who's that you can.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, which probably won't be that many, quite frankly. It's mainly based on what abilities you can activate, and like there's not a ton of those, I think.
I think where this is, I think this is like C plus right now. I think they're too small, and even if
I
you're
think it
making
can also go to B because consider the fact that this is also like saga triggers that count, I think.
yeah, all right.
And there's like stuff like I guess 1 mana value trick pony, I guess. The middleman triggers twice. Orc Pope triggers for each target. Yeah. Orc Pope actually would basically triple all your who's, as it will amass Catholics for targeting yourself with who, and it will also be an ability and also a spell which resolves, so you get 2 dogs.
Yeah, you would just choose to say who let the dogs out is at the top of the stack first, I guess, and then
Okay, it's very niche, I think, though, is what we're saying. So I'd say
yeah,
B.
yeah. I am not. Yeah, I'll put it in B. I
And
have to
with
make the
that,
tier list bigger for this one. I ran out of space again. All right, yeah, B. Solid B. It's good. I don't think this card's very good, but I'm willing to be wrong.
I hope it's a lot better than it reads, quite frankly. But
All right,
with that,
and with that, historic's crazy, right? Like historic is like
I
unbelievable.
I mean, of course it's still hard to gauge. This is a legacy cube, so power levels are going to be a bit wild. But historic looks great. I think small reanimator has
Good
is a bit
bones.
underpowered as of current. The removal is okay-ish. There's some bad ones. There's some really good ones. Um,
I just want to say,
and
okay,
then
so like every card that is touching S tier is historic.
that is a good point.
The King is
Historic,
historic. Indiana Jones is
historic
historic.
is
Roman
just
Empire
easy to
content
draft as
farm is
well.
historic. And then Bjorn, Hellscube, Learn to Read, and Oltek are all historic. It's like crazy. It's yeah, I think historic's unbelievable. Um,
So, moral of the story: the only thing that matters in white is historic.
I actually think okay. I mean, I've read a lot of I've read a lot of Boros cards. I'm very interested in Boros because the color type that I like a lot. I think a lot of Boros's power sits in their colored cards, like their multicolored cards. I don't know if I could say the same about historic. Like, I haven't read a lot of the historic payoffs, and I tried making a couple, and even without those, I feel like just these three cards, Bjorn, Hellscube Learns to Read, and Oltek, are just so nuts. They're fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, her Hellscube Learns to Read is just such an amazing enabler, even outside of its archetype. Bjorn is just, even if you're not fully into historic and you just have like a couple of incidental historic cards, you can probably trigger pegging with enough removal.
Yep, that's what
And
I'm thinking
Indiana
too.
Jones is, oh wait, sorry, Old Tech was the other S tier.
Oltek's the other S
Um,
tier.
yeah, Dredge is busted.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say. So with that, we're done with white, and we'll hand it over to the next people who are gonna cover blue, hopefully.
All right.
Ooh,
Bye
yay.
bye.
Hello, folks.
Bye.
Today we are doing the set review for Blue in Hellscube 8. My name is Mui Pigeon.
And I'm Clunker Punker.
We'll be using the standard limited resources style grading scale. A is going to be a game-winning card, something that's good in almost all situations. A B is a strong pull into a specific archetype or a color. C is around a playable card, but replacement level card, so thinking 20th pick. And then D's are filler cards you play to fit specific purposes or fill out your mana curves. These are definitely 23rd and 24th cards.
Right, and then for the archetypes for blue, we have Azorius, blue-white, historic, so carrying about artifacts, sagas, and legendaries. Then we have Dimir, blue-black, saboteur effects, and cheap creatures, a lot of evasive creatures. Creatures tend to be really small. You just want to get as much combat damage in as possible and get rewards for that. Is it or blue-red? Casting spells from outside your hand, whether it be the typical graveyard exile type things, but it's Hellscube, so we've got some other wacky zones that you might be casting from. And then we've got Simic, which is blue-green, which is animating artifacts, lands, and so much more. So those are the archetypes.
First off, we have Negation. This is a 0 mana blue instant. Counter target spell, pay blue, or lose the game.
Yeah, so I mean, this is it's just counterspell. It maybe there's a deck that cares that it has a CMC of 0, but for the most part, you're going to be evaluating this as counterspell, and counterspell is just good blue removal.
Yeah, pretty reasonable. The one thing I would say to watch out for is when you play a lot of counterspells in your deck, you generally want mana sinks, instant speed draw spells, or some sort of activated ability. So you're going to want to keep an eye out for those during the draft.
All right, then we have I think you should cleave. 1 mana for sorcery. Put brackets around one of target creature's abilities, then remove everything in between the brackets, and then you can cast it for its cleave cost, which if you do, you remove all of the words in between brackets, or all the characters in this case. And then it would read put brackets around target creature, then remove everything in between brackets.
So this is a little bit sort of like an unable to scream effect, although notably it doesn't affect power or toughness. Or for 3 mana, it's a sorcery speed murder in blue.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain where that card ends up going. Um, whether that be grave, I just probably assume graveyard, but it doesn't just like get rid
Yeah,
of it.
it
But
it it it, it kills. Putting brackets around a target creature just removes it. I don't remember if it's removed from existence or put into the graveyard. I think there is a ruling about that, but either way, it does
either
get
way,
rid
it's
of
removal.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, now
yeah.
it's not the
Like,
best rate, but depending on what specific colors you're in, you may lack better effects. A lot of creatures tend to have a single linchpin ability, so it's castable for single blue, but it's still pretty poor rate compared to other colors removal.
yeah, and my initial rating of D was I hadn't read the card correctly. I thought the 3 mana ability just made the creature vanilla. It got rid of all of its abilities. Didn't read the card correctly. I would definitely bump it up to probably B minus territory if
Yeah,
I had
very
read the card
important.
correctly.
Very important that this one's actually a removal spell. I certainly screwed it up myself the first time too.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Jace tells you his life story. This is single blue for an enchantment saga, and chapter 1. This saga becomes a 1/1 human wizard creature in addition to its other types. Chapter 2, look at the top card of each player's library. Chapter 3 and 5, mill a card. Chapter 4, create a 2/2 black Gorgon creature token with Death Touch. Chapter 6, create a 1/1 green beast noble creature token. In Chapter 7, return all non-land permanents target player controls to their owner's hand. And finally, for 4 and a blue, you can give this saga read ahead.
Notably, it is kicker for a blue, so it would be a total of 6
Yes.
mana.
Yeah, so effectively, you can cast this as a River's Rebuke, so 4 blue to return all non-land permanents target player controls to its owner's hand. Otherwise, it's single blue for up to 3 rectangles, which is very good rate if a little bit slow.
Yeah, I think the only issue is it's like the 1 mana mode is it's still 1/1, and then the next turn it doesn't do much. Like maybe you can swing it, but it's a 1/1. Turn 3, mill a card. Turn 4, then that now we're finally getting into the stuff that I enjoy about the 1 mana card. But for this card to do anything from nothing from like turns 1, 2, and 3 after you've played it doesn't feel great. However, if you're not casting this for the 6 mana value cost, the 6 mana value cost should win you the game. Like you are
Yes.
setting your opponent's back just entirely.
Yeah, it's a bit of a motor spell. It's definitely one I'm going to tend to prefer in slower mid-range and control decks. But if you're really stretching just for one-drop creatures for a tempo style or saboteur blue-black deck, then this is not going to be a horrible one either.
Yeah. All right, then we got Miscloaked Herald. 1 blue mana for a 1/1 creature that reads it. This creature cannot be blocked, and you may cast land cards from your hand as though the card were Miscloaked Herald, which is a 1 mana blue creature that cannot be blocked.
Yeah, so I view this card as it's not exactly a mana sink. You're not getting any card advantage off of it, but late game you can convert lands into creatures, and those creatures are actually able to close out the game with the unblockable effect.
Yeah, I had just written down that this was like a really pretty good one of the better Demir enablers. For really cheap, you can trigger all your stuff that cares about dealing combat damage. I don't think a lot of the other color pairs will want to pick this up, so this should be good. You can try to see if this one wheels. Um, Unfortunately, I just don't think in the late game. I mean, yeah, turning lands into 1/1s is great, but I don't think that if you're drawing a land that you are wanting to play that as a 1/1 really.
There's just
So
not that many card draw spells and not a ton of card advantage engines in this format. So anything that lets you eke a little extra value late game, I think has value, and the nature of this card means that it's pretty playable at any point of the game. And the fact that there's such high removal density in the format makes me value anything that can sort of create multiple creatures, even though this isn't actually card advantage. Just putting more things on the board is something I think can be helpful. Still, I definitely want it most in Dimir and would mostly be looking at it in certain aggressive decks. It's
Hmm.
definitely not slower decks, although it is notable that you still can turn your lands into chumpers.
Yeah. Notably, just so you keep this in mind, this card is not great in the animate category because you're not turning, it's not a land creature. It is, you're casting it pretty much face down as a creature. This is not an animation effect. It just turns your lands into creatures, but is not animation.
Next up, this one's from. We have Join the Serum Division. This is single blue for a 1/2 human soldier, and when this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then scry 2.
Yeah, I think the strength of this one entirely depends on just like how fast the format is. Like having this in your hand on the play should like it should just replace itself and then maybe you draw another card off of it. I mean, you are scrying too. So you're like bare minimum you have this in your opening hand, you play it, next turn you draw a card and you scry two. That's already amazing. Um but then it kind of just falls off from there. 1/2 that unless you're in Demir and you can make this unblockable somehow, it's just going to sit back as a 1/2 chump blocker past, I don't know, turns 2 and 3. But if you can get this to connect, it's really good.
Yeah, the creature sizing does make the 1 power a little better than it otherwise would be, but it's definitely a deck, or it's definitely a card that you want in an aggressive deck or a deck that can give it evasion like Dimir. But like you said, the first trigger is, and you're pretty much happy with that already, but this is not a Thraben Inspector. Not quite.
All right, and then we have a nameless card, but for sake of discussion, we're going to name it Storm. Blue mana for a 1/1 with Storm. Um, it has flying and cannot block non-flying creatures. Notably, permanents without names aren't affected by the legend rule. So even though this is a legendary creature, if you cast it for Storm, you get to keep all of the copies.
And as a reminder, copies of permanent spells resolve into tokens. Uh,
Correct.
I just view this as a relatively big card advantage spell. This generates a lot of board presence in a single card for relatively cheap. Now, you do need to be able to enable it, and you do need to keep in mind that it's not going to be as good in any control deck because you're not able to trump with them. But I view this as a pretty potent finisher, and then even storming for even just casting one spell before that, you're pretty happy with that in the mid game, and it supports aggressive decks and saboteur effects very well.
Yeah, I'm coming around to liking this more than the C minus I originally gave it. Um, but I just think that like Storm is a really, really hard effect to make good in limited because the goal in most draft decks is you want to curve out, you want to play 2 drop into a 3 drop into a 4 drop into a 5 drop, and there's not much room for um, casting more than one spell. It's very rare that you would be able to cast this for more than storm count of 2. There might be a few combos with it that would enable this to be cast for a lot. I think I could bring this up to like a C plus kind of thing. I probably wouldn't have it at the A minus range, in my opinion at least, just because I don't think you're going to be getting this to be a big threat at the point in the game that you want to. I do think I raised it up just a little bit because of where you said where you cast like a 3 drop on turn 2 and then you cast this and you get 2 flying 1/1s. That seems pretty good. I personally don't see this finishing games, to be honest.
It's just rectangles. This gives you more rectangles, and in one card, that's good. Yeah, A minus is because I think there are Demir, especially blue, especially has most of the card advantage effects. So 3 power in the air is relatively difficult to contest. Blue has most of the flyers. There's not that many in in other colors. There's not that many reach creatures in other colors. So I do view this as a card that can win the game by itself. You need, because all it really asks of you is casting other spells. There's definitely a vulnerability to it, and you have to be fast enough that you don't care about not being on the block with the tokens.
Hmm.
Next up, we have Think Twice About Playing Commander. This is single blue for an instant. It says draw a card, and it has flashback for 2 and a blue. It also says you may reveal this card from your hand. If you do, it permanently becomes legendary and your commander. Put it in the command zone, and you can only cast legendary instants if you control a legendary creature or planeswalker.
Okay, so the interesting thing about this card is it's most likely to be in the Is It deck, just for the fact that it has flashback, and that's like a really easy trigger your stuff, and then you're drawing in cards replacing itself. So that's some really good value. The other deck that this goes in is Historic, because there's a lot of legendary creatures in Azorius that you'll be able to cast this from the command zone. I think there, if I remember correctly, there are about 30 legendary creatures. Um, but outside of those two decks, it's still decent card draw, and the other archetypes might pick this up, but so don't expect this to like table or anything. But if you need card draw in your deck, I'd just say pick it up. Yeah, that's why I gave it a C plus for just it's a good card all around, but I wouldn't be picking this too early. But if you get it in that Azorius deck or the Is It deck, definitely like a build around B.
Yeah, I think mostly it does land around C plus. I bumped it up to B minus because there's so few of this effect, and there are so many counter spells. This is the kind of card you really want when you have
Yep.
counter spells in your deck, because if you don't counter something, you want to be able to weave in a draw spell, and just the pure scarcity of more think twice effects, more like deep analysis, that makes me really want this. I don't think I'm going to be making it my commander very often. Like Clunker said, pretty much exclusively in blue-white where I have the density. And even then, I think it's a little bit risky to do so.
All right. Next up, we got Woodcock. It's one blue mana for. It's just a blue mana for a 1/2 flyer. It also has 2 untap, and then it's got a lot of arrows that are basically trinket text to draw a card.
So this is also not quite a Threadbin Inspector, but it looks a lot closer than Serum Division to me. I rate this pretty highly for the same reason I rate the Think Twice pretty highly, just for wanting mana sinks when I put counterspells in my deck. Now, untap is a little bit trickier than tap. You are going to have to attack with this generally, but you can still hold up the mana to untap to draw a card later. The downside, of course, is that you might not be able to attack with it and have it not die.
Yeah, that's the exact reason that I have it lower than the B plus that you have it as. A C plus is same thing I said about Serum Division. Early game, you can probably replace itself pretty easily. But then after turns 4 or 5, if your opponent gets any sort of flying blocker up in the air, you're just not gonna. You're gonna be jumping through hoops to get this thing tapped. Um,
But remember, you can
yeah.
always cash it in once, right? You can attack with it and then untap it to draw the card before it dies in combat.
Yes.
And yeah, I just don't. I think flying is not. I think flying is scarce enough that I'm happy to rate this highly, but I can definitely see it underperforming just because of the clunkiness and because unfortunately two toughness does mean it dies to a lot of removal.
Yeah.
Next, we have an ordinary pulverizer for 1 and a blue. It's a 0/3 creature, just a rhino, and when this creature enters, create a brown Fedora token. Fedoras are equipment artifacts with equip 1, and equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has Skulk. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, if it's equipped, transform it. This transforms into Perry the Pulverizer, which can also be cast for 1 green, white, blue, so 1 in a band. Perry is a legendary creature, Rhino Soldier, 3/3, and when this enters or transforms into Perry, put a shield counter on target permanent. If the shielded permanent would be damaged or destroyed, remove a shield counter from it instead. When Perry attacks, target creature you control gains trample and gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of different kinds of counters and equipment among permanents you control.
All right, this to me easiest windmill slam of your life. The play pattern that this wants is literally just play this maybe turn 2 or 3. The next turn you have an impending 6/6 trampler with a shield counter on it, so it will make it even. So it will likely make it to the next combat, even if your opponent draws removal. Although it does shrink it down to a 5/5 because you're getting rid of. They would get rid of the shield counter, and so you would not get that additional buff. And even if they do remove the 2 mana side, if you cast this and they're holding up removal and they kill it immediately, you still have an equipment left behind that just pumps your stuff for 1 mana and makes it really hard to block. This card is just insane all around, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not in love with the mana efficiency, but the Fedora is actually quite strong, more so in Dimir when you can equip it to creatures with saboteur effects that don't otherwise have evasion. You're not going to cast it on the back half itself very often. The fixing just isn't that great, but if you can, that gets a lot of value. Otherwise, I generally agree with the play patterns. Not too many creatures can block the front size as a 1/4. Most of them, I think there were roughly something like 17 or 18 creatures that can profitably block it on the front half or trade with it. And then, yeah, so you get access to by default, right, from the shield counter and the Fedora. And the third pump is also not too difficult to get. The shield counter does help, but I do worry about it getting burned down by equipment, burned down by removal pretty easily. But this is definitely a card you're going to want in most of your blue decks.
All right, we have animate keyword for 1 and a blue, enchantment aura, enchant keyword ability. Enchanted keyword ability is a 2/2 creature. Remove it from the text box it came from, and creatures you control have enchanted keyword ability, including itself.
Yeah, so this is a 2-mana 2/2 with some hoops to jump through. It is technically a 2-mana 2/2 with upside, but the downside is that if there's no keyword on the battlefield, you can't cast this at all. This is best, of course, when you have a bunch of evasive creatures in your own deck, but they do also need to have evasive keywords rather than just having can't be blocked text, because that's not a keyword.
Yeah, I think the what bumps this from the C minus that you have it at to a C plus in my eyes is that it's a 2 mana 2/2 with upside. It's an anthem, and it can also just like nerf your opponent's creatures. It's like sneaky removal to like get rid of one of your opponent's creatures' abilities. Doesn't get rid of the creature itself, but I did run it by some of the judges, and the ability does, I think,
The ability
let's
is permanently removed, but the downside is you can
yeah,
only hit keyword abilities.
yes.
So there's some things it just doesn't matter on, right? Like haste, some things that don't. And then there's other effects that, getting rid of like trample is okay. Really, ideally, you'd want to hit something like flying or horsemanship. But
Yeah,
I'm
if
just
you're
not.
in Yeah, in blue, that's definitely it. But if you have like if your opponent has like a 3/3 vigilancer and you get rid of that vigilance, and now all of your creatures have vigilance, that seems really good.
I mean, it's cool, but it means that you can't play this on curve reliably, and when you really need a creature, you might not have it. It's
That's true.
just too clunky for me to really want to put it in my deck. It's something that I'd be interested in sideboarding more than mainboarding, to be honest. Next up, we have Cloudscape Border. This is 1 and a blue for a zone creature sideboard illusion. It's a 1/4 or 1/1. While deck building, move up to 4 cards from your sideboard onto this sideboard. It has flying and sticky. Objects remain attached to this between zones. Whenever a Cloud Skateboarder deals combat damage to a player, you may play a card from this sideboard this turn.
This one's presents like an interesting conundrum. It's a 2/2 it's a 2 mana 1/1 flyer. Not the best body, but it draws you good cards if it connects. The issue is if which cards are bad enough that you don't want to put them in your main deck, but good enough that you could reasonably play them if this connects. I think I hadn't realized just how good flying was going to end up being in this set, and I'd probably bump it up probably like a C or like B minus range. Um, but you really have to be careful about which cards you put into this sideboard because if they're too good, you should probably just be running them in your main deck. And if they're too expensive or too bad, this is just a 2 mana 1/1 flyer.
Remember that you get an unlimited number of lands in your sideboard, so you'll always want to have at least one land in Cloudscape Border sideboard. Even just
I had
getting a
not thought
single
about that.
Yes, even just getting a single card off of this, you're pretty happy about this. This lets you play the cards instead of casting them. There's only about 17 flying or reach creatures in the cube, and this is one of them, so 16 other things that are blocking this besides tricks or other effects. And that sticky effect does allow it to retain something like an enchantment if you have reanimation effects, although that's not going to be super common in the blue archetypes. Yeah, in general, I just think if you can get it through once, I'm very happy with it, and I think the flying helps it get it through the first time pretty reliably. I do agree, don't put your good cards on this, put your good cards in your deck, but on this card sideboard, put a land, put some creatures. They don't have to be good, they can be anything, because it's going to be a card you get out either way, and then, maybe put your worst removal spell if you don't need that many in your deck.
Yeah, what happens with equipments with this? Does it unattach, or does the equipment go with it to the graveyard?
So it will remain attached, but the equipment will stay in whatever zone it was previously, generally speaking.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, this is not going to be super relevant for the most part. I think
And if you're playing Parry, the ordinary polarizer,
maybe, yeah. But yes, for the most part, sticky is trinket text here, and we're looking at the saboteur effect.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next up, we got counterspell with any downside. There's a lot of text on this one. It's blue for an instant that reads counter target spell if it has mana value 1, it has mana value 4 or more, no mana was spent to cast it, it's a non-creature spell, it's red, green, or blue, it's multicolored, its controller doesn't pay to, its controller is poisoned, it was played from a graveyard, or this spell was kicked, and you can kick it for either, more words incoming, 1 mana, or sacrifice a legendary creature, or sacrifice a non-token blue creature, or the spell's controller creates 2 treasure tokens, or the spell's controller creates a 2/2 bird creature token with flying, or exile a blue card from your hand.
The spell's controller, not this spell's controller. So your opponent is the one getting the treasures or the birds.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's another counterspell. The only reason I put it at C+ instead of E- is there's 3 literal actual counterspells in this set, which makes this a bit worse. But really, it's not that much worse.
Yeah, I went through and I figured out what this spell can't counterspell. The only things this cannot counterspell without kicking it are 2 or 3 mana spent to cast a black or white monocolored creature not from a graveyard, which is only 33 cards in the entire cube, which is about 10%, which if it happens to be one of those cards, it's not likely they'll have 2 mana available to pay for the
Well,
quench
they'll be
effect
casting.
anyway.
They'll be casting 2 and 3. Like you're not gonna be able to counter your black opponent's 2 or 3 drops, right? And they're gonna be able to quench that if they're double spelling later. But yeah, it's reasonably reliable. Just keep an eye on it and make sure that you are casting it at the appropriate time.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Distracted Denial. This is one of those closer to actual counterspells. This is 1 in a blue for an instant counter target spell unless its controller casts it again. They cast it from the stack and they pay its costs again.
Yeah, like said, it's for the most part, it's just another straight counterspell. Notably, this one is 1 in a blue rather than blue. But it does get worse into the late game, as most 1 in a blue counterspells do. It nicely counters most 3 CMC and greater spells, which are usually the ones that you want to counterspell anyway. But don't hold on to this one for too long.
Yeah, I would say play it out sort of like a mana leak as a tempo spell. Late game, it can counter a big haymaker pretty reliably, but yeah, keep an eye on it. And because they do get to cast it from the stack, if you're countering a paradox spell or if your opponent has paradox permanents on the board, they do get that additional trigger from the recast.
Yeah, and if you yourself are in Paradox and you are needing a Paradox trigger, go ahead, counter your own spell and pay it again. It's going to be a lot of mana, but if you're late into this game and you have this in your hand, you're going to want to use it at that point. All right, then we got Handfather Paradox. 1 in a blue for a zone creature horror. It has Paradox, Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and conjure a copy of that card into it, except it's 30 years younger. When Handfather Paradox dies or is exiled, you may cast any number of spells in it. You still have to pay for those spells.
Yeah, so this is a strict build around card. You do not want to put this card in anything other than exactly Paradox, unless you're really, really stretching for on-curve creatures. If you can put it in Paradox, it's pretty decent, right? I'm reasonably happy with a 2-mana. I'm very happy with a 2-mana 3/2 that when it gets removed, I can cast a spell. You do have to pay mana for it, so you don't always get it, right? But hopefully you can hold up mana for some counter spells and get the duplicated 2-drop or something.
Yeah, I have this feel pretty low for the same reason. You're only playing this in Paradox, and even in Paradox, okay. The part I missed the first time when I was doing my evaluation is to get the counter every time you do it, which makes the card significantly better. But all your opponent has to do is wait for you to be tapped out. They can see which spells are under this creature, so if they're paying attention, they can remove this creature and guarantee that you aren't going to get anything out of it. But yeah, a 2-mana 3/2 is still pretty good. I would not be picking this card very often, and I think there's just so many other better creatures that you can be putting in at the 2-drop slot. But that's why it's at D. If you're missing 2-drops, then yeah, you're gonna put this in your deck.
It's a good growth threat if you can reliably trigger Paradox enough.
Yeah, which unfortunately I haven't seen a whole bunch of.
There's not a ton. I'm a little suspicious of being able to reliably get those triggers, but if you think you can, you're going to want this. You can probably reliably wield this, though, because not many other decks will want it. I will say, while it's technically true that your opponent can play around you getting it, you can also play around that. You can hold up your mana appropriately, and you can force them into awkward sequencing because they are trying to get around you. It's not going to be perfect, but it's not entirely free for them to kill this, so to speak.
Yeah, I think I would bump this up probably like a D plus C minus.
I mean, as an overall grade, I'd definitely be sticking around D.
Oh yeah,
I
D.
don't
Build
want
around.
this I don't want this in anything other than Paradox. Next up, we have Jace Learns. This is blue for an instant lesson. Put target spell in the Jace the Mind Sculptor spellbook. It's gone.
Yep, this is yet another counter spell. The only thing, the only reason I have this at a B plus rather than a B minus, where I put all the other counter spells, if there is any cards that allow you to learn, which I don't know if there are or not, but
is two, I believe. There's one in red called Gaze that lets you learn. That's going to be the most relevant one, and I think there's one other card that interacts with lessons.
Yeah, I mean, just having a counterspell in your sideboard, I mean, you'd probably want this in your main board a lot of the time, but if you have any of the cards that say learn, debate putting that in your sideboard just because it essentially gives you a 41st card, and the 41st card is really good. A lot of the lessons from Strixhaven are not super great because they knew that it would be really good to have good cards that you can get at a moment's notice. And so any amount of learn that you can get your hands on will make this card B plus. If you're just playing it in your deck, I would keep it at B minus. All right, we have Jin's Edict. It's 2 blue mana for an instant, and it says choose one or more. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token spell. Each opponent sacrifices a spell token. Each opponent sacrifices an Urbrask.
It's another counterspell.
Indeed it is. There's not much else to say about that one.
Nin, the Paint Artist. Blue for a legendary creature, Vidalcan Artist. Is a 3/2, and with ninjutsu, pay 2 mana of different colors. Whenever Nin deals combat damage to a player, add a color of your choice to target permanent, and protection from multicolored.
Yeah, I mean, this is somehow just like a better than bear body on a 2-drop in blue. Either you're playing this with 2 blue because you're mana screwed for whatever reason, or you get to ninjutsu in a 3/2 to deal your opponent 3 damage, and then likely make their only creature multicolored, and then if they don't play another creature on the next turn, you can just keep getting in for damage. This is really, really good for Dimir, obviously, but I could see this being played in a multitude of decks.
It's good if you can snowball it. It's pretty bad if you can't, and it dies to a ton of removal at 2 toughness. Blue
Oh,
blue
yes.
isn't trivial to cast either. The best case play pattern, right, is you're gonna play a 1-drop. You're gonna swing with the 1-drop. You're gonna ninjutsu nin in. You're gonna make their only blocker their 2-drop, presumably multicolored, and then you're gonna hope they don't play a 3-drop. More than
Yeah.
likely, they're gonna play a 3-drop, and maybe you can attack again. Maybe you can't. It's hard to say. Most of the removal spells are going to be monocolored as well, so Nin doesn't really have protection from removal. However, if you have enough of these sort of saboteur effects or enough additional ways to grant evasion, then I am pretty happy to put this in my deck. I do want it in most of my Dimir decks anyways, and I'm honestly most interested in getting in once, maybe twice, and then using it defensively as a true name nemesis to make it so a few of their creatures basically can't ever attack.
Yeah. This one's me, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oko's Bizarre Adventure, 1 and a blue for a sorcery adventure. It reads, exile this card and a creature card from your hand. If you do, this becomes an adventure. They're 1 card while in exile, and you may cast the creature later from exile. When you cast this adventure's creature, return this card to its owner's hand and create a 3/3 green elk creature token.
So this is around about 2 mana 3/3, right? You cast it for 2 mana and another creature. Then later when you cast the creature, this sort of gets a 3/3 and goes back to your hand. So it's a 3/3 on layaway. However, it is also one of the few reliable, repeatable paradox triggers. And it is effectively infinite card advantage as long as you keep drawing creatures. The downside is that you can never play this on curve on 2, and you have to have other creatures in your hand, and they have to be castable creatures, but you are getting above rate for the mana you're spending in exchange.
Yeah, I think this card is pretty good just all around. Obviously, really good in Paradox, but just the play pattern of slowing down your game does expose you to more damage, but then the upside is making like your creatures 2 for 1 over and over. If you think about it, and how often would you be okay with paying 2 more mana for your creature spells to also have them come in with a 3/3 elk? Is pretty much all of the time.
The caveat is you need sufficient density, and this will really want you to have cheap creatures. This really wants you to have a good amount of 1 and 2 drops, so you can basically double spell with it later game. And if you can't put too many non-creatures in your deck, or this is going to be uncastable.
Yes.
Oops. Next up, we have Set Mechanic. This is 1 in a blue for a 2/1 creature human artificer. It has an activated ability to pay blue, and target card gains all keyword abilities of other target card for as long as it's in any zone other than a player's hand or library until end of turn. Play this ability only once each turn.
Yeah, I don't see this playing out very well. It's a 2 mana 2/1, which is on par for normal sets blue creatures, but there might be a niche combo out there where you get a good keyword ability, but there's no mill in the blue enchantment and the blue archetypes. So getting cards reliably in a place where you can copy keyword abilities and good ones at that just doesn't sound like it's going to happen very often.
It's just understated and it costs too much mana, yeah. If you can
Yeah.
reliably self-mill or exile good keywords somehow, then it can be worth it, but you need a really strong keyword for it really to be worth it. Single blue to give my massive creature like flying or horsemanship, that's pretty decent, but I don't really want to necessarily play a clunky extra card to do so.
Exactly. Next up, Ship of Theseus. 1 in a blue for an instant that says exile target creature you control, then create a token copy of it. It has Paradox. If this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, instead, exile target creature you control, create a token copy of it, then return it to the battlefield at the beginning of your next end step. How are you getting it into exile? It also has plot for 2 blue and a blue.
So, importantly, plot is at sorcery speed. It means you can only cast the plotted card on your turn at sorcery speed. So if you plot
On your next turn,
on your
even. You
next turn,
can't cast it
yes,
on the
you
same
can't
turn.
cast it the turn you did it, and you can no longer use it defensively if you plot it. This should have a build around tag on my end, most likely, but it's a very awkward flicker effect. Or so you really want to be able to paradox it reliably to actually get card advantage out of it. The 2 mana mode defensively is like okay, but it's not fantastic, and there's not a ton of ways to cast it off paradox reliably without using its own plot ability. And in using its own plot ability, you're both investing quite a bit of mana into this and not quite and reducing its flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent sees you cast this for 4 mana, and then they're almost immediately holding up removal, which, if that's something you want to do, great, but then you cast this as a sorcery on your turn, and they remove the creature that you were targeting, and you're down 2 cards to their 1. It just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't exactly consider dice removal too much. It's always going to happen. I'd consider, yes, that's an inherent vulnerability of this spell, but I don't think telegraphing it is a massive issue. So long as you have sufficient things to do with your mana other than this.
Yeah.
Next, we have Sisterhood of Karn. This is 1 and a blue for a 0/0 creature cleric, and Sisterhood of Karn enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. It also has Paradox. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, create a 0/0 colorless construct artifact creature token with. This creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control.
Yep. On your end, I see that you only have a build around A grade, which is very accurate. I had it at D minus all around, but a build around B minus, because it's a 2 mana 1/1 with no evasion. You're not going to play this unless you're triggering the paradox. But if you are triggering the paradox, it is really, really good to be doing that, making a 1/1 and then a 2/2 if your opponent doesn't remove it into a 3/3. Just will snowball the game. Incredible.
Constructs are very strong, and even having 1 or 2 can be very effective. Remembering also that there's a decent amount of artifacts in the blue-white portion of the archetypes. But even if you have no other artifacts in your deck, this is still going to be a very effective win condition as long as you have sufficient means to trigger Paradox.
Yeah. Thassa's Oracle. Text. Blue and a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk Wizard. When this creature enters, target permanent you control becomes a 5/5 God enchantment creature with, as long as your devotion to blue is less than 5, this permanent isn't a creature, in addition to its other types and abilities.
So this is most likely going to animate a land into a 5/5 if you have sufficient devotion. I think that's pretty good. This does require you to have sufficient devotion, but I think you should be able to play it in most Blue X decks, although you do have to keep that in mind when constructing.
Yeah, I think the reason I have this down at a C is that by the time you have, which notably, if this creature leaves the battlefield for whatever reason, your land or whatever permanent you targeted will continue to have that ability. I believe that's
Yes.
correct. Okay. Um, but I just feel like at the point that you have 5 devotion to blue, a 5/5 vanilla 5/5 with no evasion. It's just a 5/5 beater just isn't going to cut it at that point. It feels just like a win more card too. Like if you somehow manage to have 5 blue pips on stuff that you control, you're probably winning the game at that point. So
I don't think
having a
that's
5/5
true.
is, yeah.
You
I
have a
don't know
lot of
how.
cheaper, like single blue mana 1 drops, right? Or even just miscellaneous creatures that don't necessarily attack well. 5/5 is very well statted in this cube. There's not a lot of things that
Yeah,
can block it reliably, and it's out of range of most of the damage based removal spells.
yeah. I would probably bump it up again now, knowing that the creatures are not statted well, and this survives a lot of the red damage spells that a lot of the other creatures don't. Um, I'll probably bump it up a little bit. Probably C plus B minus range.
Like if this is a 2 mana 1/3 that makes a 5/5 token in a few turns, that's something you're going to be very happy with. So as long as you have sufficient means to reliably make that devotion happen, then the play pattern is going to be pretty well. You do have,
Yeah,
but yeah, you have to keep that
it's
in
a little
mind.
bit worse. It's a little bit worse than a 5/5 token because it's taking away some of your resources. And one of the things that I noticed, at least in blue, is that there's not for the Simic or the animate archetype. There's not a lot of cards that like make throwaway permanents that you can animate. So unfortunately, where I think the Simic archetype is right now, it's just going to be animating a lot of lands. So you now have like a 5/5 land that your opponent can remove, and it puts you back a land just doesn't feel great that way as well. That's not to say that the 5/5 is bad. It's just unfortunate that it's going to be more often than not stapled onto a land rather than like a random clue token.
Converting your land into a creature is totally fine. Like, don't do it, if you think you really need that land, if you're curving out to something specific. But in most situations, losing a land is not going to be a big deal if you're able to use it effectively to pressure their life total. Next up, we have the Duelist Merfolk for 1 and a blue. It's a 2/1 artifact creature Merfolk warrior with Historic Walk. This creature can't be blocked as long as defending player controls a historic permanent. And whenever you cast a historic spell, another target permanent you control becomes a blue Merfolk warrior artifact creature with Historic Walk and base power and toughness 2/1 in addition to its other types until end of turn.
Yeah, like I said earlier, there's not a lot of stuff, at least in blue, and I don't know if that pattern carried over to the other colors in the cube that like makes artifacts. And so this historic walk I feel like won't come up too often. It'll obviously come up, but you want this in your Azorius deck and maybe in your animate deck if you think you have enough concentration of historic spells in that deck. It makes it look like you would want this in a Dimir deck, but I don't think that you're going to be able to get the invasive ability enough for you to be wanting to play this in your Dimir deck. I could be wrong.
It depends. If you can reliably trigger it to make other creatures unblockable to get saboteur effects, then yeah, put it in. Or if you have something that triggers on any creature dealing combat damage, put it in because it itself can be unblockable. Otherwise, don't. It is a little understated. It will die to a lot of things. I'll be boarding it out a lot. However, I do believe it is meaningfully unblockable in several matchups. Remember, Historic is Legendary, Artifact, or Saga. There's not too many sagas, but we have some in various colors. Legendaries are split across various colors as well. Most colors will have a few, and more colors make artifacts than you would think. In
Yeah.
particular, red has a few artifact tokens it generates, like
Oh
rocks and
yes.
shivs. White, of course, has touches the historic archetype itself. The color most unlikely to have it, I believe, is black and green, but even they have a few legendaries, and odds are you'll be touching another color that grants a few of those. So maybe it's something you only board in after you know the matchup, or maybe it's just a beater that you board out a lot, but if you can reliably make it, if it is reliably unblockable, it's a pretty reasonable card.
Yeah.
Nope.
Next up, we got To-Do List for 1 and a blue. It's an enchantment that says whenever you cast a spell from an unchecked zone, check it off the list and draw a card. When you've checked everything off the list, time stretch. And the check marks are hand, graveyard, exile, library, and then any other zone.
And time stretch is target player takes 2 extra turns after this one. I think I want to be able to reliably cast 3 zones in order to put this in my deck. Then it's 1 and a blue for draw 3, sort of on layaway, and then I'm pretty happy with that rate. And obviously, if you can actually get the time stretch, you're very happy about it.
Yeah, I think the issue then becomes is I think the hardest ones are obviously going to be library and any other zone. In order to get that time stretch, I don't think you're going to be getting the time stretch very often. I think it's a C minus overall. It replaces itself. So if you want a card that replaces itself, if you're like trying to get, I don't know, Storm or something, off, then yeah, sure, put it in. Obviously, I think it goes well into the Izzet deck because you're going to be drawing more than one card off of it. And then the other one that I think it's the other archetype that sneakily wants this is I've mentioned this before, but I think the Simic deck really likes this card because it's a card that replaces itself and then it just sits around as an animation target, which is the thing I was complaining about earlier, that there isn't a lot of just cardboard sitting around waiting to be animated. This is a really good one. So if you see this card and you're in Simic, consider taking it because it's going to be a pretty good animation target.
I mean, I think a two mana draw a card, do nothing else is bad, and you should not put it in your deck. If you can draw the second card off of it, then yeah, consider it. Definitely consider it. If you can draw the third card, then yes, it's probably good enough. But I wouldn't put it in just as 2 mana, draw a single card, and as animation fodder. I kind of fundamentally disagree that you need animation fodder. For some of them, for a few cards, you certainly do. But I think in the most of the time if you're allowed to animate lands, I'm okay animating lands. There's a few that hit non-land, non-creature things specifically, and in those cases, this gets a little bit of upside there. But you still very much want to be leaning on how many cards can you actually draw off of this.
Yeah.
Next up is Venser Diagram. This is a legendary creature, human wizard with flash. It has base costs of blue, and you can pay an additional 2 for both halves of it. So you can add 2 generic for when this enters, return target spell to its owner's hand, and you can add 2 generic for return target permanent to its owner's hand. So for 2 blue, it is literal actual Venser, and you can also pay 4 blue for when it enters, return target spell to its owner's hand, and return target permanent to its owner's hand.
Yeah, this is run-of-the-mill, just good blue card, Mana War, that also just is kind of a counterspell. I mean,
it is a counterspell.
Good at it's basically a counterspell. Good. I don't think you're wanting to play this as blue almost any time. You're going to want to play this on 4 or
flash
6.
It in for 2 if it blocks something and kills it.
Yeah. In that case, it's pretty good, but it's really good. I picked this one up really highly, but I wouldn't say that this pushes you into a color necessarily.
I would. I think this is a really strong blue card. It's a very strong tempo piece. It's a lot of card advantage. It's modal. I would play it in every blue deck, and if I see it not being picked, I would want to consider going into blue.
Yeah. Next up, we have What the Fuck Are These? For 1 and a blue, it's an enchantment aura. It says enchant something in just a sec. When this enchantment enters, take an extra turn after this one. Then attach this to it. The extra turn, that is. Enchanted Permanent is a 2/2 blue skinless dude. Notably, not a permanent. Enchanted Turn is a 2/2 blue skinless dude creature with flying. It is not a turn. If it loses this aura, it'll become a turn again.
So this is a 2 mana 2/2 flyer, and if you can somehow remove the aura but not the creature, then you get an extra turn. That second thing is not happening very often, so you should mostly be evaluating this as a 2 mana 2/2 flyer.
Yeah, which I think if you want a 2 mana 2/2 flyer, great. But I think it's for the most part filler level because you're going to be wanting to do other stuff with your 2-drops. But if you're lacking on 2-drops, 2 mana 2/2 flyer, pretty good.
It's just not actually it's not fantastic, but it's not a horrible stat line.
Yeah.
I would go C- at the worst. This is going to be reasonable in most blue decks as a career filler, and every once in a while you might be able to eke an extra turn out of it.
Yeah.
Next we have World's Smallest Paradox Engine. This is 1 and a blue for legendary artifact with Paradox. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, untap target non-land permanent you control. This also has cycling for blue. Pay blue, discard this card, draw a card.
Yeah, I think that there's 1 mana rock for each of the colors. I haven't looked at green, so I don't know how many mana dorks we have. But for the Paradox trigger which we've already kind of established, it's seemingly really hard to pull off at this point. Just to untap a single, notably non-land permanent, so it has to be something. So maybe you give a creature vigilance, you attack, and then you cast something from outside of your hand, you untap it. that's fine, and then you can cycle it for blue, but I I don't want to be playing this card,
The cycling is
realistically.
the only redeemable part of this card, to be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
It's the fact that I can put this in my deck with counter spells and sometimes draw a card off of it. I never, yeah, like Conker said, there's just not enough mana rocks to like make this meaningfully generate mana. There's not enough paradox triggers, repeatable paradox triggers that reliably get on taps even. And if all I'm getting is an occasional like untap a creature that attack this turn, I'm really not happy about it.
Yeah, no.
Now maybe you can build a combo deck. If you can build a combo deck, then yep, put it in your deck. But nothing looks that easy. And if you are building that combo deck, you can definitely wheel this card.
Oh yeah. All right. Next we have Animate Spell. For 1 blue. It's an enchantment aura with flash. Enchant instant or sorcery on the stack. Enchanted Spell is a creature on the battlefield in addition to its other types with base power and toughness each equal to its mana value. Its effect becomes an Enters ability. It works. Whenever an enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player, copy its Enters ability.
Yeah. So this card is not good for the most part. Please note that while you can enchant your opponent's instants and sorceries, they will still control that spell and get to do all the things because this grants the abilities to the spell, not the owner of the aura. So don't do that. Mostly, the idea is that you enchant your own removal spell or utility spell, and you get it through with some evasive effect, the double up. But it's just horrifically clunky, and honest, a lot of the spells you want to copy are going to be relatively cheap in terms of mana value, which means they will be small creatures and easily removed.
Exactly. And just the best case scenario in this case is like turn 5, you cast a 2-mana removal spell, then cast this, and then it enters. Notably, the instant just doesn't resolve, but its effect resolves when it enters, so you're not getting a double trigger here. You're getting whatever it says, and then you've got like a 2/2 with no inherent evasion abilities that dies to most of the red removal and is going to be really hard to get in. Don't I don't want to play this card
I don't
ever.
think it's strictly unplayable, but yeah, it's not something I generally want to put in your deck. Because you get the resolution effect as an enters trigger, this is sort of like a 3-mana bad creature with instant speed if you really, really want it, right? You can do something like on your opponent's turn, play a 2-mana removal spell, flash in animate spell, so now you have a 2/2 flash blocker that can ambush them. Yeah, these play patterns are not worth the sheer clunkiness of the spell, so unless you think you can do something reliably broken with this, I would not put it in your deck.
100%.
Next up, we have Archangler Elspeth. This is 1 blue for a legendary planeswalker Elspeth. Starts at 3 loyalty, +1, create a 1/1 blue fish token. -2, fish target creature. It becomes a 1/1 fish in addition to its other types, then you gain control of it until end of turn. -6, fish each creature, then you keep your catch. You keep them for good.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite insane. It's right. It's pretty much what almost every Elspeth Planeswalker does, which I am incredibly grateful that whoever made this card is faithful to the Elspeth Planeswalker kind of layout. But Plut's ability make a blocker that defends this, or if you need to get rid of something, it doesn't quite get rid of it, but getting a 1/1 and then maybe they block it. That's pretty
They
good.
won't
But then the
reliably
minus,
block it, but yeah, the -6 will win the game. The
yeah,
-2 will you'll mostly want to use it to shrink something big into a 1/1 or remove a blocker to kill your opponent. It does not remove abilities,
yeah,
so that's a big downside. But really, the utility of Elspeth here is that you're going to uptick every turn to make a fish, and then eventually you will ult and kill your opponent.
yeah, really good. All right, then we have Assassin's Creed 4 any percent for 1 blue. It's an enchantment saga. First 3 chapters are all mill-free cards. You may put a historic card from among them into your hand. And then on the 4th chapter, historic spells you cast this turn cost 2 less to cast. It also has speed run for 2 blue blue.
3 blue blue.
3 blue blue. You may cast this card for its speedrun cost. If you do, put 4 lore counters on it. All of its abilities trigger.
You do get to resolve those triggers in any order as well. That mostly doesn't matter. This is, for the most part, a 3 blue blue card advantage spell that goes in historic. However, at 18 of 23 historic non-lands, you still have less than an 85% chance to hit on milling 3 cards. It's going to look something, it's like 84.6 or something like that. That is not fantastic for these sorts of spells. You generally are, 85 is like the bare minimum. You're looking at 85 to 90%. So at anything below 18 historic non-lands in your deck, it's looking pretty dicey. So you desperately need density, and that density is way higher than you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
The discount's good, though. Like, if you...
Yeah, the discount is good. If you hit a mana rock, obviously, you're probably casting it for free, but if you're casting this for 5, and then you have the discount, I don't know how many spells you're going to be able to discount. If you cast this on, like, turn 7, maybe you can cast 2 3-drops. That's great. But yeah, the percentage chance of hitting stuff is what really brings this card back.
Yeah, it's okay utility for late game. Honestly, the big thing that's hurting it, in my eyes, in addition, obviously, to milling 3 instead of 4 cards, is that it takes so long to bring that discount online. If that happened a turn or two earlier, I'd be more interested just as an accelerant.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Bagel and Bogle Tag Team. This is blue and 2 generic blue hybrid, so that's either blue-blue or 2 generic and blue, for a 1/1 legendary artifact creature beast food. Bagel and Bogle cannot be blocked, chosen, or targeted by spells, permanents, or abilities opponents control. And it has Goggle. Pay 2 and tap, sacrifice this artifact, target player gains 3 life, they become blinded until the end of this turn, and blinded players cannot target.
Yeah, I mean, it's a worse true name nemesis, but it can cost 1 less. It's pretty good in general. Having a guaranteed clock on your opponent is always a good thing, and obviously if you're in Dimir, this bumps up quite a bit, as this is a guaranteed trigger for all of your whenever a creature you control deals combat damage. But yeah, C minus.
Yep, the blinded is okay utility, but not that useful. Mostly just if you want an evasive creature.
Yeah. Then we have Case Bellerin. For 1 blue and a blue, you get a legendary enchantment planeswalker Jace Case. He starts with a +1 to that target player mills 2 cards, then draw a card. +1, you may exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. And then it has 2 solves, which you solve them separately. First one is to solve, you have 5 or more cards in your hand, which when it is solved, it gains a -X ability to that target player mills 3 times X cards. The other solve is if a graveyard has 20 or more cards in it, then it gains -1, return target creature to its owner's hand. That was a lot.
Yes, there's a ton of text. Also, it starts with 4 loyalty, and remember how cases work is that if the condition is met and the case is unsolved, it becomes solved at the beginning of your end step. So this is a 3-mana planeswalker starting with 4 loyalty, upticks to 5, and draws a card every turn. That's pretty decent. If you target yourself, so you uptick twice, you're up to 6 loyalty, you've milled 4 cards. If you've kept those cards in hand, then you can probably pretty reliably solve the left half, the 5 or more cards in hand. And then a -5 to mill yourself for 15 cards after upticking twice will reliably solve the other half. Do you want that play pattern exactly? Probably not. Probably you just want to keep drawing cards. But unlocking the...
Milling 15 is a little bit brutal.
Yes. Well, it's okay. You're going to want to mill offensively more often than not But unlocking the right half, the unsummon half, is very strong.
Oh, yes.
But so mostly it's just the fact that it's important to note that the left half can be sort of used to self-enable because it is target player. You are probably going to be wanting to mill yourself with the target player mills 2 cards early on in order to try and unlock the other halves.
Yeah.
I don't
All
think,
around, really good.
I don't think you used the plot ability too much, but maybe.
No.
Well,
I
it is a paradox trigger, so
that's true.
it is repeatable paradox. I think I prefer card advantage still, but
Yeah.
you know, some of the things we've talked about that really get advantage from getting repeatable paradox triggers, like Grandfather, yeah, go
And
for
there's
it.
another one coming up that is really, really good. That if you happen to get both of these, I think.
Yeah. So this time we've got Edge for Eternity. This is 2 and a blue for an enchantment Infinity Saga with a read ahead. And has Chapter 1, put a stun counter on target creature. And Chapter 2, put a stun counter on target creature. And Chapter 3, and so on. This has infinite chapters, and all of them put a stun counter on target creature.
Yeah, okay. So in a cube where you are wanting creatures that synergize with each other, I don't think tapping a creature it obviously just infinitely removes like one creature if you really, really don't want a creature to swing or it has a really good tap ability. You can just keep on putting a stun counter on it. Notably, it doesn't tap it, so they'll still get to tap it once before if it's not already tapped. But I think just like leaving up a creature that has a good ability that it synergizes with other stuff just doesn't feel like a great removal. It's not bad, but it's not good either.
Yeah, I like it a bit more because of its flexibility. It is bad that it doesn't tap it, but it sort of behaves like a 3-mana freeze aura that you can switch targets on, which I do tend to be okay with in blue, especially when blue doesn't have a ton of onboard interaction. It's slightly better in aggro because you can sort of more toggle stuff around. You can potentially keep different things tapped down. But yeah, it definitely suffers in that it doesn't remove static abilities. It is notable in that it's a repeatable crime enabler if you have any crimes cards coming out of primarily black, or if you've built a Grixis deck here. But yeah, I would probably, thinking about it some more, I'd probably go down to something like a C+, maybe a C,
Yeah.
but I don't
I think a
hate
lot
it
of
for
the
blue.
Yeah, I think a lot of the crime payoffs are in red because of the way that the archetypes worked out. There's a lot of targeting already because of Boros. So instead of putting more target spells that target in for red, I think a lot of the payoffs for crimes ended up being in red.
Yes, that's definitely true. Yeah, so also, so yeah, so blue black or blue red will have some amount of crimes payoffs that you can potentially take advantage of. More of them in blue red than blue black, yeah.
Mhm.
And then yeah, if you go into Grixis, then this is a pretty potent card.
Yep.
But yeah, clunky removal spell. Maybe you desperately need it.
Yeah. Next up, we have Fibblethip, Lost in Segovia. For 1 blue blue, it is a 3/3 legendary creature homunculus. It has vigilance. While searching your library, you may find Fibblethip instead, even if he doesn't match what you're looking for. When Fibblethip becomes a target, put him anywhere into your deck. Don't peek at your cards while you do this.
Yeah, so there's 26 cards that search in the cube, which is not a lot. And
Yeah.
you really, really want specifically fetch lands, or that sort of effect to make
Yeah.
Fibblethip go. You don't want to convert your like demonic tutor effect into this, and especially since you want to put Fibblethip onto the battlefield. If you have a handful of fetch lands, like maybe 2, then I guess it's free to put him in my deck. But I never want to actually cast Fibblethip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to draw Fibblethip and have it be a 3/3 Vigilancer.
that dies to a Shiv.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Well, it doesn't die to a Shiv because you get to put him into your deck, right?
Well, but yes, but he's no longer on the battlefield, so he dies to a Shiv.
Yeah. But you can put him on top of your library.
But then you have to draw him again. So
Yeah, well, again, it's not great. I'm saying all these things, and I have the grade of a D on screen.
Yes.
I don't want to be casting Phil.
yes, I should clarify. It doesn't literally die to a shiv, but does get removed by a shiv, which is not where you want to be, I don't think.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
There
like
gets-
in theory, I like 3/3 vigilance, but yeah, the target clause is too rough.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Get the Fridge Pregnant. It's 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Offspring target artifact. You make a copy that's also a 1/1 creature, and it has Overload for 6 blue. When you overload a spell, you turn all instances of target to each, so you offspring each artifact. And again, all the offsprings you make are also 1/1 creatures, in addition to being artifacts.
Yeah, there's about 70 cards that are artifacts or make artifacts. So like a 3-mana 1/1's not great. Maybe you want it in like Simic, Animate. The 6-mana mode has potential, and I
It's
could
so expensive,
maybe
though.
it's so expensive. Yeah, maybe later in the format this turns out to be pretty good. There's a lot of artifacts. But right now, paying 6 for just a bunch of 1/1s is just
At sorcery
not
speed,
6.
no
It's
less.
7. Yeah.
Yeah.
7 mana at sorcery speed to make it just maybe like 4 1/1s is not good.
Now,
And
if
then
it's
3
four
mana for
1/1s
1/1.
and some ETB effects, then you're happy, or statics
yeah.
you're happy with. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's not enough. I think I counted. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 70 number. I think I counted 50 cards that had the artifact in the type line, so that is excluding all of the like rocks and shivs and miscellaneous clues and whatever that are
Yeah.
mated. But only 6 of those artifacts touched blue, like T artifact or in blue. So this is not exactly where I want to be unless you have something very specific in mind.
Yeah, which you can target your opponent's artifacts too.
Yeah, I guess you can.
Yeah, I mean, so if you don't have an artifact, you can. Yeah, again, all these arguments just to
in
say
the
this is a
insane
DD
world
minus.
where I put this card in my deck that has no artifacts, and my opponent plays an artifact, I get. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
exactly.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. There is a world where your opponent has really strong game-winning artifacts that you sideboard this in and try to steal it. I guess.
Yeah, I think this is probably the first card that I think I would give a sideboard.
I just don't
grade
even
to.
know if I even want to sideboard it in ever. But
Yeah.
hopefully 8.1 or brings treasures for Fridge.
Yeah, for sure.
Nope. Oh my god! Please.
We have my opponent's stock ups and my stock ups. Both sides cost 2 and a blue. The first side is a sorcery. They're both sorceries as well. Conjure a card named Force of Will and another card named Force of Will into your hand. Which Force of Will? Which one is that again?
It's pay 1 life and exile a blue card from your hand rather than pay the spell's mana cost and counter target spell, or it's a 3 blue counter target spell.
It's not the one that you can only play on your turn.
No, that's Force of Negation.
Okay, Force of
And
Negation.
it's Force of Negation is you can only. Yes, you can only play on your turn. Yep.
And then the other side is again 2 and a blue for a sorcery, but this one conjures 2 cards named Island into your hand.
Yeah. So normally I would give this a C plus. However, we have so few good draw spells that this one gets a B minus for being a pretty okay divination.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's two and a blue to put 2 forces in your hand means that you can counter anything your opponent plays, and they have to play around that and be scared of it forever. 2 and a blue to draw 2 islands sounds mediocre, but when it's good, it's really, really good, and that flexibility is going to help.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to be playing this as the island side more often than the Force of Will. I mean, your opponent, Force of Will is Force of Will. The free counters, you get 1 free counter spell, and if you have other blue cards that you don't care about, then technically you have 2 free. They're not free anymore.
Well, they're card disadvantage, right? So
Yeah, they're card disadvantages, exactly. And your opponent knows that you have a counter spell in your hand, so they can kind of play around it, maybe bait it out. So I think more often than not, I'm going to be taking those 2 islands.
Yeah, curving out is pretty valuable. I do want to point out, it is not uncommon in cubes to cast Force of Will for 5 mana. So if you're
That is
getting
also true.
if you're getting later in the game, play this, grab 2 forces in your hand, hold up 5 mana, and just play them out as a counterspell. Then you've actually gone up in cards. If you do pitch a force to a force, then you are card neutral, which is still pretty okay, right? 3 mana for a future counter spell if you're in a stable spot and you want to block a board wipe or block your opponent's upcoming threat. Okay, but yeah, if you're not sure, grab the islands, curve out, play your good cards.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Pictures of Tamio's Feet. This is 2 and a blue for an artifact treasure. When this artifact enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal up to 2 permanent cards from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This artifact has sacrifice this artifact, add 1 mana of any color.
Hey, look, this is something I could target with Make the Fridge Pregnant.
And you'd actually be happy about it. But
And you'd actually be really happy about that, but I still probably wouldn't play Get Your Fridge Pregnant.
no, but this is a good divination.
It's good.
This is
Yeah.
better than my opponent's stock ups / my stock ups.
Oh, 100%.
Permanent spells, because you've got 17 lands in your deck, plus probably something like 16, 18, 20 creatures, you are actually going to get 2 spells reliably off of this, and you can cash it in for a mana later, or here's an artifact that you can animate.
Exactly, yeah. And I think for every card spell in this video, you can probably bump my grades up by, like, if it's like a minus up to a neutral, just because, like, Weep has been saying, that just the amount of card draw in blue is frighteningly little. Any card draw that you can get is just going to bump that up just a little bit.
Yeah, and that is only the case for slower decks that will want these sort of card draw spells. Not every deck wants a divination necessarily, but with cubes, the higher the power level of the cube, the higher the power level of the individual card, the better your draw spells tend to get.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tim the Enchantment. It's a 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. Tap. Enchanted creature deals 1 combat damage to any target player. And then it also has a sorcery. It's prodigal sorcery. Sorcery. Adventure for a blue, and it pings just 1 damage.
It's 1 damage to any target.
Yeah, any target.
Yeah, so I'm honestly evaluating this very heavily on the adventure. The ping adventure is just, I think, okay removal, and the aura is good if you have sufficient combat damage triggers in your deck. So cards like the Demir gold card, the Spike, or some of the other cards we've seen where they trigger on combat damage, like Skateboard Skate.
And Serum Division.
And Serum Division.
Notably, enchantments don't suffer the same thing no matter where they are. A lot of the time where you cast the enchantment, your opponent removes the creature you're going to enchant, and now you're down 2 cards. They're down 1 card. But now knowing how understated the creatures are in the cube, that 1 damage definitely takes this from a D to a C, especially in blue. That the 1 damage, what percentage of the cube does that
I
take
want to
care of?
say it was something like 25 or 30%.
Yeah, that's really good in like blue.
Yeah, and it's especially good because you can hold it for post-combat main, right? Swing in a few 1/1s, maybe they hit a 2 toughness creature, you finish it off with ping. I still not sure if I would put in my deck if I have no ways to make use of the aura. Like, I want maybe at least 1 deals combat saboteur trigger to put it in my deck, but the adventure is carrying a lot.
For sure.
Next up, we have 2.5 men. This is 1 blue for a 0/0 creature shapeshifter. You may have this creature enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, and it has offspring for 2. If you pay an additional 2 as you cast a spell, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of the cloned creature.
Yeah, so I tend to do a lot of drafting of standard sets. I don't have a lot of cube knowledge outside of Hellscube. I've drafted Vintage Cube once, but in the standard sets, clones are just bad. I looked at the last 4 or 5 clones on 17 lands for the for clone effects, and they just tend to be really bad, like DC level.
Clones
cards.
are definitely bad. Most standard set clones, booster drop clones, are 4 mana clones instead of 3 mana. That makes a decent difference. Now, when you're looking at good clones, you're thinking about things like Phantasmal Image, which is 2 mana. Clones do get better in higher power formats because, right, the average power level of the creature you're copying
Yeah.
is going to get higher, which makes the individual card better. I still don't want to put a 3-mana clone in my deck, but a 3-mana clone but a 5-mana 2-for-1 clone is much more appealing.
Yeah.
It's still situational, but the fact that I am actually getting just off the rectangles, right? I'm getting 2 rectangles off this card. That makes me a lot more happy to play it than all of the previous clones.
Yeah, I'd probably bump this up to a C- if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that it's a little hard to see how it plays, I think.
Mm-hmm.
My initial impressions is that you really want to eke every little bit of card advantage out because the removal is so common. So you want to kind of go wider. You want to get your value out of your card. So if you can copy an ETB with this, I'm pretty happy. It's just like, do we have enough good copy targets? And that will remain to be seen.
Exactly. I vaguely referenced this card just a little bit ago. Achilles for 3 and a blue. It's an 0/3 legendary creature, human soldier. When Achilles enters, create the Tortoise, a legendary 1/3 green turtle creature token with this creature's power is always greater than Achilles' power. And then it also has Paradox. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, put two +1/+1 counters on Achilles.
Yeah, so that first Tortoise ability basically means that the Tortoise's power is always going to be 1 greater than Achilles' power, or 1, whichever is smaller or greater. So when it enters, you get for 4 mana, you get an 0/3 and a 1/3, and then after the first Paradox trigger, Achilles will be a 2/5, and the Tortoise will effectively be a 3/3.
Yeah, so 4 mana for 1/6 of stats, that's okay-ish, but 1 Paradox trigger to get it to 5/8 of stats is really good. I was thinking about this one in the shower, and I'm trying to remember what I was thinking about. It had something to do with Achilles getting removed with memory issues with the turtle. When Achilles is no longer on the battlefield, how does the power of the turtle change?
The power is just going to be the base power, I believe. Achilles will no longer be available to be referenced, and I don't think you'll use last known information in the beneficial way. I think it'll just default to a 1/3. Although we'll have to take a look at that. If you do get to use last known information in terms of when the power of Achilles, when Achilles was removed, this card is very, very good.
Yeah.
But as is, just the fact that it's a 2-for-1, I'm already pretty reasonably happy to put it in my blue deck. We're just so low, especially 3 toughness. We're so low on creatures that don't die to shock. And a single, like Clunker said, a single trigger looks incredibly good.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we've got Bath of God. This is 2 blue for a sorcery. Turn all creatures face down. They become islands.
Yeah, so you had this at an A-. I have it lower only because a lot of what makes Wraths so good is that it gets you out of a bad scenario. Because you have like a few creatures and then your opponents have more creatures than you do, preferably. Unfortunately, when you cast this one, you're just ramping your opponent way more than you are. Maybe you get 1 or 2 islands off of this, but then your opponent, if you're casting this, it usually means that your opponent has more creatures than you, and you're just giving them more mana to.
It means they have a better board state, which might mean that they have more creatures, but it might also mean they have less creatures but better creatures.
Yeah, I just think it probably comes down from an A- level. I could see it. I could reasonably bump it up to like a B+, but me personally don't think it's an A+ slam.
Yeah, we just don't have a ton of sweepers. This is definitely best if you can pay off the mana production, or can generate card advantage off of it somehow. But while I don't love to give my opponent resources, I'm happy to give them resources if it gets rid of their best creatures.
That's also true. Legacy of Heck for 3 and a blue. It's an enchantment saga. For the first chapter, draw a card for each tapped creature target opponent controls. Second chapter, target creature gets +2/+2 and gains horsemanship. This effect lasts indefinitely. Chapter 3, this permanent becomes a 3/3 human soldier creature and loses all their types and abilities. And then Chapter 4 is mostly trinket text.
Yeah. Chapter 4 now will be reached normally because Chapter 3 will turn it into a non-saga creature and remove the ability for it to sacrifice itself off the saga text. This is a great card if you cannot die because you played a 4-mana draw spell.
Yeah.
It's somewhat comparable to the Neon Dynasty saga creatures in that it basically flips. It has 2 chapters and it sort of flips into a creature. So yeah, if you're not dying when you cast this, I'm very happy with it. It does a lot.
Yeah, and me personally, what really stands out and what makes this card really good is that second ability that pumps your creature. So even if it's a 1/1, it's now a 3/3 unblockable. I don't think there's any other ways to give horsemanship in this set.
There are a handful of ways to give horsemanship. I know there's at least.
Yeah, this is Hellscube after all.
There's 1 or 2 in red, I believe, and I think
Yeah.
there's a few others scattered throughout. And there are a few effects that you can pull effects from other, like the keyword 1. So it's not going to be completely unblockable, but it's going to be very similar to something like flying, right?
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Night at the Museum. This is 3 and a blue for phase enchantment combat. At the beginning of this phase, non-creature historic permanents you control become 3/3 sculpture creatures in addition to their other types until the end of this phase. During this phase, only historic creatures can attack. And the way phases work is that they happen after your first phase of this type. So because this is a combat phase, this will happen after your first combat phase. If you have multiple copies of this, you can choose the order in which those phases happen.
I think the rules changed a little bit since this card got accepted. This phase comes after any of your normal phases. So if you have a card that just says take an extra combat, you'll have your first combat, and then you have to take the combat that the spell has granted to you, and then any of your phase permanents, then you can choose in any order.
Maybe. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'd have to double check on that, but it does. Yeah.
Yeah. This card is pretty bad.
Yeah.
If you build around it enough, right? If you can reliably have. I mean, I don't know. Only historic creatures can attack. Others can still block. So
Yep.
what? I need reliably at least 2 non-creature historic permanents in play. Really, I want more before this actually looks impressive. I don't even know if 2 is enough, to be honest. Maybe I really want 3. That kind of density is pretty hard to pull off, and it does mean it, while it looks like it wants to go in Simic, it really actually just wants to be in Azorius.
Yeah. I think this card would be good. This is going to be really good if we focus on other stuff in 8.1, but for right now, don't be looking for this card very highly. Unless you're in Azorius, of course. If you're in Azorius, it's pretty good. Not pretty good. It's okay.
It's okay. All right.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Ninjin Gitaxias, Core Shinobi. This is 2 blue for a 2/5 legendary creature Phyrexian Ninja Preacher with Skulk, and whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, steal 1 of their max hand size. Yours goes up by 1, theirs goes down by 1. It also has an adventure. This is Jin Jutsu for blue. It's an interrupt or an instant. Copy target combat damage dealt to a player from a single source. You may select new targets. That includes non-player targets.
Interesting, yeah. The adventure side is pretty good. It's nerfed by the fact that it's 2 blue, but if I'm swinging in with a 3/3 and then all of a sudden now it's 6, or I can lightning bolt something.
Yeah, as a removal spell mode, that adventure, I would treat the adventure half as a removal spell more often than not. But yeah, sometimes you do just get to kill your opponent. Notably,
Or in Dimir 2, you get to copy the combat damage trigger to get an additional value off that kind of stuff.
Now, if you do copy the combat damage, if you do want to get a Saboteur effect again, you do need to point it at a player. However, yeah, that's still pretty good if you can double up in your triggers or it's a modal removal spell. The creature half is also pretty reasonable, right? You're happy enough that you can get a removal spell plus a creature. Just 2 for 1 is always great. I think around 36 to 40 creatures can block this with Skullcat Power 2, and Jin's own trigger is like fine. It's not fantastic, but it can get reasonably punishing if you can get their hand size pretty low.
Exactly.
And also, Adventure is a Paradox trigger, so you should keep that in mind as well. Although, I think I want this for most of my blue decks anyways, just as a removal spell.
Exactly. Next, we have the smallest uninteresting Numberth Doctor. For 3 to blue, it's a 2/3 legendary creature, Time Lord Doctor. Numbers on permanents are interesting. Numerals in a permanent's power, toughness, mana cost, or rules text. Paradox, so not reminder text and not flavor text.
And also not number words.
Correct. Paradox. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, create a XX blue illusion creature token where X is the smallest uninteresting positive integer.
So this creature itself has 2 and 3. So your first trigger is going to make a 1/1, and your second trigger is going to make a 4/4. I'm not interested in this card outside of Paradox, but if I can get, if I can get the second Paradox trigger pretty reliably, I'm quite happy. The first trigger is a little unimpressive.
Yeah, I mean, but if you have, I don't know, like a 2-drop worth, if you have a 2-drop out, when this is out, you have that 1 taken care of. Because it's usually in its mana cost.
Yeah. Or just because there's 5 billion 1 toughness creatures.
Exactly, that too.
Yeah, so that's the other option. If you can reliably get the first Paradox trigger and curve out so that you have a 1 already, golden. Otherwise, it's you still don't really want it outside of a Paradox deck.
No. 4 mana 2/3 is just not good.
No, but 4 mana 2/3 and a 4/4, well, that looking.
Oh, now you got me talking exactly.
Rectangles. Next up, we have card name this creature. This is 3 and a blue for a 0/0 legendary creature type. You may have card name this creature enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield except its name is card name this creature. It's legendary in addition to its other types, and it has creature abilities that refer to, quote, this creature or a creature name also include this card name this creature as in the name of this card. So, as an example, something like Achilles, where it says whenever you cast a spell from somewhere other than your hand, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Achilles, will also affect this creature.
Notably, with Achilles 2, I don't know if the rules cover this, but I'm lobbing it out there. Achilles says when this creature, well, I don't know if it actually says, when this creature enters, so I guess no, it would have to be this.
No.
So when this enters.
Yes, you'll copy the enters because this is a clone itself. But you generally will not get the copy ETBs. You're looking specifically for effects that say, like, put counters on this creature.
Right? So
go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm casting this and Achilles is already on the battlefield, do I get a 1/3?
You do, but you get it because you've cloned Achilles, and this object has its own ETB.
Okay.
Right.
I didn't want to think about this card very much.
Yeah, it's a little odd. There's not that many means of triggering it, although I didn't look exhaustively. But if you have enough of them, then this is obviously good. If you don't, please don't put a 4 mana clone in your deck that doesn't do anything else.
Exactly.
But it doesn't work on ETBs because it's like if I have this on a battlefield already and I play Achilles does say when this creature enters, make a thing. But
this one isn't entering.
This one isn't entering, correct. It basically it just means that when you say this creature, it also refers to this one. So yeah, we're mostly looking at those sort of self-buff abilities. I think it also works with something like Parry to Pulverizer, right? Because that's an attack trigger.
Yeah. Next up, Chill of Foretelling for 3 blue. The sorcery. Target player foretells the top 5 cards of their library into their exile. Cast it on a later turn for its cost. And it also has Foretell for 3 and a blue, which foretelling is during your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card from your hand face down. Cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost.
Cards you foretell can be cast. So if you hit lands, you are not able to play the lands off of them. This is going to average a draw of 2 to 3 cards, depending on your exact deck composition.
Yeah, and with the density of foretell spells, if you foretell this, it's pretty obvious which card you're foretelling. I don't know how many other foretell cards we have.
No.
And then the other thing to note is, although it says target player, if you target your opponent, they will be able to cast the spells and not you. So don't do that. I can't think of a foreseeable reason that you would want to
They have
target.
5 cards left in their library, so you can mill them out.
Oh yes, exactly. There you go. There's the edge case.
But yeah, I would. The reason you're going to be foretelling this itself it's probably just going to be a paradox trigger.
Yep.
I'm mostly looking at this for paradox decks because it does get me, like 3 triggers pretty reliably. 1 off itself and 2 off the cards it exiles.
Yeah.
If you really need a card draw spell too, then maybe you put this into your deck. But this is going to be a 5 mana divination, an upsetting amount at the time.
Yeah, not great, but it's card draw.
It's card draw. Next up, we've got Herald of Hot Tub Streams. This is 3 blue for a 2/3 creature, Merfolk Streamer. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. And it has 3 to blue, exile this card from your graveyard, create a Dress Down token. Dress Down reads, when this Dress Down enters the battlefield, draw a card. Creatures lose all abilities, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice Dress Down.
Yeah, to me this really read as like a win more card. If it's turn 5 and you are getting creatures that are dealing combat damage to a player, you're probably set to win that game anyway. It's 5 mana for a 2/3. I think the upside to this card is the 4 mana and exile it from your graveyard, draw a card. I have no idea how to evaluate Dress Down in general, so if you have any knowledge on that, that'd be great.
I guess I'll start with Dress Down, right? So it's 4 mana exile this from your graveyard, draw a card, baseline. That's pretty cool. And you can you can't activate this at instant speed, so you can hit it in their beginning of combat to shut down any attack triggers. You can hit it during blockers or at the beginning of their turn to shut down any paradox triggers they might have. It's not useless. Even if it cuts a few keywords like flying or just prevents them from reliably getting paradox triggers, that's going to be pretty good. Blocks like evasion, generally decent. This does also kill Constructs. We have Constructs in this format. That's not going to be as relevant. This does not kill Creature Sagas anymore. But yeah, mostly it's 4 mana draw a card, which is great when you can do it from your graveyard without spending a card. I think the creature half is pretty good because in specifically evasion themed decks, so Dimir, where you have these small evasive creatures, right? You've got a 1/1 or like a 2/1 or a 1/2. Pumping those up can make it significantly easier for them to attack, or if you've got something like Herald of Secret Streams, you can really make that look actually lethal, like Storm. So Storm and Herald are the cards I'm thinking about, but also like the bird I forget the name of, the not Thraben Inspector or the Cloudskate.
Woodcock, yeah.
Yep. You do have to have the density of these creatures, but if you can play this, attack with maybe 2 or 3 evasive creatures, add 4 or 5 power to the board in counters, I'm pretty happy with that. And obviously, that loses to instant speed removal, and there are like 3 lightning strikes in this format. But I think you can probably get at least 1 combat damage trigger before your opponent kills it in the average case.
Yeah.
But yeah, situational. Definitely, I think it is greatly helped by the renew your subscription effect, because even if your opponent kills it right away, you can at least cash it in for a card later.
Exactly.
Do note that it does affect your own creatures, so don't activate it when you need your own creatures to do something.
Exactly. Kiora, the greatest Morbling 3 suggestions. For 3 blue, it's a Planeswalker that starts with 5 loyalty. For +1, you can make a 2/2 fish with Island Walk. For -3, you make a 3/3 fish with Curiosity Text, and also has Island Walk. Curiosity Text is whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, right?
Yep.
And then for -7, you can make a 7/7 fish. I don't think shark is a creature type,
I
is
think it
it?
is a shark.
Okay, 7/7 indestructible shark.
Yeah, so just like Elspeth, you just uptick to make a million bodies, and cool. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and these are 2/2 bodies.
Yeah, and also I think I'm gonna use +1 -3 most often. You're mostly just gonna make a bunch of uptick a bunch, and once you're
Yes.
comfortable, you'll downtick a few times, start getting card advantage. I mean, it's just good.
Yeah, it's all around great.
Next up, we have Lorian Revealed. This is 3 blue blue for a sorcery, draw 3 cards, and with legendary cycling for 1 and a white. So pay 1 and a white, discard, search your library for a legendary card, and put it into your hand.
All
Or
right,
reveal
so
it.
this card is technically in a multicolored slot. So for the sake of this review, we'll for the most part just you can play it in your blue deck for 3 blue blue for sorcery to draw 3 cards. Divination
Or not
again.
divination, three cards,
Not
not
divination.
2. Yeah, I mean
Oh,
it's
yeah, 3
not
cards.
Lorien Revealed,
It's
but
not.
in your slower controlling deck, you will often want a big refill. This is way better than Chill Foretelling on average.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you'll know when you want it. You don't want to pick it highly,
Yeah.
unless you know you're getting value out of the legendaries.
And we'll see this again when I do the Azorius set review. So
Yep, We can talk about
I'll
it more
cover
in
the
that.
legendary cycling when I get there.
Next up, we've got
Uh,
Miracle, Disney Executive. This is 3 blue blue for a 7/5 legendary creature god. As long as you control 3 or more treasures, Miracle has Indestructible. Whenever a non-token animated permanent you control dies, you may exile it. If you do, create a soulless live-action remake of it tapped. That is, create a tapped token that's a copy of that card, except it's a treasure artifact and loses all other card types. It gains the treasure ability. So tap, sacrifice this, add 1 mana of any color.
yeah, this is finally like a Simic payoff. Obviously, I think this is pretty good in the Simic deck. Everywhere else, it's just like a 5-mana 7/5, which isn't terrible, but
Yeah, it's like I'm kind of okay with the 5 mana 7/5 is the big thing.
yeah,
There's a few other sources of treasures in this cube, not that many. I don't think you're reliably making this indestructible, but you know, keep it in mind if you see other cards that make treasures.
yeah. In terms of the Simic in the Simic deck, I think it does pretty well. Uh, yeah, I don't think there's a ton to say about this card, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, obviously best with things like ETB, so this is great with pictures of Tamio's feet, because you can sack it to its own treasure ability, or
True.
if you animate it, you can sack it to its own treasure ability, draw 2 more cards. But yeah, I'm okay with it. It's at stat line. You know, as a Simic payoff, you do still need to have reliable ways of animating those permanents, which I'm a little concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not bad.
I think a lot of that's in green.
Yes.
And we've got the big historian for 3 blue blue, 3-star legendary creature giant. The big historian is 2 additional historic permanents for all intents and purposes. Whenever the big historian deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each historic permanent you control. And the historian's toughness is equal to the number of historic permanents you control.
So baseline, this is a 5 mana 3/3, which whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you draw 3 cards. You're not going to get it through reliably as a 3/3, but there's a decent amount of historic things. I think I really should have a builder on tag on this B+, but
Yeah.
this is definitely a strong pull into playing historic.
Yes, I do agree. It being 2 additional historic permanents will be pretty good in that deck. I think that, I mean, at turn 5, it'll always be 3 power unless you have other ways to do it. It only pumps the toughness. Getting that 3 damage in, especially since your opponent knows that you'll draw 3 cards if it connects. I don't think it's going to connect, but going into this, I hadn't realized how bad our toughness was on the cube, on average. So I think that does definitely bump it up to maybe a C plus.
Yeah.
level.
Notably, because it supports itself on the historic end, you can put this in a Dimir deck that has ways of granting unblockable.
Oh yes.
And this is going to look fairly decent then. It's still 5 mana 3/3, which is still not, despite the toughness problems we have in this set, it's still not a good stat line.
No.
But, it's okay.
All right.
Last one, we have The Thing in the Ominous Seas. This is 8 in a blue for an 8/8 creature kraken with affinity for tentacles, ward 8. And whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. It also has an Omen. This is a foreshadow for 1 in a blue. It's an instant Omen. Create a 1/1 blue tentacle creature token with Shadow, draw a card, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. As a reminder, Shadow means this creature can only be blocked by creatures with Shadow and can only block creatures with Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an incredible bomb. I think it's the only blue bomb. And if you see this, you're taking it, you're splashing for it. The Omen side, just being repeatedly drawing a card and making a 1/1 usually unblockable creature, and then you somehow get to, which is not impossible, get to cast it because you'll have a few tentacles lying around. But 9 mana for an 8/8 that basically says hexproof. Ward 8 basically says hexproof. Um, that's also an enduring curiosity. It's pretty good.
Yeah. It is notable that because the tentacles won't be able to block non-shadow creatures, they effectively, look sort of like things that can't. Yeah, they look a little like Storm, where you can't block most creatures with them, you can't jump with them. But it is still a fantastic mana sink. It's a good card advantage engine. It pairs well with counterspells. Personally, I think the Planeswalkers are better than this, but this is still an incredible blue card. If you see this is very much a reason to draft blue.
Yes.
And yeah, I think you'll reliably have 1, maybe 2 tentacles, so you can cast this for 7 mana, and 8/8 is just massive in this cube. It's really good.
It is. Really good.
Yeah, good card.
Yeah.
All right, that's the last card we have. I forgot to make a slide for it, but we've got a bit time for final thoughts. Overall, I'm a little concerned about blue.
Yeah.
We've got some really strong counter spells for supporting as a supporting color, but we're not seeing a lot of density for things like animation or things like paradox. Especially looks fairly concerning.
Yeah, there's a lot of saboteur stuff, and a lot of stuff just has it's a saga, it's a legendary, it's an artifact tacked onto it. But yeah, the paradox and the animation in blue at least just does not feel great.
Red unfortunately doesn't add much to paradox, but green
Wonderful.
at least has a little better for the animation pieces.
Yeah, that's good.
A blue-black sort of like tempo saboteur deck looks pretty decent, but you do need to make sure you have a good balance of ways to actually get your creatures through in addition to saboteur effects. This card, incidentally, is one of this and the gold spike are some of the best saboteur effects because they trigger on any creature dealing combat damage to a player, so you have to worry. You can actually just put stuff like Herald's Secret Streams and Storm in your deck and don't have to and can actually get value off of their being little evasive creatures.
Exactly.
All right, do we have anything else we want to say?
I don't think so.
Cool. Well, thanks everyone for listening, and we'll see you in the next one.
All right.
Hello, I'm Gold Crackle, and I am doing the Hellscube 8 set review, 8.0 specifically, set review for the color black. So here's the grading scale. I believe it's going to be consistent across all of them, but I wouldn't really know. But here's how at least I'm grading it. A is a very strong card, whether it be archetype specific or just a good card, period. Because this was a very archetypal slot, most of the A's will be within specific archetype categories. B is a similar thing, where it's a strong card. If you're drafting an archetype and you see one of these B scale cards, you're gonna consider picking it, and perhaps even picking it. C is kind of your playable, but it's not the best card of the bunch. I feel like that's a pretty understood experience when drafting. And then D, there are very few Ds in black. It's just to fill your curve, or if you're running out of packs, you get the idea. So the 4 archetypes in black are blue-black Saboteur, which features small creatures that are able to deal combat damage pretty easily, whether they have like flying, menace, unblockable, etc. And then there are other effects that trigger on combat damage. Black-red is Crimes, where you target opponents, their spells, their permanents, etc., and have effects that will trigger when that happens. White-black is called Small Reanimator, where it is a aristocracy style archetype with an emphasis on creatures of mana value 3 or less. Most of the resuscitation effects will feature that clause. And then black-green is Land Aristocrats, which has you sacrifice lands, bring them back from the graveyard, etc., etc. Sometimes animate them, sometimes not. It really depends. So for our first card, Pact of Pack, I'm putting it a B+. No specific synergy with any archetype. You get 15 cards to choose from. I believe that's the pack size. It's neat card selection, but you're not guaranteed anything, etc., etc. I did put this in a D- for splashability because it requires 2 black pips, or otherwise you'd like literally lose the game. But this is a solid little card. I would not be mad to draft this. Duck 2, this is a Saboteur support card. It's one of the many cheap evasive creatures. It's good for Small Reanimator, it's good for Saboteur. There's not much to say. It is notable that there is no other creature with flying 2. And this is one of the few cheap combat damage dealers that has haste. So, there. 1984 is a Thoughtseize type effect where you have your opponent reveal their hand and you choose a card that can commit a crime. So this is a crime itself because it targets an opponent, which is kind of counter synergistic because if you're choosing this, you're probably choosing it for crimes. And if you drafted crimes, the chance your opponents have crimes in their hands is a lot lower. It's just something to note. I still think it's best in crimes, but I would also argue it has merit if you can tell someone else is drafting crimes and you want to screw with them. Crook, this is another crimes synergy card, although this also is pretty good for Saboteur. It's a leveler card, however, instead of investing mana like you normally would to level it up, you instead just accrue it naturally as you commit crimes, which again is just targeting opponent stuff. And this does not have a once per turn clause like a lot of crime triggers. It's fairly straightforward. It's once you've committed 2 crimes, it gets +1/+1 and menace, which is the reason it's a good card in Saboteur, for my opinion. It's also a 2/1/1 cost, which is just a pretty nasty little swinger. So I put it in these. I don't see it being splashable. I don't see it in Land Aristocrats, but it's passable in Small Reanimator. It's excellent in crimes. This is like a perfect turn 1 thing to drop down in a crimes deck, and it is pretty good in Saboteur. So here's one that I had to think about a lot. I think Crouching Root Hidden Wallet is actually pretty good, especially in Saboteur, because Saboteur is full of these cheap creatures. The chance you get the ability to play it for free is very high, and the paying a black to give it +1/+1 up to twice each turn is a pretty strong thing that you don't always have to do. It lets you keep up mana. There's a lot of stuff you can do with this card. Naturally, it's best in Saboteur. It's okay in Small Reanimator, just as a small creature with the shady ability. Um, I I think it's just a good card in general. A lot of crimes creatures, like we saw before, have a little bit of evasion. Um, I think this is a good card. Getting a free Walla out is generally a good thing. So, Duress to Impress is a very nasty little duress thing. The first two modes of the tiered are relatively, like, it's okay. It's when you pay 4 mana to do it, because with 4 mana, you can just choose 2 of their lands if you, like, really want to screw with them. Um, it's modal. It's a crime. I think it's just a good card in black in general. It gives you information, depending on how much mana you want to invest. It gives you a lot. So, yeah. This is one of, in my opinion, the best black cards. It is an instant, 1-cost, either kill spell or grave bounce spell. So, by grave bounce, I mean a target creature, when it dies, it returns to the battlefield under its owner's control that turn, and then it's a kill spell with practically no real downside. I mean, obviously it has a downside, but you can just pay 3 mana at any times to get rid of the downside. And that downside is you just take 3 damage at your upkeep. I think this is just an absurdly strong card, especially for Small Reanimator, obviously, and crimes. Yeah, this is a great card. Also, there are a few cards that actually learn, so if you keep this in your sideboard, I'm just saying. Okay. This one is contentious. I'm gonna ignore the full Exodia style Forbidden One thing because that won't matter for drafting. There are none of the limbs in HC8. So it's a 1-cost 1/1. When it enters, you may discard a card, and if you do, search your library for a card with mana value 1, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. A lot of the mana value 1 cards are seen. There are like a bunch of different variants of them, which makes me think it's not great. The two best that I would say it's in is Land Aristocrats and Small Reanimator, because Land Aristocrats want stuff in the yard, Small Reanimator wants stuff in the yard, and there's definitely 1-cost cards that will benefit the two. The reason it's so low in Saboteur, in my opinion, is a lot of the deck is going to be devoted to these 1-cost, quick, like, attackers, evasive attackers. So tutoring for 1 at the cost of discarding a card is maybe not the best idea. I think C+ might be a little low on second thought, but I just don't see this as the craziest card for Saboteur. So Kill So Hard They Go Straight Through Earth and Come Back is a similar card to Infant Baby, but significantly worse. So for 1 mana, you destroy target creature card with mana value 3 or less in a graveyard, otherwise known as it's Unearth for 1 mana. For 2 mana, you destroy target creature card with mana value 3 or less. Naturally, this is a good Small Reanimator card. Modal, Unearth is good. It's good in Saboteur because most of the creatures are 3 or below as well. It's okay in Crimes. There are just better removal spells. I would also like to point out that this is the second of many removal spells, and I'm going to rant about that for quite a bit. But moving on. Mox Phyrexian. I don't think this card is very good. And on paper, it's like, oh my god, this is absurd. It's a 0-cost sack outlet for mana. But it's tap, it's a black Phyrexian, it adds just black. I think it's good in Small Reanimator, but it's definitely do little in most of the others. It has a little bit in Land Aristocrats in case you are able to animate a land. Yeah, I just don't see this as like a crazy piece, which I guess is good. I mean, it's a little extra mana. It lets you play fast, so it's an A- in Small Reanimator for that reason. But this is nothing crazy. Okay, Neo Gravecrawler. It's... You would think with a Jutsu ability it would be a Saboteur card, but it's not really because of the pretty hefty sacrifice clause. There's not a ton of recursion unless you're like drafting Esper. Yeah. So it's still a B plus because it can swap out and it is recursive. It doesn't exile. It can block. But I think it's best in Small Reanimator, and I don't need to explain why. This is a sack outlet potentially. It's a repeatable bring back. You get the idea. Not a bad card, but it's a little deceptive. Okay, I'm not a fan of this card, and I might be wrong in it, but it's 1-cost sorcery and gifts a shard to destroy target creature or planeswalker. Compared to all of the other mono black removal in this cube, I think this is one of the weakest. Even though it's 1 cost, a shard is just better than a clue. For those who don't know, a shard is a 2-cost enchantment token, or it's not a 2-cost. It's an enchantment token that you can pay to scry 1 and draw a card. And that's pretty good. So I think this is definitely best in crimes because it's a crime, but it gets outpaced by other removal spells. Path to Graveyard is another removal piece, but this is a nice one because it costs a land. You have to pretty much functionally sacrifice a land to kill target creature. So naturally, this is very good for aristocrats. And because it's 1-cost instant speed, I would also give it some points for crimes. But the other 2 colors and splash ability is low just because sacrificing a land is a pretty steep cost with no obvious way to get it back. So Tapeworm, I think this card is really good. I know there was discussion about it being too weak, but I think it's evasive because there are very few creatures with reach. Like, I think there's 2, and the land creatures tend to be very small. And it's recursive. It has counter synergy with Small Reanimator because it never hits the yard, but it has a little bit of synergy with crimes because it targets opponent. It is a good Saboteur card because it's recursive and tiny and evasive. I think it's a decent card for those 2 archetypes, and a terrible one for Reanimator. Don't be fooled because it says when it dies. More removal. This is Wicked After All, which turns 1 creature into a Wicked token roll attached to another creature. This is best with crimes and with Small Reanimator because it will give whatever creature you end up enchanting, each opponent loses 1 life, and it'll fill your board with 2 creatures, which, if you have like a 1 at a time sack outlet, can get you a 2 for 1. Yeah, I don't think there's much to say. It's got you the modality of choosing to do your creatures or choosing to do 2 target other creatures that your opponents control for crimes. It's a neat little card. Wicked is arguably one of the best rolls. Like, it's a substantial buff, but it is, at the end of the day, just 1-cost sorcery speed removal. I do think that a shard is worth more than an aura. Okay, Brushwhack Outcast. This one's my card. This is a functionally Death Touch trample 2-cost. It's a 2/21, and whenever it is blocked or blocks, it gets +20, -20, so it becomes a 22/1. So that functionally means you shouldn't block this or you will take a crap ton of damage. Because You shouldn't. You'll take a crap ton of damage. But you can also block with it, in which case it will most likely kill the blocker. I think this is a good Saboteur card. I think that's kind of where it ends. You can make a case for it in Small Reanimator, but I don't think it does enough for Small Reanimator. Yeah. I'm not convinced about this card. I know some people think it's really strong, but it's BB, which is already worse than just 1B, for sacking a permanent and having to fell. And then 2 turns later, it does another destroy target creature. It's just slow. It's slow and expensive compared to all the other removal. It's just not great. Crimes, it's 2 crime triggers, and you don't have to pay for the second one, which is pretty nice. Land Aristocrats, it can sack a land, but I don't think this is a card you're going to want very often in black. And I am aware you can sacrifice it to itself, but that is just worse fell. Okay, Demonic Looter is exactly what it says it is. It's a 1 black creature. It's 3/1, and you draw a card, discard a card. It's worded strange, but it's fine. Looters are good. There's no C tiers because it's card draw, card selection. Yeah. It's best in Small Reanimator and Land Aristocrats because it fills your yard of your choice. But it's a decent card all around. Fear of Flooding Out. This is a weird card. So it wants you to have no lands in your hand. You have to reveal your hand when you cast it, and if you have no lands in your hand, it's a 2-cost 4/4 with Menace. So my line of logic with giving it A in Saboteur is that the curve for Saboteur is low enough that you can get away with running less lands, which means there's a higher chance of this being just a cheap Menace 4/4, which is very good, and it has a combat damage trigger. On the topic of the combat damage trigger, it sacrifices a land or discards a land card and then draws a card. That's a good Land Aristocrats thing. So I think it is a very solid card in both of those archetypes, specifically Land Aristocrats. I don't see it having a place in anywhere else. Yeah, especially not Crimes or Small Reanimator. Once Upon a Crime is Once Upon a Time, but you search for a crime. There's very little to say about this. It is card selection, potentially free card selection at that, which is quite nice, but this is a Crimes card, and there's not much else to say. If I did it Volume 1, this is the first card that is just so vehemently one archetype. I mean, you could make a case for Once Upon a Crime, but like there are non-crime cards that commit crimes. This, it's whenever you commit a crime, investigate it yourself, and sacrifice it or any of your other things to draw a card. None of the others are doing enough crimes to make a 2-cost artifact that initially does nothing worth it. All of the other clue-typed, even though this isn't a clue, it still has the clue ability, things from, like, Murders of Karlov Manor are very, like, I believe they're all either equipment or, like, the cool fish that turns all your clues into big creatures. It just doesn't do enough. Naturally, in Crimes, this is incredible. It's giving you card draw and all this stuff, but I only do this if you're in Crimes. This is not a card you want. Okay, Killed Off Screen. I am of the belief that this is a below-rate card. BB, instant speed to phase out a creature, and then when it phases back in, it's in its owner's graveyard. Doesn't do die triggers, doesn't do anything really like that. I think the BB makes it a pretty substantial nerf. Naturally, this is a crime, best in crimes, it's removal. It's not great in Small Reanimator because it's not going to give you dice triggers, but it is going to put something in your yard in case that's what it's for. But there's just better removal. There's better removal. This is a good card. Specifically for Saboteur. This is like a P1 for Saboteur because Skulk Rat Monarchy, which will trigger on your turn, making it a 1/2 at the end of your turn. You're in Saboteur, so the chance of you really losing any turns to the Rat Monarchy is very low. It'll eventually get Fear. It's a good card. It's okay in Small Reanimator, because that will give you the Enters ability again, which is pretty nice. Steals it back if it got stolen. Not great in any of the others, but this is a neat card. Landfell. More removal. There's really not much to say. It's Fell, but with a buff if you've sacrificed or had a land die under your control this turn, which you're going to have happen a lot in Land Aristocrats. There's not much to say. It's a Fell for every other archetype, and an A plus, not a plus, but it's a good piece of removal for Land Aristocrats. My cat that thinks $40 cardboard is a toy is just a creature that mills when it enters or attacks. This is good for Small Reanimator and good for Land Aristocrats. Probably better for Small Reanimator, but I mean, it is what it is. There's not much to say. It's a 2-mana 2/3, which is pretty nice. Pallbearer's Omen. I'm not a fan of this card. While yes, you can cast it at the end step, which will just kill it, that's pretty restrictive, and the moments you would want to be casting this are when a creature is attacking, but you can't, because it's going to die at the end step every single time. It's an Omen, so you're never going to run out of this in your deck, which is a repeatable crime in the loosest sense, but I just don't think it's very good. Pissing in the McDonald's soda fountain is a crime thing, but it's a very good one. Making a 1/1 white bird creature token is pretty nice. There is obviously a case to be made that a 1/1 flyer is a good Saboteur card, but having to commit a crime is pretty rough. Not good in any of the others, but pretty good in crimes. Reasonable Kill. Hate this card. Sucks. It's one of the worst Fell variants. I mean, it's just Fell. It's Fell, but it gets around Indestructible, and there's next to no Indestructible cards. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. There's better removal in the cube. Swamp Pass. It's a pretty neat card. It's either 2 mana to search your library or graveyard for a swamp and put it onto the battlefield, or 3 mana to do the same, and also the first one ends the turn, or 3 mana to do the same thing and make it a 2/4 donkey creature, which lets you have it be a creature that synergizes with a couple other things. I think it's good in Small Reanimator and Land Aristocrats because they fill their yard the most. But this is definitely a very good Land Aristocrats card. Not great in any of the others. Possibly good in lands, and animate, but yeah. Thoromotor. I don't think this card is good at all. It is so expensive. Yeah, this is, most of the modes are pointless. 3 mana, it's murder, essentially, which is just below rate. For those who don't know plot, it only allows you to cast it at sorcery speed on a later turn, so that kind of screws you. Yeah, this is not very good. There are better murders in the cube. There are better go for the throats. There are better bone shards. I would say this is worse than one shard. Yeah. Al Capone GX, good for crimes, okay in Small Reanimator. The issue is with crimes is the GX ability. Because the first ability is very nice. It gets you an end-step crime trigger if you want, can potentially kill a creature an opponent controls because you choose what you want. It's very nice. But the 1B GX ability will turn which this might be wanted, but it'll turn your crime into essentially a board wipe, because most of the black crimes that target permanents destroy them. So, yeah. Do it if you want a board wipe, but Most don't. That's why it has Small Reanimator B, because it's going to fill your own yard with your own creatures. Credit card fraud. Don't think this is very good. Definitely bad in all the archetypes other than crimes. It's okay in crimes, but I just don't think you're going to have a great experience with this, because you're going to have to pay the mana eventually. It's a bit like Fires of Invention if it was bad. Yeah, I definitely don't draft this in any color that isn't crimes. Yeah. Evil Muldrifter. So it has Reverse Evoke, Fear, and when it enters, target player discards 2 cards. I give it a Saboteur B-, because even though it has Fear, which is a really strong evasive ability, it is 5 mana to get that. It is a good crimes card and an excellent reanimator target, because the sacrifice only happens if you cast it any other way. So you can unearth this, and it's very nice. There's not much to say. It plays pretty cleanly, I would assume. It's just reverse Muldrifter. Okay, Eurogame Resource Converter is a weird card that's good for land aristocrats. I don't know why I gave it a B+ overall. I think I would give it a flat B. Yeah, so you can, at the beginning of your second main phase, discard a card to create a Bartered Cow, which is a 4 mana, I believe 3/3, that creates a food token. Okay, let me reorder again. Oh dear. I need to make sure this is consistent. Oh dear. Okay, well there's going to be a white line now. Yeah. Sacrifice a tapped creature, which is okay in Small Reanimator, to draw a card and create a food token. Sacrifice an untapped land for 3 treasure tokens. And that's the real kicker, is the repeatable treasure land aristocrats outlet. And then you can sacrifice any number of food to create that many 1/1 flying death touchers, which is okay in Saboteur. I think it's a pretty rough card to get going in every other archetype than land aristocrats. Repeatable Crime Saga, not great. Destroys a bunch of creatures and then exiles one of them. Yeah, it's just not it. Like, you play this on turn 3, it's gonna end at turn 10 or turn 9. It's just, yeah, it's 3 triggers, but it is what it is. Keep Coming Back Wrong. Good Reanimator card. Potentially very good Saboteur card. Yeah, it's not much to say. It essentially gives you 3 extra creatures with the mana value 3 or less. Once per turn, does kind of suck, but it is what it is. I don't think this is very good. I think even for Saboteur, this is not very good because it's 4 cost to mutate. Okay, Xbox Game Pass. I'm going to mute all your notifications. I mean, this can turn your unblockable into a 3/3, which is quite nice, but I just think part of the appeal of Saboteur is the many small creatures as opposed to just one big one. And it's not even reanimating the card necessarily, as opposed to just sticking it under it. So it has a place, and it probably works, but it's just kind of counter-synergistic to a lot of what they want to do. And then, obviously, not good in any of the other archetypes. Obsessive Stitcher and Stitcher Supplier, it's what it says it is. Best in Small Reanimator, okay in Land Aristocrats, and meh in Saboteur. Not much to say. Can get you a bunch of repeatable zombie creature tokens, but it is exiling the original card. I think it's a neat little card. I think this one's pretty good. Good in Small Reanimator, good in Saboteur, because it gives Menace and gives it an extra shot at life if it doesn't have Menace. Or specifically, if it has no menace counters. It can have menace. It needs a menace counter. Yeah, this is a great Saboteur card, a great Reanimator card. I think this card is very good. A lot of very strong modes. The relevant ones are sacrifice a land and draw 3 cards, which is just incredible for land aristocrats. Create a 0/5 black zombie construct creature token that surveils 1 if you tap it, which is okay for small reanimator and okay for land aristocrats. 3/1/1 colorless robot creature tokens, okay for Saboteur. Island Walk, potentially game winning in any of these, especially Saboteur. Discover 4 if you're out of options. Create a colorless land token, ramp, whatever. Destroy target zombie. There's only like 2, so that doesn't matter. And the sleeper one, in my opinion, is the colorless spacecraft artifact. A 5/5 with flying in this cube is actually pretty darn good. Overall, this is absurd. Oh, also, how could I forget Mind Rot? Overall, this is just it's the modal spells to end all modal spells. And I think that's what gives it an edge, because individually they aren't too strong, but it's just you get so much choice. And there's also sack a land to draw 3 cards, which is, it's good. So the black half of Dimir Informant, it's a 3 mana 1/4 that taps to surveil 2. This fills your yard, gives you card selection, but overall isn't anything crazy. I would much prefer Demonic Looter than this. Okay. There was some conversation about this fitting into every black deck, but I would disagree. I think it is P1 for land aristocrats. This is incredible, but you don't draft this into every deck because there is graveyard hate. There is stuff that can end up giving you diminishing returns for that additional land on each of your turns and playing lands from graveyards. And there's not a ton of fetches to my knowledge. Now, I don't need to explain why this is absolutely absurd in land aristocrats. The junk token it's junk token. There's only so good you can be as a junk token. But yeah, this is an incredible land aristocrats card and not so good in any of the others. Tormod the Unboxer is quite random, but is excellent for small reanimator and land aristocrats alone. All of the effects are good. Some are better than others. I would say Treasure Token, 1/1 Black Skeleton, and Dark Lord Dreadbones the 8th are the best, and this will trigger quite a bit because it's not once per turn or anything. Triggers when a card gets exiled from your graveyard. There's a lot of things that'll have this happen. I think it's a very nice little card for small reanimator and land aristocrats. Heart of the Cards is a similar type thing. It will fill your graveyard, and then potentially just draw you a card. And also, it will gain you 1 life because it has lifelink when it deals the 1 damage to your library. Yeah, it's a neat little card. There's a chance it can go in every deck, but this is generally for land aristocrats and small reanimator, specifically land aristocrats, because you can just name land. Or not name land and keep it in your yard. Good card. I would actually bump this up from C-. Okay, more removal. This has it's a power and toughness swap type thing. If it would lose power from -1/-1 effects, such as its own second ability, instead gains that. Whenever it attacks, you may pay 1 life to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. This is simultaneously removal. It can pump itself up. It's a very good card. It is technically it will get plus however much its toughness is if you do reasonable kill it, which is, I think, funny. Yeah, this is Crimes, Small Reanimator, Saboteur. It's just a good card. Okay, this is a repeatable crime enabler. When it enters, it's a 4-mana 2/3 that creates that mills a bunch of cards, then creates a 1/1 alien that can get probe your opponent. And it's actually not an alien, it's a human. Good with crimes. Yeah, this is card draw, repeatable. It's meh with Small Reanimator, better with Land Aristocrats, because you can't reanimate this per se, but it will fill your yard. I don't think it's very good in Saboteur. I don't think it's very splashable. I mean, there might be some niche little thing, but yeah. It's an overall pretty good card. Okay. In mine and many others' opinions, this is the single best card, not only in black, but perhaps in Hellscube 8.0. So, Markov Chain, which is for starters, 4-mana enchantment, end step trigger. So it's going to happen on the turn you play it. You will roll a d6 and move to the position from where you are, and you start here. So, the modes are all minus abilities on the different Markov Planeswalkers, which is already concerning. It's going to get more concerning when I tell you the target opponent's life becomes 10 is without a doubt the worst mode. Yeah. So the modes are, when you roll a 4 or 5 initially, create a 2/3 black vampire creature token with flying and lifelink. That's good in Saboteur. It's also just going to keep you alive. If you roll a 6, you essentially reverse Dark Confidant. You reveal the top card of your library, put it into your hand, and then each opponent loses life equal to that mana cost. So it's going to deal damage and draw you cards. 1, 2, 3 will set your opponent's life total to 10, which crime trigger. If they're below 10, it's healing them, otherwise it's setting it to 10. And that's the reason it can heal them is the only reason that people were skeptical at first. But the only way to get back to this one is to roll a 6 on the token creator, which it is just unlikely. Then there's from the Dark Confidant, reverse Dark Confidant. If you roll a 6 on that, destroy up to 3 target creatures and or planeswalkers, and then return each card put into a graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control, which is just, it's a finisher. Like, there's not much you can do against that. This card is so good. Like, it gives you everything. It's not like A+ for any specific archetype, because it doesn't have like intense synergy with one specific archetype, but this is just such a good card. Yeah, these are all minus abilities on famously pretty strong Markov Planeswalkers, and you cannot attack this. Yeah. Okay, moving on to Ogre Rose Gardener, which sadly does not infinitely combo with itself if you have the plant token die on your turn, but it's a neat little card. It is repeatable crimes, and it has some Saboteur synergy because it's going to constantly rush at a creature or at a player, but I don't think it's very good. Also, notably, another reason I gave it Saboteur, you can do it to yourself if you're that desperate and you need like 7 damage at your face to win the game or whatever. But I think this is just it's a meh card in general. I'm gonna knock it down a peg. Oop. Okay, moving on to Police Escalation Training, and in my opinion, this is the worst card in black. So it's a 4 mana with sorcery speed, up to 3 creature removal, that also requires you to have been dealt combat damage last turn. That's just not very good. It's best in crimes because it's a crime, but it's just not good. Like, there's not much else to say. This is so expensive. This went from 1 mana to 4 mana in VC and received no other changes. Personally, I think it would have been fine at 1 mana, maybe 2, but it is not very good. And also, obviously, do not harass VC, especially Divan. Devin, whatever. This is such a time-consuming thing. I've been on veto council before. It's a lot. Okay, Rent and Dam. So you can only cast Rent, which surveils 1 at your end step unless you have paid 2 black during your turn at sorcery speed, which instead it will create a treasure token. And then when you do pay that 2 black, you destroy target creature, it can't be regenerated. Yeah, it's not great in Saboteur, nothing for you there. It's okay in Small Reanimator and Land Aristocrats because it will surveil and then make treasures, which is always nice. And obviously best in Crimes because it is a crime and gives you some treasures after you commit that crime. Overall, not a bad card, but not a card you're gonna see win games. Okay. There's a lot that could have made this card very strong, but it did not happen, because it's 4 mana, which immediately knocks it out of Saboteur and Small Reanimator contention. And it really is only going to work very well on your opponent when it enters, the one time. Now, that one time is pretty nice. You're going to enter and create a copy of whatever permanent spell they cast, which is nice. But it's just expensive, and after that ability, it doesn't do much. Yeah. I don't have much to say. It commits a crime. There's not much to say. It's not a great card, except for crimes, in which it's very good. Natural Order. I think this card is actually, I don't know why it's A-. This is a pretty good card. Just for sacking a creature, so automatically bumps points in Small Reanimator, you just search your opponent's library for a big creature. Now the thing is, the creatures in Hellscube 8 are pretty small. It's a consistent thing across a lot of the archetypes. None of them have huge beaters. But you are still going to find a pretty nice creature. It's the worst in Saboteur, just because it's probably going to go against whatever game plan you have, but it's a crime. It puts a creature in your yard. It's pretty splashable, I would argue. It's a good card. This is a very nice card. Okay, Emo Phase. This I'm less concerned with than a lot of other people are. It's a fantastic Saboteur card, but the issue is it's a 5-mana enchantment, and this is Legacy Cube. It's pretty slow. It essentially turns your graveyards into a separate battlefield where only creatures of mana value 3 or less can attack or block. And then if they die, they get exiled. This means Small Reanimator is going to have a field day, but every creature Saboteur gets destroyed is just gonna wreck it. Because they're unlikely to be blocked. They're just gonna keep dealing combat damage. It's a very good Saboteur card. It lets you block with your creatures, which is a nice thing that you're not going to see often because Saboteur creatures are so tiny. And then finally is Leadhound. I don't think this card is great, but it will give you a lot of mill. It will also mill your opponent. It does not target, so it's not good in crimes. It is a 6-mana creature, so it's not good in Saboteur, but it's a nice, chunky guy for Land Aristocrats and Reanimator. And there's not much else to say about that. So, overall, I think Black has a hyper saturation of removal, but I think, or not but, that's going to lead to crimes and Small Reanimator to thrive. Small Reanimator is able to get the creatures that are killed back the most easily, and crimes itself is crimes. So I'm a little worried how it's going to play, because there's a lot of black removal spells that are pretty efficient, some that are less so, but I think the card designs in general are very cool. There's just quite an imbalance in some of their power levels. Overall, I think Black has the strongest archetype right now of crimes just because of the overabundant. You're able to play black-red control so well. I think there's also opportunities for Esper control with Saboteur and Small Reanimator working together very nicely. Yeah, I think Black's pretty strong, all things considered. It has Markov chain. It has Markov chain. It has Markov chain.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the red portion of the Hellscube 8.0 set review. I'm WUBRG, and I'm joined here today by...
I'm Jude.
Welcome. Just to talk over the scale, we'll be using the standard sort of limited resources style scale, A through D, where A is a game-winning card, something you want in pretty much all situations. B is a strong pull into a particular color or archetype. C is a playable card. You'll generally put it in your deck, but it's roughly replacement level, think 22nd, 23rd. And D is a filler card. You're specifically playing to fill out your mana curve or a slot you're missing, such as removal.
So then, as for archetypes, there are 4 archetypes that represent in this cube. We've got Boros, in which you are doing heroic, targeting your own permanents. Mostly it's more so Valiant than heroic, as is. Izzet is doing Paradox, so casting spells from anywhere other than your own hand. Rakdos is doing Crimes, so basically it's targeting anything you don't own. And then Gruul is doing Self-Discard, which is a bit more vague in that it's oftentimes things like channel effects, but it's also madness and benefiting from discarding cards in other ways.
All right. To kick it off, we have Shocking Display of Brute Force. This is a red creature with no mana cost, and it has Madness for 1 in a red. It's a 3/3. It has Blood Rush for 1 in a red. Discard. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. And Channel for 1 in a red. Discard. It deals 2 damage to any target. So, in effect, you can cast this as a spell effect for 2 mana, or for 4 mana, you get both the spell effect and a 3/3. Overall, this is extremely high modality and flexibility. It's something that you will be happy to play in pretty much every red deck. Very comparable to something like Twin Shot Sniper from Neon Dynasty.
Yeah. I would also point out the ratings at the bottom are solely my own. They're not Pigeon's. My rating for the card is on the left, and Pigeon's are on the right. I personally believe the card's actually basically a free pick so long as there isn't something that is going to absolutely define a game plan, because this is basically anything you'd need in most situations given the general toughness of the cube at the moment.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. We looked over the sort of toughness distribution, and over half the cube dies to 2 damage, and roughly 75% of it dies to 3 damage. So these sorts of effects are better than they seem, and this card already seems good. My B plus is more so this will not win a game on its own, but honestly, it could win a game on its own, and I could be convinced up.
It's also a flash and blocker.
Yep. Oh, God.
Okay, so then our next card is taking out a small business loan, and it that wants its goddamn money. It's a free saga that has, on the first chapter, it gains whenever you target, create a tapped treasure. For the second, third, and fourth chapter, it gives you an indicate token into your hand, which is just is it a sorcery? It's a sorcery that is 0 cost, and you just target a permanent. And then, on the 5th chapter, you exile it and return to the battlefield transformed under an opponent's control unless you paid its debt, which, from my understanding, can be paid off at any time. I'm on just over the course of its existing as a saga. The debt at the bottom is 2 red and 3 generic, and if you don't do that, your opponent gets a 20/20 with ward, sacrifice 5 treasures, double strike, trample, and when its ward cost is paid, exile it.
So you basically never want to give your opponent this creature because it will kill you very fast. But this gives you, just on the face of it, 3 treasures off the indicates. So if you have any sort of synergy for the targeting or additional means of targeting, you can generate a lot of mana and a lot of crime triggers off of this card.
I mean, it's not just crime triggers, because it's also your own cards. So this functions perfectly well in historic as well,
That's true.
and it can even like double play off of some other cards in this cube, and especially some of the better rate removal in this cube at the moment. So I feel that this it's not going to win a game on its own because it can very easily kill you if you mess up. But I imagine you're not going to play it in that case.
Yeah, and it's far less onerous than some of the other pact style cards in Magic too. It gives you the means to pay off its own debt, and you have what 5 turns to do it. So just don't die.
Yeah. Basically, don't get mana screwed either.
Next off, we have Ancestral Recall, but the overwhelming majority of your ancestors are cave people. This is an instant for a single red mana, and it reads target player conjures 3 rocks into their hand. Rocks are 0-cost artifact equipments with equipped creature has 1 and tap, sacrifice rock. This creature deals 2 damage to any target, and equip 1.
So I feel that this is probably the best piece of removal in the cube at the moment, because even though it costs mana to equip and sacrifice it, you're dealing 2 damage for 2 and a third mana 3 times to any target. That's a lot of value for a single card, especially since you don't have to pay those costs all at once.
The only caveat is that you do have to have enough creatures to be able to, actually tap things, right? If you only have 1 creature and 3 rocks, that creature can only kill 1 creature a turn cycle because rocks do require you to tap. However, if you have enough creatures, it's still a 3-for-1, and it's at instant speed, and if you're able to splash this into some of the historic archetypes in blue or white, you can get a ton of value just from getting 3 free historic cards into your hand that you can cast at any time.
Yeah, the only issue is, of course, you have to play and equip the rocks on your turn.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, but
that's
you
the
can hold up other removal and run it out on end step. Very flexible card. Definitely just take it. Don't think too hard about it.
Yeah. So the next card is, hey, there's a fucking an homunculus. Oh my god, I'm driving here. I think I said that right. It costs 1 red, and it is a 1/1 creature with tap. Target creature gains haste until end of turn, and whenever you commit a crime, create a 1/1 beige homunculus with whenever an artifact enters, destroy this creature. This ability triggers only once per turn. It's just a 1/1 every turn, basically.
Pretty much. There's approximately no downside except that your opponent might kill it. And while it's true that there are artifacts, you can just make more of them. Giving your own creatures haste is going to come up sometimes, but for the most part, yeah, you hold it up on your opponent's turn, you target something of theirs on their end step, you make a homunculus.
I'd say it's even good holding it up just till combat because it can just flash in a blocker.
That's true.
So,
all right. Next up, we have Faithless Loot. Single red for a legendary creature 1/1. When it enters, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Also has Unearth for 2 and a red.
This is Faithless Looting on a creature, which is very good for moving around cards, but at the moment there isn't much benefit to that.
Yeah, I would agree. It's especially since it is actual Faithless Looting templating instead of Rummage templating, so you'll never get card advantage off of this. If you have a good reason to run Faithless Looting in your limited deck, then I would absolutely go for it, but I would not put it in just any red deck.
Yeah. I kind of don't have much else to say there. Okay, so here we have the legendary creature Heartfire Hero and Monstrous Rage Tag Team GX, I think is the order it's read in. It's a 1/1 legendary creature for 1 red with Valiant, and whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability for the first time each turn, or you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Then you can pay a red and not activate any more GX abilities for the game, which there are, I think, 2 other in the cube at the moment.
There's a few.
There's a few. It's probably not going to come up. To cast a copy of Monstrous Rage on Heartfire Hero, and Monstrous Rage GX. So it's +2/+0 until end of turn. Create a monster roll attached to it, and so it gets an additional +1/+1 and trample. So turn 2, you have at the minimum, 3/3 with trample with +2/+0 until end of turn.
Yeah, and that because that roll token is persistent, this is 2 mana for 3/3 with trample, and the threat of activation on this is absolutely ridiculous. Your opponent can never really block this creature, unless they want. Well, because 5 damage kills pretty much everything in the cube. Um, it was a menace in standard. I think it'll probably be pretty good here as well. And if you have any other ways to trigger Valiant, then you're incredibly happy about owning this card.
I would add it is very vulnerable the turn you put it out, because unless you're going to immediately target it a bunch, or for some reason decide to activate its ability on itself the turn you play it, which you probably don't want to, it's actually very vulnerable to removal for a turn, which, considering the rate of low damage removal is pretty common in this, it's going to be easy to remove if you're willing to spend that.
That's true. I would honestly, unless I'm playing this exactly on one and, trying to beat face, I'm probably wanting to hold up that red defensively just to keep it around a little longer.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Lava Bart, which is single red for an instant. Lava Bart deals 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to you or any target you control, with Flashback, Eat My Shorts, or sacrifice a tapped permanent, target opponent gains 3 life.
I mean, it's pretty good rate removal, because as long as you've got a 2 toughness creature, you can just not have anything suffer a consequence generally, and you can flash it back by sacrificing something, which you can have a few things, but that's not always going to be the most relevant.
Right. Well, mostly you'll be using it with the quote-unquote lava dart mode, I suspect, where you're sacrificing a tapped land, trying to push that last bit of damage, or, just not die. But ultimately, like, Shock is pretty good rate in this cube, just off the toughness distribution. Taking 1 damage to yourself is not the end of the world, and you can get a heroic trigger off of that 1 damage to a target you control.
Yeah, in addition to always being a crime trigger, and Paradox pretty easily too.
Alright.
So then we have Monastery Card Toucher. It's 1 red for a 1/2 creature with haste and criminal prowess, which is like prowess, except instead of whenever you cast a spell, well, it's whenever you commit a crime. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, conjure Indicate into your hand, which is the same sorcery that we saw earlier on It That Wants Its Goddamn Money.
Overall, this is a pretty reasonable aggressive card that obviously gets a big benefit from having density or crime density in your deck. But the fact that it makes its own Indicate means that if you can get it through once or twice, you feel pretty okay about this.
Yeah, I mean, the one downside of that is the fact that it's still only at sorcery speed, so it's very visible when it's happening. And it doesn't have trample or anything, it's just haste and prowess. Which, Monastery, I can't remember the card now, but Swift Spear is a pretty good card still.
Yeah, this is not Monastery Swift Spear, but it will do a decent impression in your Crimes deck, so take it for your Crimes deck.
Especially as it counts abilities.
Oh, yes. Next up, we have Panglacial Ray. This is single red for an instant arcane. It deals 2 damage to target creature or player, and it has Splice onto searching your library for 2 generic and a red. So as you search your library, you can reveal this from your library and pay its Splice cost. If you do, you get that 2 damage attached to the search effect.
As of right now, there aren't that many ways to activate the Splice onto searching your library. I think there's 1 generic fetch land and a few other tutors, but there aren't many, and most of them are not in colors that would be wanting this.
That being said, it's still Shock, and as we mentioned earlier, Shock is pretty good. And if you ever get to Splice it, you feel very, very happy.
So next up we have Shockwalla, another Shock. Would you guess? It's 1 red for a 2/3 that has 2 damage marked, so it's effectively a 2/1. And then Blood Rush for 2 generic and a red, discard the card, and then target attacking creature gets +0/+0 until end of turn and gains 2 damage marked until end of turn, and Madness 0.
So basically, this is a 3 mana uncounterable deal 4 to an attacking creature. You mark the 2 damage and block with your 2 power blocker, or deal 2 to an attacking damage plus a 2/1. Pretty happy with that.
This is gonna pretty often too, for one I feel, with how low the toughness in the cube is.
Generally, yes. Yeah. And then, of course, you can discard the other sources as well and get a free creature out of it.
Which, not bad, I'd say.
It's true.
So,
Next up, we've got Sir Ginger Clicked Cookie. It's a single red for a legendary artifact creature, Food Knight, and it's a leveler. So it starts off as a 2/1, and whenever you click or target Sir Ginger, she gets a level counter. If it was a spell, you get 3 clicks or 3 level counters instead. So at level 3, or you get, whenever you click Sir Ginger, a 1/1 cursor creature from outside the game attacks an opponent right now, and she becomes a 3/2. If you get to level 15, she gains, whenever you click Sir Ginger, create a tapped and attacking 5/4 red grandma creature token, and tapped and attacking 5/4 red grandma creature token, and that also attacks right now, and Sir Ginger herself becomes a 5/4.
so if I'm correct, you don't get the cursors. You do get the grandmas, but you're not going to be reaching that for a while.
Correct. So at the second tier, you're effectively just getting an extra damage whenever you target Sir Ginger.
Which, that's not bad. It's just, it's very easy to block a 1/1, even with the large number of low toughness creatures, and you're not going to be targeting this 20 times in a turn. You're going to be targeting it like 2 or 3 at most.
It's true. If you can get reliably to level 15, and that's going to be 5 spells or some mix of spells and abilities, then she's obviously fantastic. But at single red for a 3/2 that deals some chip damage here and there, that's pretty reasonable for an aggressive heroic deck.
I would add that it has a huge combo with Lava Bart, and the fact that that is 6 levels off of 1 card that's already removal.
True. All right, let's move on to the next card.
We have Thraben Unspector. For 1 red, you get a 1/2 devoid creature with, when Thraben Unspector enters the battlefield, create an ilk artifact token with discard a card, sacrifice this token, add to colorless.
So this is no Thraben Inspector, but in a Madness deck or a deck that's able to make use of the acceleration, it does a reasonable enough impression.
I will say that I don't feel that it's going to actually be all that impactful because it's a one-time benefit and there isn't much flickering in the cube at the moment. So you're not going to be able to create more of the tokens. There isn't much token cloning either.
Right. I would
So
say you mostly want to have, a decent amount of payoffs for discarding cards. You should treat this as a one-off effect for the most part.
you should treat it as just get a card into graveyard, is my opinion of it.
I think the 2 colorless is pretty relevant, right? If you run this out on 1, on turn 2 you can play a 4-drop, and with how strong some of the higher mana costs are in this cube, that might be enough to win you the game or at least get you to, a more safe position in a lot of situations. It does
That's
make it a
good.
worse top deck, significantly worse of a top deck than Thraben Inspector.
Yeah, this falls off hard late game.
Next off, we have Underworld Reach. This is single red for an enchantment. Each non-land card in your opponent's graveyards have Jailbreak. The Jailbreak cost is equal to the card's mana cost, plus exile 3 cards from your graveyard. You may cast cards from your opponent's graveyards for their Jailbreak cost, and may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to do so. And at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this enchantment.
One turn to steal a bunch of cards isn't bad, but you do need a stocked graveyard for one thing, and then your opponent needs to have cards you want to steal.
Underworld Breach, this is not, but if you have some good ways to put stuff in your own graveyard and can reliably cast at least 2 spells off of it, then you might find a situation where this is reasonably useful. If you can reliably mill both yourself and your opponent, you can probably get enough value off of it that the randomness doesn't matter, and it helps that this only costs a single red.
I feel like the best case scenario for this is generally going to be stealing low rate removal from your opponent, though.
I agree. I mean, hey, at least this card's pretty good with Raven on Spectre.
True. So next up we have Blade Dance. For 1 and a red, you create 3 Shiv tokens. It's a sorcery. And the Shiv tokens are colorless artifacts with tap, sacrifice this token. It deals 1 damage to any target. Shiv tokens will comp on one other card, I believe.
Yes, we've got one more card with shift tokens. You know how in Slate Aspire you see this card and you take it? I think you should probably do the same in this cube. It is a sorcery, so it's not perfect, but it's maybe the best lightning strike that I've ever seen. With the toughness distribution, this can easily be a 2-for-1, and in situational it can be a 3-for-1.
I mean, it's also 3 separate crimes for things that care about that.
Or
Or
3
for
heroic
if you.
triggers.
Yeah, which that's going to happen sometimes, but I don't think you're really going to want to do that.
The big thing though is that you get to hold it up, and so you can on-demand trigger heroic on any of your creatures, which is going to make combat math a nightmare.
And that's not accounting for the fact that it's also just removal.
Yeah, also a banger. Next up, we've got Case of the Broken Mirror and Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker. So it's 1 and a red for an enchantment case, and when it enters, you make a 2/2 red Goblin Shaman creature token with, whenever this token attacks, create a treasure token. In order to solve it, you've discarded at least 2 cards and drawn at least 2 cards this turn, and if unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. When you solve the case, it transforms into Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker. That's a legendary creature, Goblin Shaman 2/2 with haste and tap. Create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary creature you control, except that has haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step.
You can pull this off on turn. Well, you could probably pull this off on turn 3 if you have the right cards, but it'd be like we've got Faithless Looting in the cube in the form of Faithless Loot. That solves this on its own, but it's kind of hard to do otherwise.
Yeah, I think this creature is just kind of reasonable enough on its own, and if you have any possibility of solving this with any level of reliability, it shoots up quite high. 2 mana plus, something you might want to do already in the looting for a Kiki Jiki is really, really strong.
We do not have ways that would work to flicker this in any way, though.
No,
Because that requires just untap effects, because flickers would just turn it over.
correct. You're mostly getting it for value, but there's enough sort of ETB effects that you're probably going to be able to live with that.
Yeah. So next up we have everyone's favorite card, Corgi Steel Cutter. For 1 and a red, you get a artifact creature equipment. It's a 1/1 with trample and haste, and equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and haste. And Fluffy, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess. You may attach this equipment to it and reconfigure her for 1 and a red.
So
This is Corey Steel.
yeah, it's like technically worse than Corey Steel Cutter, but you can sometimes blank removal with it. If they target the creature and you cast your second spell to turn it into not a creature anymore. But don't overthink it. Play the card. It's good.
Even if we aren't doing Storm.
God. All right. We've got Fibblethip in the wrong place at the wrong time. 1 and a red for a legendary creature Homunculus 1/1. When Fibblethip enters, discard a card, then draw a card. Whenever you commit a crime, Fibblethip shows up right after. He doesn't leave the battlefield, but he does enter it again, so you get the Enters Rummage trigger, and this does not untap him.
I don't think this is all that great, to be honest, because while you are going to be committing crimes a lot, this is not a May effect, and that's not always the best thing if you need multiple cards in your hand, but you also need to use the removal in your hand.
However, if you empty your hand, because this is Rummage templating, you simply don't discard a card because your hand is empty and draw a card. So if you can get it so you're just top decking removal, you can sort of storm off a little bit.
If only we had a Storm card.
Alas.
Well, I think there's one in Rakdos, but...
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Okay. Here we have Fear of, Rule 59, improper use of the distinctive emblems of the Geneva Conventions. For red, you get a 2/2 enchantment creature with Menace, and whenever damage is removed from a creature an opponent controls during your turn, and whenever an opponent gains life, Fear of, Rule 59, improper use of the distinctive emblems of the Geneva Conventions deals 2 damage to target player.
I think this is just a reasonable aggressive card with a 2 mana 2/2 menace being a decent stat line. And the way this trigger works is that as long as the fear doesn't die, it provides a lot of reach, right? If your opponent, if you attack with your creatures, then even if they block them, you chip through for 2 on each creature. It's a great finisher in aggro.
It feels even better when you account for things like Blade Storm and you just have 3 pings of 1. That's effectively 6 damage to face for 2.
That's true.
So it's,
We're good.
I feel this is something you would want to build around, even if it's not that great on it. Like, it's decent on its own, but I would not say always pick this.
Right. I would definitely be keeping in mind what sort of additional pings I could get out. This makes any pinger a lot more high value. Next we have Gaze. For 1 and a red, it's an instant. Look at target opponent. This is a crime. Learn, learn, and rebound. As a reminder, learn means discard a card. If you discarded a card this way, draw a card.
Or you can grab a lesson, which I don't think we
I
have
don't
any at the
believe we
moment.
have lessons.
I mean, it's just a bunch of learns, so it's okay because the learns are separate. You can do it again on the same card if it's bad. And to do it again, so it's effectively 4 instances of it, but it's just learn.
Yeah, it's a little like Faithless Looting. I think it's a reasonable support card, but I have to really want something it's doing, and that's either I have to really want the crimes triggers or really want to discard a bunch of cards. The rebound does cast from exile, so you get the paradox trigger, but the I think the card might be low impact enough that I'm a little concerned about just including it for the paradox trigger.
Yeah, I mean, it's only really good if you're looking for that one specific card, in my opinion. Or if you're like in a situation where I don't need lands anymore, or I really need lands. It's like you're finding specific things.
Yep, yep.
So next up we have Lightning Strike, but it fucks. We have for 1 in red an instant that deals 3 damage to any target and populates.
So, as we mentioned earlier, 3 damage deal kills pretty much 75% of the creatures in this cube. Populate means to make make a copy of a token you control. Is it a creature token only?
I think it's a creature token only. If it isn't, I'm misremembering, and that's kind of a weird name for it because I don't think I can reproduce with a shiv.
Well, maybe you just haven't tried hard enough.
I'm not looking to change that.
Either way, the populate you should not be thinking too hard about, and you should mostly be treating this as a lightning strike. And lightning strike is pretty good. Next up, we've got Loot. This is 1 in red for a 2/2 legendary creature Beast Noble, and you tap to Loot. So Loot is drawing a card and then discarding a card.
It's just a 2/2, really. Looting is useful, but if that's all the card does, it's nothing amazing.
If I've got that Kiki Jiki, then I'll be looking to take this, or, if I really want something in my graveyard. But otherwise, this is, I think, very filler.
Next up, we have Magus of the Resonance. For 1 in a red, ignore the blank area. We have an enchantment creature human with that's a 2/2 with if Magus of the Resonance is in your opening hand, you may begin with it in your opening hand. It's not a ley line. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets only this creature you control, copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for the copy.
I have to admit that the first 4 times I read this card, I thought it was a ley line, but it is not a ley line.
Yeah, I almost tripped myself up. And I always think it costs 3, but no, it doesn't.
Anyways, this is great in Heroic. And you don't really want it too many other places. Like, it's okay in Paradox if you have Heroic spells, but...
I mean, we need more pump spells for this to really take off, and there aren't quite enough of those where this is always going to be the greatest thing ever. But I think it's functional enough for now.
Yeah. You know what you want if you're drafting this card, and you know when you want it. Next up, we've got Plot Armor, not the Infinity one. 1 and a red for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and plot armor. If this creature would leave the battlefield, plot it instead. And you can plot the aura itself for a single red, pay the red, and exile it from your hand, cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. Plot only as a sorcery.
I mean, I think it's a lot better than you do, evidently, because you're effectively just full on saving a creature that you are likely somewhat dependent on, and would re-get Enter's abilities if it has those,
Yeah,
which I feel is the
getting
biggest
the
deal with.
enters is interesting. I'm comparing this to things like Eel Umbra and Hyena Umbra. These are the Umbra armor cards, which
Yeah.
is a little similar to plot armor. And you just the +1/+1 for 2 mana is not I don't love it, and I don't love auras in general because it's super easy to get blown out. I think if you're in a heroic deck, you're probably okay playing this, right? And you'll want it, I think, but I wouldn't pick it super highly, and you got to be really careful when you're casting it. I think the plot does help
Yeah.
a lot with that.
Yeah, because then you've got spare mana, throw it out there, and you can use it later.
Yeah, I honestly I could see going up on it just because of the play patterns of plot, letting you sort of save it and then run it out only after you've deployed the first pump spell to get it out of lightning strike range, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it being decent. It's just bad vibes.
You
I
see,
don't know.
you just aura. It's the aura problem.
It's the aura problem.
So now we have post-traumatic squee disorder. For 1 and a red, it's an instant that deals 3 damage to any target. Then it has War Flashback for 3 and a red, and you may cast this card from your graveyard for its War Flashback cost as long as you lost life this turn. You wish you could exile it.
So I believe this is the third lightning strike we have, and probably the best one, just given that you can keep casting it.
I mean, 4 mana is not the best rate for 3 damage, but the fact that you just can cast it as many times as you want, as long as you lost life that turn. I mean, this feels more like a black card than a red card to me, almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's great defensively, right? It sort of works as a bit of like a retribution desert effect where after you take damage in combat, you can kill one of their creatures, but it's still just lightning strike. It kills their opponent's creatures, it kills them. Yeah, you're really not disappointed about overpaying for it when it's going to be the second lightning strike you get the cast.
Yeah, or the third even, or the
Oh
fourth.
god.
It gets kind of crazy the longer.
This card is
It
going to
just-
give me PTSD.
This is why we need graveyard hate.
Next up, we've got Pow. For 1 and a red, it's an instant. Double target creature's power until end of turn, and it has Rebound. If you cast this from your hand, exile it as it resolves. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast it from exile without paying its mana cost.
This is basically double cleave, except it's not double strike. So, wait, no, double cleave doesn't have rebound. That was someone else's idea.
Yeah. Either way, it really is going primarily in heroic decks, aggressive paradox decks as well. But this is a solid finisher card if you can get something with evasion or trample.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there. You don't have anything bad with this as long as you've got a creature on the board.
Yeah. Now, not doubling toughness obviously means you want to be on the beatdown when you cast it, but yeah, it's pretty decent.
So here we have, I have it the laser pointer. I'm not going to bother trying to say it funny. For 1 and a red, you have an instant that effectively changes the targets of all things that can target it a certain permanent to that permanent, and then it cantrips.
Yeah, the fact that it cantrips is what's making this card. This is a pseudo counter spell that draws a card for 2 mana.
It can also be like stealing auras, stealing pump spells. Funny things you can do with this involve, like, you could theoretically do funny things with this with Mags of Resonance
Yep.
by just bumping things around a bit for a bunch of heroic or crime triggers.
Yeah.
But that's a really funky combo that I would not say is reliable.
Yeah, it's reasonably flexible. Um, yeah, but you're mostly going to use it defensively, and because it replaces itself, it's sort of low cost of inclusion. Goes in more or less. I think it goes in most red decks. Best in crimes decks, in heroic decks, but
And one
strong interaction.
redirection is useful.
Yes. Next up, we have Statistical Skite. This one's a long one. It's an artifact creature Phyrexian anomaly for red, and it's a 2/1. It has Menace and Ward pay life equal to its power. Whenever a spell targets, so anything, you may pay a Phyrexian red for each separate target. For each target paid for, you roll a d6. If you roll 1 through 4, Statistical Skite gets a 1/1 counter. And if you roll 5 through 6, you may change the target to Statistical Skite, and this does trigger Ward.
Notably, this can also be activated on its whenever it is directly targeted, too. It doesn't care about where it's pointing.
Exactly, and you can use it on your own spells or your opponent's spells. So, because the target changing effect is optional, you can use it on your own removal just to try and turn red mana into counters on him. And if you accidentally would, lightning strike your own Statistical Skite, you just don't need to actually change the target.
Now, this is a decent Voltron card, honestly, I'd say. Because it's got Ward built in, and a pretty decent Ward if it gets big. And then Menace already, so it's a decent card on its own.
Yeah, there's not too much evasion, so I actually value the Menace pretty highly. The only thing is that it is, of course, either very mana hungry or very life hungry.
Which is a bit of a problem. We don't have much fast mana in red.
Yeah, so you're going to be paying life a lot, so you're going to have to think very carefully when you want to actually activate him. Next up,
We have the for 1 in a red, you get an enchantment aura, it's covered up, with enchant creature. Enchanted creature can also be targeted.
so I think I have Aura Bias again, but I have it at a build around C+, because it does effectively double all of your heroic spells. So if you've got some good creatures, good heroic spells, then this is going to be worth playing in your heroic deck.
I do want to point out this is very funny when you throw it onto Statistical Skite, because then you get even more.
Yeah, that's true. If you can pay all the life for that, then, you're popping off a little bit.
And it's also one of her abilities too, so it also benefits from any of those triggering too.
Yeah, there are some niche scenarios where you can put it on an opponent's trigger to try and double up on a removal spell. I'm a little suspicious of this, but, when you need it, you need it.
I'd say casting it and then bolting something is not the worst move whenever you've only got one piece of removal on hand, though.
Yeah, yeah. If you have to do it, you're not going to be disappointed. It's still only going to be a 1-for-1, but it has enough flexibility in your aggro decks that it'll be all
And
right.
notably, you can copy their removal, so you can just throw it down, and basically, if they want that creature to stay alive, they can't cast any removal.
Yep. You can also try and steal their heroic spells and the like. Next up, we have Wrong Warper. This is 1 in a red for a 3/2 creature human plumber. This creature enters with a haste counter if you cast it for its Wrong Warp cost. And it Wrong Warps for 1 in a red. So while you're searching your library, you may cast this card for its Wrong Warp cost, exile it at the beginning of the next end step, then you may cast it from exile on a later turn, paying its mana cost.
So effectively, it's a 3/2 if you're searching your library with haste, and then it bounces itself to exile, and you can cast it again.
Yeah,
It's
so
kind of like a cheaper Panglacial Worm, honestly.
yeah,
Slightly
and
worse,
it gets in
but
for 3 when you search too, which is a big help. Yeah, you absolutely
Panglacial Worm's not the greatest card, but it's functional, I'd say.
card advantage is card advantage, but
Yeah, especially in red.
I don't love a 2-mana 3/2, so I really need at least 2, maybe 3 ways of searching my library before I really want to put this in my deck.
Yeah, I think I probably overrated this because I kind of wasn't thinking about how much searching we have when I saw this.
Still, if you can get it off the search, this card is pretty strong.
So now we have Death Suspender, which is a two generic and a red head artifact equipment with equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has suspend. And whenever equipped creature dies, you may put a creature or card from your hand into exile with 2 time counters on it and attach Death Suspender to it and equip 1.
So basically, the idea is you put it on something, you get it killed somehow, and you cheat out something big from your hand with it.
We don't quite have that many things that you'd be playing with this, but I feel like this does allow you to pull in things from other colors really easily and also get around color costs.
Yeah, I can see a deck that wants it. I think this is definitely not a card you want in just any red deck. You have to either be sort of building around this or gotta have a specific plan to abuse it somehow.
Yeah, it's actually, despite being equipment, pretty bad and heroic, I'd say.
Now,
Because
granted, Equip 1 is not the worst thing in the world, and Equip 1 for +2/+2 is actually a pretty good stat line.
it is decent in that case, but you're also. It doesn't do anything when it attaches to the suspended card, and then it's already attached, so you don't need to attach it again. You can equip it to itself again, but
Well, you can equip it to a normal creature as well, instead of having
yeah.
a short sword.
Actually, can you equip it while it's on the attached to the suspended creature, or is it also?
Yeah, because this will work like the one future sight card I forget where the artifact itself is still on the battlefield and it's just attached to something that's not on the battlefield.
Gotcha. Okay, so it
However,
still can.
yeah,
It
but
would
if
then just leave the thing in exile.
yeah, so it would no longer have suspend, so it would just be stuck in exile forever. But if that lets you make a lethal attack, then go for it, right? It's really
Yeah.
the 3 mana upfront cost that stops me from really loving this card. It's just a little too expensive.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Diplomatic Relations with Your Mom. It's 2 and a red for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power, the target creature.
It says removal tapped onto a pump spell. I don't see how that could ever be bad.
Yep, and just to be clear, this is the pre-errata diplomatic relations templating, which means this will kill any creature with with more than power more than 2 less from their tough. So basically, it'll kill any creature of your opponents, no matter what you have. And if you've got heroic triggers or something, then you get +2 in menace, and I think the menace is a little better than it usually would be too.
Yeah, low amounts of evasion in red in this cube.
Best murder ever.
Yes, it is. So here we have Faithless Resalvaging. For 2 and a red, you get an instant with discard a card, then draw a card. With, I'm not going to say all the re's, but effectively it's rebound forever.
So this is kind of like a one-sided Howling Mind. Once you're hellbent, you get to draw 2 cards a turn. And even if you're not hellbent, it's a pretty reasonable selection piece.
It's good in Paradox, it's good in Self-Discard. I feel like this is something you'd splash in other colors solely because of the fact that you just pay once and you get benefit forever.
To be honestly, I totally forgot it would trigger Paradox. So yeah, absolutely. If you're low enough to the ground, I think that you can reliably get hellbent, then I'm pretty happy to play this in most decks. Now, my one caveat is that you got to be really careful you're killing them before you deck yourself, because 2 cards a turn will deck yourself in a 40 card deck a lot quicker than you think it will.
But this is great in Self-Discard, I'd say, because of all the madness things as well. You aren't even losing if you aren't hellbent.
Oh, absolutely. Next up, we've got Get Increasingly Pissed, which is a 2 and a red saga. As this enters, you get a lore counter. On chapter 1, you conjure a copy of Monstrous Rage into your hand. That's single red for +2/+0 and get a monster roll, which is +1/+1 in trample. On chapter 2, you get 2 copies of Reckless Rage in your hand, which is single red for an instant. It deals 4 damage to target creature you don't control and 2 damage to target creature you do control. And on chapter 3, you conjure 3 copies of Pinnacle of Rage into your hand. This is 4 red for a sorcery. Pinnacle of Rage deals 3 damage to each of 2 target creatures and or players.
This is card advantage in red. for a very reasonable cost for card advantage in red.
I'm unsure if you'll ever get the cast of Pinnacle of Rages, but if you do, you're probably killing your opponent. And both the Monstrous Rage and Reckless Rage are going to be extremely useful, not only for crimes or general removal, but also the fact that you get the heroic triggers off the Reckless Rages too.
Yeah. This is just very good for whenever, especially in heroic especially.
You will have to be careful about the Reckless Rages. With the small creature sizing, you got to make sure you don't accidentally kill your own creature first, but
The
yeah.
Monstrous Rage helps with that.
It's true. And 4 damage, I think, kills like 90% of creatures in this format.
Yeah. So here we have Goblin Board Gamer. For 2 and a red, you get a 3/3 creature that's somewhat funky to interpret, because the way it works is you start on the marked space in the upper right, and whenever it attacks, you roll a d6 and move that many spaces clockwise. And then you get the effect, which are discard a card, then draw a card. Target creature gets -2 until end of turn. Exile top card of your library until end of turn. You may play that card. Target creature gains +1 and +0 on first strike until end of turn. Next spell you cast this turn has Cascade. Discard a card at random, then draw 2 cards. This creature deals 3 damage to target opponent, or target creature gets +2/+0 and gains trample until end of turn.
The randomness obviously hurts it, but the individual effects are decently strong. Generally, they're getting you either some sort of buff or card advantage. I probably is best in some sort of heroic deck, I'd say.
It functions perfectly well in crimes, I'd say, as the +2/-2 is also effectively removal.
That's true, yep. The big stopper for this guy is that you're attacking with a 3-mana 3/3 with no abilities, and yeah, maybe you get to give it first strike, but maybe you don't. And if you lose it immediately, that feels pretty bad. Unless you get a card's worth of value off of it, but it's unpredictable, of course.
I feel it's honestly more so filler than a lot of the cards we've seen, as it's too unreliable to say fit a niche.
Right. It doesn't. You can't rely on getting any specific synergy, so even if the effects are individually decent, if you get the wrong thing at the wrong time, then you've just played a 3-mana 3/3 that your opponent killed.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Goblin Sharpshooter enjoys hunting endangered species in the jungles of Ixalan. It's a creature goblin poacher for 1 red, and it's a 1/1. And non-token creatures you control have Raptor Hatchling text and are endangered in children. So Raptor Hatchling says, Enrage, when it's dealt damage, create a 3/3 green dinosaur creature token with trample. It also has tap, shoot target creature you control, deal 1 damage to it.
In a lot of ways, this is just fill your board with 3/3s. Because you can then just target the 3/3s you created to make more damage.
Well, the 3/3s are tokens, so you can't.
Oh, is it non? Oh yeah, non-token.
It's non-token. Yeah. But you can turn all of your smaller creatures into 3/3s with trample, and if they've got more than 2 toughness, you can just sort of churn them out.
So the synergizes a lot with some previous cards we've seen, like getting increasingly pissed. You get synergized with Lava Bart. Anything that self-damages or damages for little amounts is amazing with this.
Yep. I mean, even if it's as simple as, I chump with a 1/1 and I get a 3/3 out of it, that's incredible.
Yeah.
It's comparable in some ways to there's a whatever on my card. Where you hold this.
There's a fucking homunculus on that card.
where you sort of hold this up, and if you've got a 2 toughness creature, you can turn it into a 3/3. Notable also, if you ever chump with a 2 toughness creature, you can ping it first to get 1 to 3/3, and then let it die to combat damage and get a second 3/3.
And also instant speed heroic trigger.
Yep, lots of heroic triggers.
Now we have Know the Work rules. For 1 and 2 red, you get an enchantment with whenever you target a creature you control, make it tap treasure token, and whenever an opponent targets a creature you control, HR deals 1 damage to them.
So overall, I think this just isn't quite impactful enough for something that doesn't influence the board state.
doesn't do anything on its own, like you mentioned. And then it's also sure you're getting treasures if you're doing a heroic, but for 3 mana, I'd kind of want more than that. And 1 damage for pinging, like for whenever they do a crime, is also not bad.
Yeah, if you got some combo that kills them with this, then that's probably where I want to go with that second effect. But it's also just too disparate, right? The tokens coming in tapped means that I've played a 3 mana do nothing, and then next turn I get to make some treasures that I can't use until turn 5.
Yeah, and that's assuming you get it on curve, in which case then you're not throwing down a 3 mana creature.
I can see some niche decks that get enough triggers off of this that it's worth the 3 mana, but as it is, I would it's pretty niche, so I'd not be putting it in any red deck here.
This is like statistical sky spam is like the main thing I see this used for. I don't see anything else.
Oh, that could be fun.
That's one card.
Just draw your good cards every time, right?
True.
Next up, we've got Murder, but it's in Red's color pie. It's 1 red for an instant with multi-kicker 1. This deals 6 damage to target creature. Do that again to the same creature for each time this was kicked. So it's 3 mana, kill anything, pretty much.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 creatures with more than 6 toughness, and even then you just pay 1 extra mana.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to include this in my red deck. My lower grade is really just because there's so much really, really good removal. We've got 3 lightning strikes, a bunch of sort of shocks and pings, that I'm not going to pick this one as highly, but I'm not going to be disappointed, right?
I will say this is also the only red removal, really, that reliably gets rid of big things, which, even if there aren't many, if someone is doing some funny Voltron shenanigans, this would solve that issue.
That's definitely true. The low creature sizing we mentioned is sort of belied by the fact that there are these sort of heroic triggers walking around.
So now we have My Buddy Eric Once Got Hit by Lightning. It's a 2 red sorcery with until end of turn, cards in your hand have adventure halves of cards in your graveyard, and an adventure that costs a red. That's as a sorcery. It deals 3 damage to target creature.
So the way this works is that it does work the way you want it to, where if you cast the My Buddy Eric Once, you give all of the cards in your hand the Got Hit by Lightning of this card, and any cards that you draw will also gain that text as well. So it turns every card into your hand into a strangle.
Yeah, it's very good whenever you have a lot of mana. The one downside, not downside, but like disappointing thing about this is the fact that you can't target your opponent with this, but then that'd probably be a bit too much.
Yeah, you would wait until like turn 6 and point 3 or 4 bolts at their face, right?
Yeah.
Either way, just a Stranglehalf makes this a pretty playable card on its own, getting rid of a lot of creatures. And the fact that you can sort of think of this as a single red strangle, and then later it's at least a 4 mana strangle with the potential to be more strangles.
I will say I don't think I would ever splash this because it's too much red to get the actual value out of it, or like the big value out of it.
Yeah, unless you desperately need removal, but I feel like you can find better splashed removal too. Are there any other adventures in this cube? There's a few.
There
right?
is the Welsh town that I cannot pronounce the name of that activates all activated ability? No, all triggered abilities of all creatures you control, I believe.
So you might get some niche use out of this, but probably not.
I think there's like 2 other adventures that I'm not. Oh, I think there's another adventure in red that we're gonna see later.
Oh yes, well it's pretty good with.
Yeah, no, that's
it's
not
really
that's an omen.
No. It's pretty good with that one, I think.
It's an omen. It's not an adventure.
Oh, it's an omen. Okay, well, if you find a way to break it, let us know.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Riding the Squealoo Horse. It's 1 red for a sorcery. Target creature gets +2/+2 and horsemanship. It also has Flash Everywhere for 4 red. You may cast this card from any public zone or private zone you can see for a splash everywhere cost, then exile it. So practically, you can get it from your graveyard, from exile, or from your library if you're searching it.
Do we not count the sideboard as a visible private zone in 8?
I don't think we can get it from the sideboard in 8, but I will need to double check that. If you can get it from
Because
your sideboard,
that's why I gave it an A minus, because even if it's really expensive, it's a free card.
yeah, we'd have to check if that's intended, because I think.
Because I know that
Are you allowed to look
I
at
know
your
that
sideboard in Hells without? Because don't you have to like shuffle it if you're ever getting
you
stuff
only
from
have to
it?
shuffle it in certain circumstances for specific cards. As it is, I believe if I'm remembering the ruling correctly, the sideboard is an unordered private zone that you can look at any time if you own it.
Well, in that case, this gets quite a bit better
Because
just
that's
because it is
because
free.
that's why the other squee was so powerful, because you
That's
could look at your
right.
sideboard at any time.
Yeah, so I think most likely that's correct. Then, in which case, this card is great because you don't have to put it in your deck.
Yeah.
But even if you do put it in your deck, I think it's pretty reasonable. Horsemanship is definitely a premium evasive keyword, and as this is the old style of templating, you do get that horsemanship and +2/+2 permanently. It does not wear off at end of turn. So in your heroic deck, this is a fantastic finisher.
I will say though, horsemanship is not as uncommon as you would normally expect in Hellscube
Correct. Yeah.
because it's funny.
Yeah, but it's still a lot. It's close to flying or a little better than flying in a lot of situations. So you'll want this card if you don't have any other ways of giving a trample or something like that.
Yeah. So here we have the guy from the mobile game ads. For 2 and a red, we have a 3/3 creature that has the first time an opponent would target each turn, they instead choose 2 potential targets, then you get to choose which target becomes the actual target.
So basically, this means that your opponent gets to make their two best choices, and you get to give them the worst of those two. So if they have a removal spell, instead of removing your best creature, they remove your second best creature. Similar with pump spells and the like.
The only issue is it's only the first time they do it each turn, so if they have, like, say, the shivs from the earlier card, they just throw one away and actually cast their good removal.
Similarly,
It
they still get to choose. So they get to choose two targets that they're okay with, and you still have to make a decision. And not only can you make the wrong decision, they're still getting something that they're generally okay with, or they wouldn't have bothered casting the spell in the first place.
Yeah, at the very upper level I see for this is it scares your opponent out of casting their pump spells because they've only got one creature on the board.
Yeah, I
That is
mean,
the best case scenario I see.
I could see pulling it out of the sideboard against heroic, but otherwise the effect is just a little too weak, and the stat line unimpressive for me to really want it in my deck. Now we have Tony Hawk Pro Skater, 2 and a red for a 2/2 legendary creature, Human Elder. With whenever you attack, you may discard a card. If you do, defending player gets 2 rad counters, and whenever you discard one or more cards, you may create a Wicked Roll token attached to target creature. Wicked Rolls are +1/+1, and when this aura is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Note that that does not target. And Rad is at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you mill a number of cards equal to the number of rad counters you have, then you lose life and rad counters equal to the number of non-land cards you milled. I think.
So this only yeah, that's how it works, if I remember correctly. I didn't play with Fallout. I do think that it's a 2/2, so that's a bit underrated for this. But the fact that it's making wicked rolls is very good, even if it's due to the fact that rolls you can only have one at a time on a certain creature.
Yeah, you get heroic triggers when you attack pretty reliably, and you get a little bit of extra reach. And the rad counters, if you get enough of them, you can start burning out your opponent too. Like, know that this is whenever you attack, not whenever Tony Hawk attacks. So you
Yeah.
don't have to attack with him, and probably don't want to attack with him. I
I
mainly
mean,
think. Go ahead.
yeah, this is actually a very good pinger in discard decks. Because every time you discard, you're going to make the wicked roll, and then if you just shove it onto the same one over and over, that's 1 damage every time you discard.
Yeah, if you've got enough density of either sort of want heroic triggers or have loot enablers, then I'm extremely happy to put this in my deck. Just sort of yeah, I think you have to jump through that hoop first to make him really worth it.
Yeah. But on his own, he's functional, I'd say.
Yeah, I think the main thing is I don't really think two rad counters and a wicked roll is quite worth a card. But this is obviously a lot higher if I want to discard cards already or I have madness creatures, right?
Yeah, or channel, or like blood rush cards.
Yep.
Like
Anything
those are the
else that I'm discarding, then I'm super happy to have this effect.
So here we have Want Not. For 2 and a red, you have an enchantment with, whenever you discard a creature, shock. So deal 2 damage to anything. I don't believe it's casting it, though.
It is not casting it, I think.
Okay. Whenever you discard a land, you add a red. And whenever you discard another type of card, Impulse Draw. So it's the until your end of your next turn.
Yep. So this, you have to build around this. You have to be in a discard deck, but it does a lot of cool things. It does a lot of things you want.
I will also add that if anything is multiple of these, I believe you get multiple.
Yes, you do, because each one will trigger.
So if you have an enchantment land creature, let's say, you get all of them.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that other is phrased, but I'm guessing they want it to work the way you said. So yeah.
Well, when they only name 2 types and then they have another type as everything else.
Exactly. Yeah. So if it's yeah, like there's a few land creatures, there's definitely a few enchantment creatures, stuff like that. The fact that the best one is probably the shock mode or the impulse draw mode because they're both, sort of card neutral. But in general, this is a great payoff for your self discard.
The only issue is it doesn't self-enable.
Yes, yeah, you do need to build around it. Next off, we've got Wizard, who only knows Fireball. For 1 red, it's a 3/3 creature human wizard with, whenever you commit a war crime, this creature gains a spell slot. War crimes are crimes during combat, so that's beginning of combat, declare attackers, declare blockers, combat damage, end of combat. For a single red and tap, and spend 3 spell slots, this creature deals 8d6 damage to target creature, activate only as a sorcery.
I'm assuming the spell slots are tracked abstractly, so you can't do like counter shenanigans with them, but neither can your opponent.
Correct. I believe so.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Generally, I don't think you do that many crimes during combat, because I would, like, you can just, it prevents you from doing any sorcery speed removal or counting.
Mm-hmm.
Then your instant speed removal, like, you can cast that during declare attackers, I suppose, or
Yep.
if you're defending. But I mean, you generally don't want to build your time around that, and for a mediocre payoff, I'd say.
Yeah, now, if you get just 1 removal spell off of him, you're pretty okay with that, right? Because you've gotten a 2 for 1. But I agree, the hoop is just a lot to jump through. This is a lot better if you have things like shivs that can enable a lot of crimes during combat pretty easily. But if you're just relying on like spells to do it, a lot of times this creature is just gonna die before you can activate it, or you're gonna have and it's not a great attacker either. 3 mana 3/3 is not the fantastic stat line.
In addition, it's double colored, so
Yeah, I'm not really splashing this one.
here we have Act of God. For 2 and 2 red, it's a sorcery with exile all creatures. They can be impulsed until the end of controller's next turn.
So this is not Wrath of God, but it still clears the board for a little bit. Your opponent gets to rebuild first, but they probably can't recast all of their creatures. You will also get the rebuild. You can maybe Act of God and immediately play like a 1-drop or a 2-drop. But otherwise, it's mostly going to behave like a worse Wrath.
I really do think that due to the fact that it's just worse Wrath, and also there's a good amount of very good enters abilities. You don't want to be casting this when they can just do that again. If you're playing against a Paradox opponent, you're just helping them. It's a lot of issues like that I see with this.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more situational. I also don't really want to play this in an aggro deck or aggro mid range because my more controlling opponent is just gonna have better creatures than me. So,
Yeah. The
but
only time this is good is when you're against tokens and we do not have a token theme.
yeah, I mean, I think it's okay in other situations, right? If you're a slower deck, I think it's still worth putting this in your deck. It can still make your opponent like make some tough decisions, but I wouldn't pick it super highly.
Yeah.
Now we've got Ley Line of Uno, 2 red red for an enchantment. If this card is in your first pre-mulligan opening hand, you may begin the game with it on the battlefield. Whenever the number of cards in your hand decreases to 1, if you don't say Uno, draw 2 cards. Do this only once each turn.
So this doesn't work when drawing from Hellbent, notably. But there's a lot of ways you never run out of cards with this.
Yeah. If you got 2 cards in your hand, you cast a spell, you immediately draw 2 more cards. So it's Library of Alexandria on steroids. Now, you can no longer mulligan for it. You used to be able to mulligan for it, which was crazy. But even if you cast this for 4 mana, you're probably feeling pretty okay about it. It's sort of a fantastic sort of Phyrexian Arena effect. You can't, so if you're Hellbent, right, you draw that first card, you don't get the trigger, but if you hold 1 turn cycle, draw the second card, go back down to 1, your sort of engine is back online.
And especially if late game you just drew a land, well, you're probably going to do that anyway to cause some anticipation over what it could be.
Yeah, and
So
if you flood out with 5 lands, you've drawn 5 cards, so you're not going to be that disappointed about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card...
The only issue is it's going to be hard to get back down to 1.
That's true. But you get to make your land drop every turn, which, yeah, you're not going to be disappointed by this card. Put it in your red deck.
Yeah. Here we have Warp Madness. For 3 and a red, we have an instant with Warp, 1 and a red, which is, it's a warp, but it's on an instant, so the way it's functioning is just, it's acting so that you cast it, but then warps it. I don't think there were warps on non-permanents.
Yeah, you just get it back later. It sort of works like flashback, yeah. I guess.
There's Madness on it, which isn't going to come up as often, I don't think. And all it is when it deals 4 damage to target creature, and that creature can't block this turn.
Yeah, so 4 damage is going to kill most of the creatures in this cube. It can't block this turn, will let you get off a lethal attack if you really need it. And yeah, the Madness won't come up too often, but it will sometimes. So mostly it's going to be a 2 damage, deal 4, so like a I forget what all the cards are called.
This is Lightning Strike with upside, basically.
Yeah, it's Lightning Strike with upside. You'll Madness it sometimes. You'll be pretty happy about it.
Yeah. But it's just removal. Nothing fancy.
Now we've got You Rock My World. It's an enchantment saga for 3 and a red with read ahead. So read ahead lets you choose a chapter and starts with that many lore counters, and you get that trigger. So if you read ahead to chapter 2, you get chapter 2, you do not get chapter 1. Chapter 1, search your library for a mountain card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Chapter 2, create a rock equipment token. That's an artifact with artifact equipment with equip 1. Equipped creature has pay 1 and tap, sacrifices rock. This creature deals 2 damage to any target. And chapter 3, your crimes deal double damage this turn.
It's decent in a crimes deck. But aside from that, there aren't many times where you're going to be really aching for this. It's inefficient as removal. It's inefficient as ramp, even if it is ramp and red. It's just kind of there most of the time.
Yeah, I see it mostly in, if you manage to build a burn deck, because, we've got those shivs running around, we've got those shocks and lightning strikes running around. This can be a pretty okay finisher for that, right? You run it out on chapter 2, and then next turn you sort of pop off with the double damage crimes. Or if you're in a slower red base sort of like control deck, I think this provides enough value that you'll be okay with it, but it's not something I love.
Oh no, I just realized they forgot to put the fact that the saga increments. It's not as if that's inherent rules text.
Oh no.
Whatever shall we do?
Alas.
So here we have Matryoshka Sprawl. For 3 and 2 red, you get an enchantment aura with enchanted creature gets +8/+8, and when this aura leaves the battlefield, cast a free copy of it, except it's half its size.
So, I'm scared of auras. I have commitment issues. This will kill your opponent, and if you can stick it, it's pretty good. But I'm extremely worried about getting blown out the turn I cast it.
I will add that this is a bunch of heroic triggers. This is a bunch of paradox triggers. If it gets to the point where it's adding 0.5, 0.25, 0.125 power toughness, you can use it as crime stuff, I guess, but you're probably not going to do that even then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
Um,
you need a
it
reason.
never goes away, basically.
Yeah, yeah. If you can stick it once, it's on forever for the most part. If you've got some like good evasive creatures, even just like a menace creature or a trample creature here and there, yeah, no, it'll kill your opponent.
Yeah, the one downside I'd say is that it's not really splashable. Like, even if you get it forever, you're already spending 2 red on something, so that's a problem.
That's true. Maybe if you're uber slow and this is your win con, then you can sort of afford to find the second red source, but yeah, it's not ideal. Now we've got Shivan Dragon for 3 red. It's a creature dragon, 5/5, flying, and whenever this creature attacks, you may pay any amount of red. If you do, create that many Shiv tokens. Shiv tokens are 0 mana artifacts where tap sack this token and deals 1 damage to any target. This dragon also has an Omen, 1 and a red for Storm of Steel as a sorcery. Discard your hand, create a Shiv token for each card discarded, then shuffle this card into its owner's library.
This is basically one of the best finishers in the cube. I'd say that it's straight up better than Shivan Dragon.
Yeah, the shivs are just more flexible than fire breathing. You can point them at your opponent's face. You can kill their only flying or reach blocker before damage or before blockers. And Storm of Steel is just a really strong card in self discard, but also reasonable if you're just discarding 1 land for a Shiv token. You're not going to be that upset about it.
I mean, if you're at that point, though, you probably have enough mana to just cast Shivan Dragon anyway, so I would. The main issue I see with the Omen is the fact that it does not work. It doesn't play nice with some of the better red card draw we have, like Leyline of Uno especially. This just turns it off.
Yep.
But I think the main body's good enough to ignore that.
I'm happy to cast it as a creature most of the time, and yeah, I think if you have, we've got a handful, we got some madness stuff here and there, so pitch your madness stuff, get a ton of value, right? Or cast a Storm of Steel as a removal mode if you really need it.
Yeah.
Now,
so here we have Valwala, which is a 3 red Kindred Snow Enchantment Lizard. With your creature cards have Madness 0. If they're cast this way, they enter as 1/1 Snow Lizard Spirits. Discard a card, lizards you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. Activate this ability only once per turn.
So, notably, you do retain any enters effects or static abilities on those creatures. It just sets their stat line and creature type down.
This is, funnily enough, one of the best cards to go with Shivan Dragon.
Yeah, I think this is a card that sort of demands you build around it, it's a 5 mana enchantment that technically contributes to the board state because you can immediately discard a card to get it for free as a 1/1. But realistically, I really want either a lot of sources to loot on board or a lot of paradox payoffs or some really strong ETBs. But if I have those, this is a pretty good finisher card.
Yeah, my main issue with this is the fact that it kind of does nothing by itself for 5 mana. And even if it does have the technical enabling, there aren't that many things in the cube you want to cheat out as a 1/1 instead.
That's true. Yeah. If you can get enough of them, right? Because you get like if you have loot, right? You can just churn out a bunch of 1/1s and they get +2. So if you attack with a bunch
Yeah.
of 3/1s, you're pushing a decent amount of damage. But it really demands a lot of support.
Yeah, I feel it's honestly better as a support card for your other discard cards than as a thing to build around itself.
Yeah,
Just single cube.
yeah, and do note that the madness is optional. If you just want it to stay in your graveyard, you can not pay the madness cost and let it go to your graveyard.
Yep.
All right, we've got one last card for you today. It's Atali Primal Gambler for 4 red red. Legendary creature Dinosaur Gamer 6/6 with trample, and when Atali Primal Gambler enters, discard your hand, discover 5 for each card discarded this way.
This is pretty absurd because Discover is basically better Cascade, in my opinion. So the one issue is you have to have a still large hand whenever you're casting this, which is gonna generally be pretty late in the game.
You're never
But
going to
there's
be too disappointed if you only discard one card, but you've got to discard at least one card.
yeah,
And
I'd say this functions best when supported, though.
yeah, yeah. I mean, this is really good if you have a strong draw engine. Or yeah, you just have to wait a few turns to cast it, but the amount of card advantage it generates is pretty absurd.
And so, as such, this also is probably the best Paradox enabler in Red, because there aren't really Paradox payoffs in Red at the moment. There almost all the payoffs are in Blue or in Is It, but this is by far the best enabler for the entire color.
All right, that's all the cards we have. So, overall, closing thoughts, I think, as is pretty common in a lot of cubes, red is our aggressive color. We've got a lot of low to the ground creatures for the most part. But one of the big takeaways is that your damage based removal is really, really strong. Your creature sizing on this cube is pretty tiny, right? With around 75% of the creatures having 3 or less toughness. So definitely keep that in mind when you're considering what creatures to pick and when you're looking at damage based removal.
Another important thing to note is, as is, due to the low toughness values of creatures in the cube, red will be viable as a control color for once in its life.
Yep, if you run out that ancestral recall and just 3 for 1 against your opponent, then they're going to be really struggling to come back, and you've only committed a single card to handle 3 of their aggressive creatures.
So I would suggest Boros Control, to be frank with you.
I would love to try Boros Control. It seems pretty good, and also the heroic triggers will get your own stuff out of that 3 toughness range.
So red, good.
Craft red. All right, thank you so much, everybody. We'll be seeing you later.
Goodbye. Hello, this is the Hellscube 8 green set review. I'm Jude, and I'm here with...
Hi, I'm Jaded.
And so, just going right into it, here's our grading scale, where we have A's are game-winning cards that are good in basically every situation. B's are just strong cards that are good for their archetype generally, but they can be generally good as a whole. C's are playable, but generally can be replaced by other cards. And D's are cards that you would just play as filler for your curve, so you don't have enough 2-mana spells.
Right. So the related archetypes, obviously, since this is green, we're going to be reviewing all the green archetypes. Selesnya, which is green-white, is just the lands archetype, benefits from having lands. There's a lot of man lands, utility lands, that sort of stuff. Simic, which is green-blue, it cares about animating. It's called Animate Everything, turning non-creatures into creatures, animate lands, animate artifacts, animate phases, stuff like that. Golgari, which is black-green, is land aristocrats, or benefiting from sacrificing lands. And then Gruul, which is red-green, benefits from discarding your own cards. It's a self-discard archetype. And stuff like Channel, Bloodrush.
Okay, so going to our first card, we have Dryad Barber. It is a land creature. It's a Dryad Barber with haste, tap, add green, shave the top card of your library off into your graveyard, and it's a 1/1 creature. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, so I gave this a C plus because I'm not picking this over like an actually good card, honestly. But it sure is better than a forest.
It's better than a forest, but I'm not sure by how much. Because sure, it's a blocker, but as much graveyard synergy as there is in green, a lot of it comes from you putting it in based off effects on the card itself, not
This
just
also
putting it in.
this also notably isn't a forest or like a fetchable land.
No, yeah.
I have a long-standing hatred for Dryad Arbor. I might hate it the most of any card. And at least this thing has haste. It is still a land that dies to removal, which is not where you want to be. You don't want to turn your opponent's removal spells into a sinkhole.
Yeah, that is never a good place to be.
Right. The next card, another Dryad Arbor riff, is Dryad Carver, which is a kindred artifact land Dryad vehicle forest with crew 1 that is a 2/2. I think this card's kind of in the same vein as the previous one. I'm not picking this over an actually good card, but I suppose it's a mostly strict upgrade over a forest.
Yeah, well, it can be hit by artifact removal. There
Yeah.
not that much of that in the cube outside of green itself. And
Yeah.
generally speaking, this is just a better forest, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would care more about. I think artifact removal would be something that you'd have to play around if there were more cards like Cankerbloom, or Reclamation Sage, like cards
Yeah.
that are just fine on their own, and then also artifact removal. But all the artifact removal cards I've seen are like really heavily focused on. I'm the artifact removal card, and I will destroy target artifact. Right? Like there's no main deckable artifact hate cards that I've seen. So I think that the fact that this dies to artifact removal is less relevant. I'm still not picking this over a relevant card, which is why I gave it a C, but I suppose your deck is better having it.
Yeah. Only reason I gave it a B- instead was because there's never a situation really in this cube as it is where it's going to hurt you to play.
Yeah, that's fair.
So here we have Hedge Fund. It is a forest land, so naturally tap, add green. It enters tapped. You do not lose unspent mana produced by Hedge Fund as steps and phases end, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, roll a d6. You cannot respond to the result of this roll, which is either if you roll a 1, you lose all mana produced by it. If you roll a 2 through 5, you gain a life for each 2 green mana in that mana pool produced by Hedge Fund. And then if you roll a 6, you double all mana produced by Hedge Fund. I don't think that this is that reliable for anything.
Yeah, this seems like if there was ever a mini game archetype, that's where you'd play this. Like this is a top 10 masterpiece card.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel that it feels like an unreliable storage land, and those aren't the greatest in limited either.
Card does not have to enter tapped. If this card didn't enter tapped, then I still wouldn't play it because it makes me dizzy, and I don't like unreliable cards.
Yeah, you just can't trust it, really.
Right, Panglacial Paradise. It is a snowland forest. Panglacial Paradise enters tapped unless it entered from your library. You may play a land from your library tapped each time you search your library. Or tap, exert Panglacial Paradise, search your library, and it taps and adds green. And notably, the background art is an island. I'm not sure what's up with that, but I suppose this one's a forest.
Yeah, Panglacial Worms aside.
True. Yeah, so I'm gonna make references to like slower green decks a lot in this set review because I think there's actually quite a few good cards for like slower controlling green decks. And this is one of them. I'm just not sure how much. I don't want to be paying 4 mana, like effectively 6 mana, right? Because it's 5 mana to activate, and then you can't use it next turn. Find a land like that feels so slow, even in late game, and you can't do it instant speed. I don't know how good this card is. I suppose it'll depend on how much incidental searching you have.
There is a decent amount of incidental searching in green, but they're generally on other ramp cards as well. So
Yeah, like if you play this on 1 and then like Farseek on 3 plus land drop, I suppose it's good, but or near seek, sorry. But like, and you're missing your 4 drop on 3 instead of just near seeking on 2. That seems bad.
I mean, the only benefit is if you really need one specific land, it can reliably grab that, and it's not like
Oh, that's
Earthquake
true.
where you lose it.
True.
So that's the main benefit I see.
I still think this card's pretty cool.
Okay. So here we have Rotated Crop. It is a land. It taps for green. While you're searching your library, you may play Rotated Crop from your library by sacrificing a land. And this does use a land drop. And then for green and tap, you can sacrifice Rotated Crop, return target land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It can
This just moves.
Sacrificing lands. That's the best benefit I see.
Yeah, well, the thing that I like about this is it moves lands through all the zones that you want them to get moved through. And also it's like, I think this card's just fine. I'm not that happy about it. I also hate crop rotation for what it's worth. But this card is not crop rotation and is significantly better. At least in this environment. I don't know. I think this card's like fine.
It would be better if we had reliable fetch lands, which we do not have currently in the cube.
This is very similar to the previous card, I think.
Yes, I'd say it's worse at times, but it does have the benefit of being able to recur a different land.
This is an extremely cool card for constructed.
Yes, but it won't be doing
I would say
much in limited.
Yeah. Really.
Okay.
This is the grass. Tap on the front side. It taps for double colorless and spend this mana only on costs that include green. And then the back side is a forest. This is a MDFC, so you can play either side. I think this is just a really.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is just a really good card for green decks. You're incentivized to play hard green, but an Ancient Tomb that you don't have to pay life for is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really many sources of fast mana in the cube at the moment outside of actual ramp, which again, green has something of a monopoly on. And then there's like 1 or 2 things that give treasure tokens. It's very hard to get a lot of mana early. So this is good for being able to do that.
Also, worst comes to worst, this is just a forest. You can't flip it while on the field, but like sometimes you draw Ancient Tomb and you're at 8 life and you're in hell, but this could just be a forest, right?
Yeah. So then here we have Tree with a Hole in It. It's a land forest that enters tapped, and then for 1 and a green, tap it and exert an untapped non-token creature you control offspring this land. Those are going to be 1/1 creature lands, so they're kind of like Dryad Arbor, except they still have the same ability. I mean, it makes more tokens, and those tokens are also technically ramp, even if they're effectively tapped ramp. But it does require you to have actual creatures you're exerting.
Yeah, it takes a while, but it does like exponentially scale. So it does break most board stalls. So I don't hate it. But worst comes to worst, it's just a tap forest.
Yeah.
So I think it's like decent. I would pick this card.
Yeah. The only thing is it can't truly grow exponentially, as it has to be non-token creatures that you're tapping with it.
Oh, true. Okay.
So that slows it down some, but there are a decent chunk of reliable green creatures that you won't be attacking with. So that's something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind this card. I don't think it's like the best card ever, but I would play this card. I'd like it.
Okay.
Azusa, Home But Sleeping. She's a 1 mana 2/3, so a green for 2/3. Legendary creature, Human Monk. Enters tapped with a stun counter on her. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, and lands you control enter tapped or untapped as Azusa is. Well, this is exploration, but you can't use it at the start of the game, really. Like, you can't use the lands at the start of the game.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say the major benefit of this is that it also effectively becomes Amulet of Vigor, which
Yeah.
for the numerous tapped entering lands that we have, that's pretty good.
This also is just a 1 mana 2/3.
Yeah, so it's a pretty good blocker if you get it out turn 1 because there isn't as much haste as you'd expect either.
Yeah.
And it's
Well, she's not a blocker turn 1. She enters with a stun counter.
Oh yeah, you're right.
She can only start blocking turn 3 or later.
Yeah.
If you play her on 1.
But she's also, it is important to note, she is in the upper level of toughness in the cube, given that half the cube dies to shock.
True. My bigger issue with this card is this card is absolutely bonkers if you draw it in your opening hand, but Black Lotus is a bad top deck, and so is this.
Oh yeah, it does have that issue.
So, if this card is not in the top 10 cards of your library, it gets significantly worse, I think.
Yeah. So here we have Elder Dragon Lander. For green, you get a legendary kindred artifact Elder Dragon Lander. When it enters, it becomes your commander in addition to any other commanders. That will not be relevant to that part, I believe. Then for 2 and tap, sacrifice it. Search your library for your basic land card. Put it onto the battlefield tapped with 2+1/+1 counters on it. Then shuffle. It becomes a 0/0 Elder Dragon creature that is still a land. It's creating animated lands, and they're basic lands, so it can be color fixing, but it can't grab any of your more special non-basics. That's the main downside I see with that.
Yeah, so this is one of the cards in a long line in this cube. I think there's 5 or 6 of them of rampant growth effects. So ways to ramp on 2. So since there's so many of them, I'm collectively a lot lower on them, and I'm also. I suppose this one gets ones with counters, but also I think that it becomes your commander part is practically irrelevant. I'm not paying 4 mana or 5 mana to sacrifice this and get another land into play.
Well,
I don't know. I think it's fine like any rampant growth effect, but since there's so many of them in the cube, I'm passing this card unless it's pack 3 and I desperately need one.
Yeah, the very first time you recast it, it is still just 1 green to cast because it wasn't cast from your command zone yet. So you do get it twice for 3 mana to get a land. So that's something.
Okay, that makes it better then. I think I'd give it a C+ instead of a C- then. It is still repeatable effects, but this is also notably you can't play your tap. If you have a tap land in hand, you can't play that turn 1. That's the nice thing about a lot of Farseek effects and rampant growth effects is that you can play your tap land turn 1.
That is true. This doesn't work.
Can't do that here. Yeah.
You could even play your tap land turn 2, actually.
All right. Aid from Hellscube. This is 1 green for a sorcery. Put 2 time counters on target artifact or enchantment. It gains vanishing. Draw a card. What if my removal spell didn't kill it until 2 turns later?
I think the vanishing it's their upkeep, so it's okay. Yeah, it still has 2 turns later. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, there aren't enough targets for this where it's always going to be useful, so you can't even reliably cantrip with it.
Yeah, if it were up to, then I would give it a D and not a D-.
Yeah, you can sideboard this against historic decks, maybe.
Yes. This is a card that you keep in your opening hand, and you muck their Elder Dragon Lander or whatever. Actually, no, that doesn't even work well. No, they just whatever
They're
cheap
chromatic
artifact or.
turn.
Oh yeah, but you probably just die.
Yeah.
We'll get to that card later. Yeah, you can muck random early curve cards in after you sideboard, but I'm still not happy about it.
Yeah. Here we have Harmagoyf. It is a 1 green for a creature Lurgoyf. Harmagoyf's power is equal to the number of card types among creatures on the battlefield, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. I soured on this the more I looked at it, because it's really leaning hard into the animate everything when there aren't a lot of things with a lot of different types to animate.
Yeah, if you go Dryad Carber and into this on turn 1, you're happy, I suppose, because that has like 3 types. This immediately makes this a 3/4. And I will
Well,
say
it's
this is
crude,
minimum
though.
a 1/1.
That's only
This is
one.
minimum a 1/1.
Yeah.
So,
It's a 1/2. But
oh, sorry, yes, it's minimum 1/2. But like,
we don't really animate planeswalkers. We don't really animate battles because we don't even have any battles, I think. No, there's one battle. But it's hard to get things beyond your artifacts and maybe an enchantment.
yeah.
And probably
I don't
lands,
know,
actually. We
dude.
got a decent amount of land animation.
Yeah, I'm not sure how happy I am with a 1 mana 2/3 that requires a lot of enabling.
Yeah, no, it's not good, but
Also, no keywords is rough.
yeah.
Illegal trespassing. Search, so it's 1 green, sorcery, search the top 4 cards of your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield, tap, shuffle. It has override, which is like multi-cleave. You can pay 1 mana to either ignore the... you could pay 1 mana to ignore any number of restrictions. And the restrictions are searching the top 4 cards of your library instead of just searching your library, for a basic land instead of a land card, and then putting onto the battlefield tapped instead of putting it onto the battlefield untapped. I think this card should be removed from the cube on the grounds that I think its play patterns are kind of miserable. And because I think the best play pattern for this in limited is just rip this on turn 1 and hope you hit a land. Because I think that's such a strong effect that that's what I would be using this for this like every time.
Yeah, I do think it's pretty strong too for even if you don't do that, because for 3 mana it's get any land in your library. So anything that you are trying to, it's either for fixing or if it's for any weird effect on the land itself, which we've got a few that will really benefit from that.
Yeah.
So it's very modal too.
Yeah, it's unlike most rampant growth effects. This is not a bad top deck late game. Depends. I mean, it'll depend on what utility lands you have in your deck. It being able to get utility lands from your deck. This is less of a bad top deck than most.
Yeah. So here we have Raccoon. For green, you may eat garbage for free during your turn. Eating garbage is sacrificing a permanent or discarding a card and gaining 1 life as a result. Activate that only during your turn, and then it is a 1/2. Notably, did they forget to put that it's a raccoon creature on here? They did.
Yes, I'm assuming this is a creature raccoon.
Yeah, it should be, if nothing else.
Go ahead.
It's okay, I'd say, because there aren't that many cards that actually benefit too much from the repeatable sacrifice in green, which is why I say it's better in Orzhov if you splash it than if you just play it in green.
This is an infinite discard outlet for exactly the red-green deck that wants to do that. So this card is either absolutely terrible if you're not in red-green or splashing it in Orzhov, and I think it's like pretty good in red-green or splashing it in Orzhov. This is like fully an enabler for one specific kind of deck.
I feel that the discarding doesn't really want, again, just discarding for the sake of discarding. It wants discarding for a purpose.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm not getting like an A+ or anything in that deck. I think it's like fine. Right?
Yeah, I can say that. There are a few bad things.
I also don't like this sort of play pattern, like the infinite discard ones. I prefer getting more mana for more value because it just makes this more polarized, right? Because the gaining a life isn't useful, and if you discard like the rippable Dreadmaw or whatever it's called, you could just have a 6/6 with trample on turn 1 off of this. And I mean that's
that card later.
Yeah, it's kind of a miserable play pattern. So yeah. Here we have the Smurfer. It is 1 greed for legendary artifact food construct. It has 1 in a Phyrexian green, tap, storm food. You create a food token for each spell cast before it this turn. If you control 7 or more food, other food you control are 1/1 artifact creatures that attack each turn and if able. And notably, this does not have the food text on it, although I assume it's supposed to. It's just not in the reminder text.
Well, food is not inherent with the food type, and there are other foods in the cube that do not have food text, so I'm going to assume it's not there.
Interesting. Okay.
I think this is very good because not only can you just use it if you have a turn where you're effectively storming off, which you probably aren't going to be doing in green, you can do it more so if your opponent storms off as well, and then suddenly you've got a bunch of food that may be creatures as well.
I'm seeing this as more of a card that you drop on turn 1, and then randomly in certain turns, if your curve isn't perfect, you can pay a mana to make a food.
Yeah.
And slowly build toward this thing being like an actual threat. So if you go like rampant growth on 2 into 3 drop plus activate this, I suppose that's fine. If you can like cast multiple spells a turn and then activate this is very good.
I mean, most of the time whenever there have been storm effects in cubes that I've played that actually paid off, it's because my opponent was trying to interact with me on my turn and just counterspelling my stuff. So this is very good for the incidents where that does happen.
Yeah, if anyone's ever played Weather the Storm in formats like Pauper, you'll be shocked how much that like the baseline on that card is gain 9 life, right?
Yeah.
Because there's almost always at least 2 spells cast in a turn.
So it's just very viable in a lot of situations.
You are already bred. 1 and a green for an instant. Target non-creature permanent perpetually becomes a 4/4 artifact creature food in addition to its other types and gains food text. And remember, perpetual effects are not removed from cards that change zones. Misread. 1 black, discard this card. Discard target creature. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Draw a card that has the original card You Are Already Dead as like a channel effect. I think this card is like blue green, but I think I'd only ever want to play this in black green.
Yeah. The other benefit of this is the fact that the misread, it doesn't use the stack, obviously, because it's a channel-like ability, right?
No, it does use the stack. It's just not. It's an activated ability. It can't be countered by counterspell effects. It has to be stifled.
That's why those things are so bad.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, regardless, still being able to make something into a 4/4 just because, or occasionally you'll want to remove something with that. You generally won't want to use it as removal, though.
Yeah, the nice thing is it's permanent. So if they have any sort of recursion, if for example you can do this on their Wizard of Maz, and then they can. We'll get to that one later as well. Non-creature permanent. Okay, yeah. So you can't use this on actually like threatening things. I guess the issue with this is you're always going to be upgrading. But they're like, sure, you remove their non-creature permanent, but it's a 4/4.
The only time I can see this helping really is whenever you are destroying like mana fixing, which can be pretty big hit if they just didn't hit the colors they need.
They can still activate the abilities though.
I thought it lost the. No, it doesn't lose them. Never mind.
No, it just becomes a 4/4 with food.
I confused this with a different card. Great.
But it's fine. I think this is like I think the use case on this 90% of the time is going to be targeting your own stuff to block with.
Yeah.
This is a like rampant growth on 3 or on 2, and then turn 3 hold this up and block with a land type deal.
Yeah, or turn your Dried Carver into a creature. I don't know. Probably wouldn't do that, but
Powerful.
Here we have 3/3 Elk Within for 1 and a green. It's an instant that target permanent loses all abilities and becomes a green elk creature with base power and toughness 3/3. This is just Beast Within, basically.
Yeah. There's another card similar to this. Oh wait, no, I was thinking of something else. My problem with these sorts of effects have always been that like 2-for-1 removal has always been terrible and limited. Like what was it, Bovine Intervention? I think in Outlaws might have been like the worst card in that set. I guess this is any permanent, but like giving him a 3/3 is so terrible.
There are some things you will want to get rid of and replace with a 3/3 though. There's some expensive planeswalkers, which we don't really have planeswalker removal right now. And it's useful for situations like that, which is why I say it's a C plus. I'd say it's a decent sideboard card.
Yeah, I think this is a card that you're sideboarding in if there's like one card in their deck that you physically like cannot beat and you have to deal with at all costs.
Yeah, but that ability at all makes it worth something.
True. It is target permanent, which makes it better than Bovine Intervention, but right. We have Bill and Tifa's Excellent Adventure. 1 in a green for adventure sorcery. So exile the spells it resolves. You may cast it later from exile. Search your library for a land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. And if it was cast from exile, instead create a copy that's a copy of a token that's a copy of Bristly Bill, Spinesower, or Tifa Lockhart. Then put this card into your sideboard. So this is first gets any land, and then generally I think you want to get Bristly Bill.
Yeah, generally Bristly Bill will be better.
Billiam is just such a good card that I think this is just fine.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, you are getting Bristly Bill. Even if it's for 4 mana, I feel like Bristly Bill would have still been good in 4 mana, just less good than he is.
No, what the thing is, this curve's you create a token. It's not into your hand.
I know.
It's not 4 mana. It's with a payment plan, so you can just slap this on 2, and then you don't play a land on 3. Play this, and then immediately play land to get your counter on your bill. So this is honestly still a bill on curve, right?
Actually, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's
Because a bill on 3 and bill on 2 are basically the same.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. So
this should probably be like a B plus or an A minus actually, because Grizzly Bill is such a stupid card that making it also draw a card is really good.
Yeah, there probably is some weird niche scenario where Tifa would be useful, but there aren't many. I feel.
Yeah, there's not enough pumping in this set where I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Okay. So here we have Bite Up. For 1 in a green, it's an instant where target creature from your graveyard deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker, and then you return it to your hand. That's a lot of benefit for just 2 mana, because planeswalker removal is not that common in the cube, even if there aren't that many planeswalkers to begin with. But it's also giving you back the creature. So
yeah, what if my raised dead were Doomblade?
Oh man, how horrible.
Yeah. The only thing that I take issue with this card, some issue with it, I think it's still amazing, but it has to be from your graveyard. You can't do from the battlefield, so a creature does have to die.
Yeah,
but this is an insane card. Any turn past turn 3, I think.
Yeah, this is just, you're not using it to kill something turn 2, but you may be using it turn 4 or later, or if you just ended up milling something good.
Yeah.
So then,
we have buy 1 in a green instant. There's 1. Exile a artifact, exile a creature with flying, exile a enchantment, exile a graveyard. Yeah.
this I feel is a lot better than you rated it on the count of this is the only card I can think of that's actual graveyard removal.
And I think this is main deckable, honestly. It might be.
Because there's so much graveyard synergy in so many colors, but so little graveyard interaction that's not your own.
I honestly assumed this was exile a card in a graveyard, not a graveyard. So I think that makes this a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah. I may even it's aside from that, it's still naturalize, and then also restore creature with flying is pretty good against blue in this cube.
Yeah, true. This is what Phase from Hellscube wishes it were, really.
It really is. Okay, here we have Crucible of This World. For 1 in a green, it's an artifact with you may play lands you control from the battlefield, and landfall, whenever a land enters under your control, untap it. If it's already untapped, you can tap it for its abilities in response to this trigger. This is very good for landfall and for anything that... We've got a few exhaust lands, which would benefit from this.
Point of clarification: if you play a land you control from the battlefield, does it enter untapped, then put the untap trigger? Like if you play a forest, does the action of playing it untap it? It doesn't make 2 mana essentially.
Actually, I don't know. That's
Okay. If it just makes 1 mana, then this is like Rampant Growth plus Amulet of Vigor, and Amulet of Vigor is an insane card in like specifically one deck. So I mean, this is just a kind of a Rampant Growth effect that's pretty good. If it makes 2 mana, the card's absolutely absurd.
It probably doesn't, I would guess, because
I guess not. Yeah.
because it's within the same effect. But it does specify in response to true. I don't know. That'll be something we'll have to ask someone else about.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's decent.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a bit of a confusing card, but I think it's good. Finale of the Sopranos. On and a green, sorcery. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. If a creature would die this turn, it fades to black instead, which means exile it, then add a black. It's a sorcery speed bite effect, so I don't know how much I like it. I guess it exiles it, but
I mean,
I always have problem. At least I really like bite up because it doesn't get mucked by removal, and this really does.
Yeah, this does have the benefit of also being a very wonky ritual at times. So if
Worst ritual I've ever read.
it is, but if you play this in certain deck combinations, it can actually go pretty crazy with the amount of value and removal in both black and red in this cube at the moment.
The thing that you have to note is that it is also against your own creatures, so you'll start exiling your own creatures if you're not careful. I mean, not it could be bad or good. It's just you need to watch out for it, right?
Oh shoot! I just realized this with chromatic and turn.
That's pretty funny.
That it's a mana double
But
with chromatic and turn. Okay.
Yeah, but don't play bad cards to make your good cards better, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Just a random.
That card doesn't need help.
Okay.
Yeah, that is pretty funny though.
Okay, here we have Fog, but there's something there. For 1 and a green, it's an instant with prevent all combat damage that will be dealt this turn, then choose 1. Conjure a Colossal Dreadmaw into your hand. Or, behold a creature. This creature deals damage equal to its power to target attacking or blocking creature, and it has Entwine for 1 and a green. I mean, Fog is good, and then Bite Down is good, or you could just get Colossal Dreadmaw if you don't need to bite down.
Yeah. I want to gush about this card because this also goes into like every slow green controlling deck. Ogs classically have been like not great and limited because they're card negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like the worst. I joke a lot about Time Walk and like cards being Time Walk. Gray lands are basically Time Walk, right? And fogs are like the worst Time Walks. But this card prevents like this card compensates for every downside of fog, which is mostly just that it's card negative. This is a fog plus a removal spell plus a creature later into the game because you're not fogging early game. You're fogging later into the game when you have the mana to pay for the Entwine. So this is basically always a 3-for-1, and it's a punch and not a bite, which means it can't get mucked by removal, or like it's punching from hand, so they can't just destroy the creature in response. And then you have a bomb. Like we meme a lot about Colossal Dreadmaw. It's like a fine card that I wouldn't play in an actual deck. If you get it for free, it's still just a 6/6 with trample. It will kill your opponent.
Yeah,
I think this card's amazing.
If nothing else, it's another thing that can be discarded or used in some other way, even if you don't play it.
Yeah. I don't think I really don't want to play this without Entwine. But sometimes you need to fog plus bite down, which is still like fine. It's just so much value if you do get to Entwine it.
Yeah.
Another issue with a lot of bite effects is that sometimes you just don't have a creature that kills their thing, and this solves that issue.
Quite a bit. Hello?
Hello?
We're on the next slide.
Oh, wait. I'm reading this. Okay. Detroit becomes human. IDK, I never played the game. 1 and a green. It is an enchantment saga. Chapter 1, search your library for a basic land card, put that card into the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Chapter 2, put 2/1/1 counters on a basic land you control, and it becomes a 0/0 creature in addition to its other types. And Chapter 3, put a vigilance counter on target land you control, and it becomes a human in addition to its other types. This is a masterpiece card from Hellscube 2.
It's okay overall, I'd say. I mean, you're getting basic, you're getting counters on a basic, you get vigilance on a land.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'm attacking with my lands.
Generally, you aren't. I mean, there aren't many cases I feel would end up attacking with it outside of it just finishing, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is. I think you're mostly using this for a rampant growth effect, and I suppose having the chump blocker is better than nothing. It being, I like this card more than Dry Barber because if you get Sinkhold, you're down to the amount of lands you're supposed to have rather than down like one land, right? So this is, and due to that fact, I think this will very rarely catch a removal spell.
Yeah, I mean, also, who's going to kill a basic when you likely have better creatures?
Yeah, exactly.
So here we have Wall of Mana and Man of Walla. The quality on this is really bad, so let me bring it up elsewhere so I can read this more clearly. It has, on the front side, Wall of Mana, for 1 and a green. It has 1 and a green, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, and this creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn, add green, activate only as an instant. It is a elemental wall creature with Defender and a 0/4 power toughness. The other side, the back side, Man of Walla, is 1 and a green for a 2/2 lizard wizard with whenever you discard a card, create a 1/1 green lizard creature token. And then for 1 and a green, each lizard you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn, activate only once per turn.
They're both incredible, right?
Yeah. It really is a beautiful card.
Yeah. This is a mana dork that can also be a payoff. This goes in every green deck.
Yeah. It's a good blocker.
Yeah, I think this is the flexibility on this is extremely valuable. And then if it's not a blocker, it's a good attacker. So
Yeah. And
I
plus,
don't know. There isn't a green deck I wouldn't play this on.
yeah, and it also has the added modality for whenever you're in self discard.
Yeah, this card's great in those decks as well. Right. It that advocates for biking to work. 1 and a green for a 2/2 Eldrazi with Devoid. Oh wait, it's not Devoid. Never mind. 1 and a green for a 2/2 creature Eldrazi. If you would discard a card, you may pay 1 and a green to cycle it instead. It's sustainable. Cycling 1 and a green. When you cycle this card, you may destroy target's polluter. All artifacts are polluters. I got tripped up because it has the Devoid border, but isn't Devoid.
No, it's very weird that happened. Regardless, it's half of naturalized. I'd say the more important half of naturalized for this cube. That cantrips.
True. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm not happy playing bears.
And
This card is obviously amazing late game in the red-green archetype.
yeah,
So I have to give it credit for that.
it just isn't as good on curve as a lot of cards.
Yeah, which is a bit rough.
There isn't much else to say here, I feel.
Yeah, I think this you kind of just get what's on the tin. You play this in the archetype that you want, that it tells you to play it in, really, and then sometimes you sideboard it.
Yeah. Here we have Keep Terraforming Mars. For 1 and a green, you have an enchantment with lands you control are landers in addition to their other types and have lander text. They aren't artifacts, though. And then landfall/fill. Whenever a land enters your battlefield or graveyard, scry 1. Scry 1's nice, but it just doesn't happen often enough, I feel.
I'm not paying 3. I don't want to pay 3 mana to scry 1.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't many times I feel that this will be actually all that efficient. It
My
does.
bigger my bigger issue with black green, which is kind of where this is supposed to go, is that it feels like there's not that many payoffs. Um, and this is so there's a lot of cards that put lands in your graveyard and help you sacrifice lands, and this is one of the worst ones. So it's fighting against a lot of slots when you'd rather just have a payoff, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm thinking about when would I end up playing this? If I play it on curve, I'm not getting anything out of it until next turn. If I play it after curve, okay, sure, it'll help prevent me from getting landlocked or whatever, but that's not as beneficial a lot of the time.
Not sure I want to play this on curve because I want to play rampant growth on curve.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just too slow because it doesn't do anything when you play it.
Yeah, trying one every turn is not that comparable to like assuming you hit your land drop every turn. It's not that comparable to Phyrexian Arena.
Yeah.
Manifest Joy, 1 and a green for sorcery. Manifest Joy, which is and the reminder text for it says, draw a card, put land. Land becomes 2/2 creature, is still land.
Rampant growth, that cantrips. Or not rampant growth, explore. This is actually just explore.
Yeah, this is actually just Explore that makes the land a 2/2. I personally hate Explore, but that might be from a long-standing hatred of it in specifically Vintage Cube, where it was pretty bad. So this card might be better in lower power limited environments.
Yeah.
I suppose it's not bad because you can still block.
I'd say.
Also, I don't think the land's removal spell.
Yeah, it's generally, unless you end up deciding to put your fancy dual land out with this, which you probably won't, I think it's probably not going to get hit by much removal.
The other thing is you can probably put out a tap land on this because there's probably not that much you need to block aggressively with.
Yeah.
So you could, even if the land enters tapped, if your 2/2 enters tapped, that's probably fine.
Yeah, it probably is overall. So here we have Nearseek. For 1 and a green, we have a sorcery with search the top 10 card of your library for a land, or land card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle.
I see so much yet never. Wise words.
True. I see so much land. But regardless, considering this is a limited card, you're looking at roughly a third of your remaining library. You're liable to hit something useful with this.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm giving all the rampant growth effects lower grades because I think there's so many of them.
Again, this can hit non-basics.
Yeah, they each have their own little flavor, but I think most of the time, the effect that you really care about, like 80% of the time, is just that you have more mana next turn.
True.
So this is like still fine late game, but I think since this looks at the top 10, this is never going to whiff. I'm not even going to consider that like a possibility. But it's good. It's a filler card, I think. Restore Analyst, 1 and a green, creature elf detective. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. It's a 1/3, and it has lands in your graveyard also have Restore. It's a 1 and a green sorcery. With put target land card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. You gave this a B. Why do you like this card?
Well, primarily because not only can you steal lands your opponents have milled, but it's also just you're getting to turn all of your lands in your graveyard also into ramp, which is a lot of the time more than what they'll be doing in your graveyard on their own.
Bro.
Even if it is only your own lands, you would require 2 lands in your graveyard to return 1 to the battlefield. That's not that uncommon in this cube.
Yeah, but like, we're paying 2 mana to do that?
I mean, yeah, it probably isn't the best curve-wise, but it is usable for versatility reasons still. especially with lands that sacrifice for benefit.
I guess, yeah. I think it does a reasonable enough impression of a Ramanap excavator, like side grade, that I think I'm happy playing this card.
Yeah.
But I'm not like stoked about it. So for me at least, this is like a 20 to 23rd card.
Yeah. I mean, I would never pack one, pick one this. I would pick it like pack 2, pick 7, but I would never be unhappy with it.
Yeah, true.
Here we have Snapcaster Druid. For 1 and a green, you have a creature human druid with tap, add green, and it's a 2/1. And when Snapcaster Druid enters the battlefield, target creature card in your graveyard gains retrace until end of turn. The retrace card cost is equal to its mana cost. And retrace is you may cast it from your graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying its other costs.
What if my mana dork didn't suck late game?
True, because all of a sudden I'm getting back my creature you just removed because I don't need this extra land.
Yeah. Notably, this isn't a 2-for-1, because like Snapcaster Mages, it's not a clean 2-for-1, but I think it's still good enough because it's, yeah, like you said, you get back your 5-drop or whatever.
Yeah, it's not as good as if it had Jumpstart instead of Retrace, but it's still very useful.
Yeah. It also goes in basically every arc. I mean, it's a mana dork. You're going to be playing it in a deck, obviously, but it has a lot of synergy with different archetypes. And you're getting lands in your graveyard, you're discarding cards. It cares about lands.
Yeah.
Stampede localized entirely within your kitchen. 1 and a green sorcery. Each creature you control deals damage to its power to target creature or planeswalker. This is... I don't know whether this is a Doom Blade or a punch effect.
I just thought about this. This is actually worse than I considered it because of the low toughness of the cube. While it is planeswalker removal, there aren't enough for this to justify it. Like, most of your bite downs, most of your fights will already kill whatever you need to. So actually this probably should be lower rated than I gave it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm mostly evaluating this as Doomblade, but also it doesn't kill, like... I think the decks you're mostly going to lose to, because green is one of the best late game colors, the decks you're going to be losing to are the ones that kill you early game.
Yeah. And most of the actual big creatures are also in green. There's like 2 creatures in red that are above 3 toughness, and you have a lot of creatures that are already at 3 power. So you're already going to kill things a lot with just bite down.
Yeah. It's a bit of an overkill, I think.
Yeah. Probably most of the time. So here we have Tree Man. It is a 1 green for a legendary creature, human superhero. It is a 1/1 with vigilance and 0. Tree Man becomes a forest land until end of turn. It's not a creature. I mean, you can safely attack with him every single turn because if he would be blocked, just turn him into a forest. And there's no consequence.
This is an infinite chump blocker as well.
Yeah.
It might, maybe the Tree Man, the activate ability should have activate only during your turn, but this is like Ecker Tribe Elder if he just had both Undying and Persist. Like he never dies.
Yeah, the only times that this actually will end up dying is to land removal, which there isn't much of.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, this needs to die, then your opponent needs to target it with a land destruction spell. I guess it could also get Elk Withined, but if we're Elk Withinning this, I take that.
If you're Elk Withinning this, I'm wondering what you're doing.
Losing.
Probably.
I think this card's actually quite good. If you're playing any remotely slow green deck, this is probably like an A, because it just hogs a creature every turn.
Yeah, it blocks trampling creatures with no consequence.
No. They still trample over, no?
I thought because they were no longer doing damage, they couldn't do excess damage.
No, it's like they're no longer being blocked by a creature. So they just assign. It's like if you block, I don't know, like a Dreadmaw with a 3/3, and then you destroy the 3/3, the Dreadmaw deals 6 to you.
Oh, right.
Yeah. No, so you can't block trampling creatures.
Okay.
I suppose you can, but there's no difference.
Yeah.
You have Wild Mongrel, 1 in a green for a creature hound that is a 2/2. Discard a card, it gets +1/+1 and becomes the color, super type, card type, subtype, and mana cost of your choice until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. What card type is your mongrel?
Well, personally, I'd pick Battle.
I'm not sure I would do that one.
Well, Battle actually doesn't have inherent text that will hurt
Oh,
it in
right,
any way.
yeah, it's only sieges.
Yeah, sieges have the text. Battles are just a type.
Okay, so don't make it a battle siege. Then we're good.
That's true. Also, I would advise against making this a planeswalker.
Yes, don't make it into any sort of card that would immediately die. Shout out to my opponent in Powered Cube about a week ago that tried to shifting Woodlands into a Dak Faden, and then the Woodlands immediately died.
How beautiful. You clearly needed the death trigger. Regardless, the only thing I don't really think is all that great about it is the fact that it's discarding only as a sorcery. It's still good, but like I prefer it'd be better if it was a Psychic Frog-ish card. Which Psychic Frog's broken, but even just making it as an instant, it wouldn't hurt that much, I feel.
Yeah, the thing, it doesn't hurt that much, you're right. Like, but this card is, because this is obviously a reference to Wild Mongrel, which is instant speed. Is it instant speed? Wild Mongrel. Yeah, it's instant speed. That card's like miserable to attack and block into. Like, it has horrible play patterns. Because if you swing with it and you have a 3/3, your opponent just stares at you and you can never really block because then they just pitch 2 cards and it eats your 3/3. Yeah. I think play pattern wise, it's better to have it only as a sorcery. I'd want to buff it somewhere else if you do want to buff it, like maybe make it a 2/3 or 3/2.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good enabler. I'm just not sure what deck wants it other than discard. I don't know what the color, super type, card type, I don't know what all that's about.
Funnily enough, I think that color type, super type, card type thing can help Harmgoyf.
It definitely can. Yeah, so this will just make Harmgoyf like a 10/10 or 10/11, I suppose.
Let's see, what can you pick? You can pick what?
You can pick
anything that won't instantly kill it.
You can pick everything except Planeswalker, so that's 8/9.
What about Elite? No, Elite's a super type. Yeah, there's
does Harmgoyf care about? Let me go back to Harmgoyf. I care about
card types of creatures you control.
Of card types among creatures on. Okay, yeah. So it's just card types. Yeah. So there's 9 card types.
Yeah. Okay. So just gives +8 to that. So pretty good. Hold on. There we are. So here we have Azusa, Lost and Found, but Seeking. For 2 and a green, we have a legendary creature, Human Monk, that is a 1/2 with Landfall. When a land enters under your control, gain 1 life. Landfill. When a land enters your graveyard, target opponent loses 1 life. And Land Find. When you draw a land, you may reveal it. If you do, scry 1. It's benefits for things you're going to be doing already, but it generally isn't going to do anything crazy, I feel.
Yeah, so I gave this a B+ because this is actually a payoff. Like, there's so many cards in green that talk about moving stuff around and putting lands in your graveyard and moving them back to your hand or whatever. This will actually look at those things and say, oh, hey, I'm going to do something to maybe affect the game at some point.
That is,
and there's very few of those. I gave this a high rating for its uniqueness rather than for its raw power.
That's true, actually. I didn't consider that it's one of very few payoffs for land sacrifice, actually.
Maybe they're all in black, right?
I don't
but at least yeah, exactly. Like, at least in green, there were very few, so that bumped this rating up. It's similar to how bumps down my rating for rampant growth effects, because there's so many.
Yeah. Well, regardless.
Evil Zern Orb with legs. 2 and a green. Which is an evil artifact creature construct. Sacrifice a land from your graveyard, you lose 3 life, which means return it to the battlefield. 2/2. You can basically lose 3 life to bring a land back from your graveyard.
Which is, in my opinion, very good with some of the lands we have in this cube. Especially Evoking Wilds, which is just when it enters, you sacrifice it into a basic.
Yeah. I didn't consider it with Evoking Wilds. I think this card's pretty terrible if you're not specifically in the deck that wants it. I'm not playing this, like, if I'm playing, let's say, red-green, and I have Evoking Wilds, I'm not playing Evil Zern Orb in the case I draw Evoking Wilds.
That's true.
I think you want to play this already in either Selesnya or Golgari. But I think if you're playing in that card in those decks, this card's pretty good. If you have the right parts to work with it, this card's amazing.
Yeah. It's land recursion for relatively low cost. I mean, 3 life isn't nothing, but it's a lot less significant than a lot of things.
Yeah. I don't fancy bolting myself for a land, but it depends how quickly you can get those out and how much.
Yeah. So here we have Earth Dryad that fucks. For 2 and a green, you get an enchantment creature, Nymph Dryad, and it's a 2/4 with land cards you own have offspring green. You may pay an additional green as you play a land. If you do, when that land enters, create a 1/1 creature token copy of it. There aren't that many legendary lands, so most of your non-basics will also just be able to be copied when you play them.
Yeah. I give this card a bit lower rating than you did because it's a 3-mana 2/4 that does nothing, and then later you can pay mana to ramp more. It has an interesting play pattern with rampant growth effects. You can slam this down on 3, then play a land and offspring it. If it's untapped, obviously. But that's like an interesting play pattern. But I don't know how much I want to be paying mana to then pay mana to ramp.
I mean, I'm viewing it more so like a worse version of, I think it's like Springheart Nanako, the one where it's,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
which, considering that, again, there aren't that many payoffs for landfall and stuff like that, this is pretty good in that view.
Yeah, true. Okay. I mean, Springheart Nantuko is a stupid card. Then this is not Springheart Nantuko, but I think it does a good enough impression. And now that you mention it, yeah, I think there's not enough payoffs that I think this gets bumped up to at least a B+. The other nice thing is that, like, unlike Azusa, I think this card is actually just playable in not a land like the black-green deck.
Yeah.
Like, I think Azusa is pretty terrible if you're not playing it in black-green.
Yeah. And then there's also the added benefit of you're doubling your non-basics for a lot of them that would really benefit from it.
Yeah, all the man lands aren't 1/1s once you activate them. So you can just activate them and then suddenly your 1/1 land is a 3/3 or whatever it is.
Yeah. It won't.
Right.
I don't think it would
Give
work
a bit
that way
higher on this
for
card.
the Dryad Carver because of how that works. But
It will not, no.
overall, I feel this is very good.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit higher on it than I was before. Jenga Bond. 1 a green for an enchantment aura, enchant land. May play any number of lands during your turn stacked on top of enchanted land. Whenever you stack a land, roll a d10. If the result is less than the number of stacked lands, sacrifice enchanted lands. To say, I love this card, so I'm sorry, but I just don't think it's very good.
Fast Bond is never good whenever you get it late, so that's why I don't think it's that great either.
Yeah. The other thing is, once the thing is dead, it's just dead. Like it's an aura. It's not an enchantment.
Yeah.
You can't keep trying to redo it.
Yeah, so it's just like, oh wow, turn 3 or turn 2, I guess, if you manage to get one of the few cheaper ramps. I can suddenly play all of these lands in my hand, and then my opponent can, if they have any form of enchantment removal or land removal, they're all gone.
It says sacrifice it when it leaves the battlefield. I don't think when this dies.
Oh,
I assume they just unstack.
oh, that's something. Could you remove the enchantment to prevent things from being sacrificed?
That's actually a good question. If so, it's not. I don't think it's changing my evaluation by much.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
it wouldn't change
Um,
much, but that may be some niche play thing that can happen.
I don't. I think the main thing that I take issue with this card is that it's a high roll card that then requires you to high roll again, like literally high roll,
Yeah.
right? Because this fast bond is pretty clearly a high roll card because you want it early. You want it in your opening hand and nowhere else really. And then like not only is that still true with this, but then also you need to roll well on a d10. So it's very inconsistent card, and I don't really like that in my decks.
Yeah, it's just fast bond's good because of speed. This is not speedy.
Yeah, really.
So here we have was it bicycle?
Rebite. Yeah, re-bicycle.
Okay. So for 2 and a green, we have an artifact vehicle. It's a 4/4. Or cards you own have cycling for 1 and a green and recycling for 1 green. A card with recycling can be cycled one more time when you discard it. Bicycling on the card itself for 2 and 2 green, which is draw 2 instead of draw 1. It has vigilance and crew 2. I mean, card selection at green, a lot of it too. It's expensive, but it's there.
Yeah, this has to be a nightmare to track, right?
Yeah. At least it doesn't give other things in your hand bicycling. It just gives them that for 1 extra green, actually.
Well, the thing is, how do you remember which cards you've recycled into the graveyard? You know, you have like a recycle pile
Well, it's
instead of a
when you
graveyard.
discard it. It's in response to it being cycled, I guess.
Ah.
And I guess also
Sure.
would work for Blood Rush and channel effects too, probably. But it's really expensive,
Oh.
so won't be happening often.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you could either you can draw 2 cards for 2 triple green or something.
Yes.
I'm not paying over on mana to draw 2 cards.
I mean,
I think I'm barely paying 4 mana to draw 2.
I mean, let's say it's turn 7 and you just top deck the land and you've got nothing else. I wouldn't complain, really.
Yeah. So I still like this card. It has a lot of words on it, so it makes me think it's good. I think I don't want to fall into the classic trap of like vehicles are quintessentially like an entire grade lower than you think they are. But
there's a lot of things in the queue that make your 2/2 lands, so I feel that it's
Yeah.
beneficial for that part, if nothing else.
True, you can crew it with your Elder Dragonlander.
So I feel it's at least useful in a lot of situations.
Okay. Yeah. It's also like gave it a B minus. Like I don't see this card absolutely popping off, but I mean, yeah, I'd play it. Rise of the Ant. 1 double green, create a 3/3 green insect creature token. You gain 2 life. Flashback a green.
I just love
If you ever play against an aggro deck, you win.
I love spending 4 mana for 6 power and 4 life.
Yeah, this one's a bit stupid.
Yeah. It doesn't have keywords, but this is still a decent bit above rate, I feel.
Yeah, I don't care that this thing doesn't have keywords, I'm not gonna lie.
The keywords would be absurd.
The banding.
It's simple
Cowards.
enough. It works.
Yeah, it's a lot of stats for not a lot of mana. So you do the math. It'll kill your opponent.
Here we have Springroll Druid. For 2 and a green, we have a creature elf druid chef, with its power and toughness being the number of food tokens you control. At least I'm pretty sure it's not listed on the card. When this
What?
creature enters,
Is that 1/1?
it's a 1/1? Oh.
Is that a 1/1?
I thought it was. Let me look at the cards Oracle text real quick. 1 second. It is a 1/1 actually. Never mind, I was wrong. Okay, so it's a 1/1, and when it enters, you may sacrifice a land. If you do, create 2 food tokens, and food tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Now I want to downgrade this because I thought it was based off the number of food tokens you had.
So the third kind of thing I hate, I think food is a terrible mechanic that should never have been printed. I'm not going to get into why that is at the moment, but this card, if it eats a removal spell, you sink hold yourself. Yippee. And like we have so much 2-mana ramp that we can't be playing 3-mana ramp.
Yeah.
You get unlike the original card, blanking on the name at the moment, but you can't actually block with this unless you want to double single yourself.
Yeah. I thought this was better because there's other food creation in green, and no, it's not. It's really not.
No, it's a 1/1. Even without food creation, it would be a 2/2.
Yeah.
Like no, this is just a 1/1. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Swiss Army Knife, 2 and a green. Okay, well, saddle up for this one. Artifact Creature Knife, 3/2. It has Blood Rush, discard it. It gives an attacking creature +3/+2. Reinforce 2 for 1 and a green. So 1 and a green, discard this card, put 2 1/1 counters on target creature. Panel, 1 and a green, discard Swiss Army Knife to Boseiju, the Boseiju channel, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or non-basic land an opponent controls, and they may search the library for a land card with a basic land type. It's 1 less for each legendary creature you control. Oh, and also cycling 1 and a green. This has so many words on it, and it's also just a creature that there's no way this card's bad.
I mean, I'd say honestly the Boseiju thing is somewhat worse in this cube due to the large amount of high value basic land typed duels we have. Even
That's
outside
true.
of green, there's quite a few.
Yeah, so I think Boseiju on its own is like quite a good effect. You're right that it's worse than this cube, but also this isn't just Boseiju. This is also 2 combat tricks and a creature.
Yeah, no. I mean, the Blood Rush, I feel, is quite possibly the strongest thing on there because, I mean, it's not monstrous rate. It's like 1 shy of giant growth. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
So
and obviously, all these effects are worse than just the actual card because there's so many different possibilities.
No, yeah, but I mean, 1 toughness off of giant growth for the same cost isn't really that bad.
Yeah, so notably, it's attacking creature, so it can't be used defensively. You have to reinforce defensively.
Right.
So I personally think the reinforce mode's the best because I don't think many green decks are going to be aggressive, honestly. So I don't know how much the attacking creature gets +3/+2 thing matters.
Yeah.
But if you're playing an aggressive deck, it's still good.
I mean, if you're playing this, you may also be in the self discard, and red is very aggressive in this cube.
Yeah, I think this goes in the like Wild Mongrel Harmagoyf deck, right?
Yeah.
I guess okay, this goes in every green deck, but that's where you want to use Blood Rush, I think.
So here we have, thinking quickly, Dave invents the fight keyword using only some rope, a squirrel, and the fight keyword. For 2 and a green, you have an instant with create a 1/1 squirrel token with a rope token attached to it. I'll get into that later. Choose a creature you control. It fights target creature you don't control. And rope is a 1 green artifact. It's a clue equipment. With equipped creature has +1/+2, has reach, and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. It is a clue, so it's the clue text, and then it has equip 3. It's a lot of value on a single card because the rope doesn't go away if the squirrel dies, and it's also fighting.
Yeah, and it's also an instant. And yeah, so I mean, I've already mentioned some classical downsides with fight effects. If you don't have a creature, it's useless. If you don't have a creature that's bigger than theirs, rather, it's useless. And if you don't, and many of them are sorcery speed, and then if they kill their creature in response, it gets goozled. This makes a creature for you, albeit it's not that big, but still, like you said, half the cube dies to shock. So this kills half the creatures in the cube. It makes a creature for you to attack, to punch with. It's generally big enough, and it can't. Notably, this isn't a target. This is not goozlable. All you do, you just cast this card. There are no targets selected. Or no, you target the opponent's creature, I suppose. But they can't kill your creature in response. Once this thing resolves, it makes the squirrel and then punch.
Yeah, that's the big benefit of it. Theoretically, you can sacrifice it if they have a sacrifice outlet, but that doesn't really mean much. It's going to die anyway for using this.
No, it does. It'll fizzle it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So they have a sack outlet. It will fizzle it, which is a bit unfortunate. But like
timing things.
And just don't cast it. I don't know. Or you can target their sack outlet and at least force them to sacrifice their own sack outlet. This just reads to me like a 3-for-1.
It really
consistently.
I mean, and if nothing else, if you don't need the rope afterwards, it's a clue.
Exactly, right.
So
This is also like one of the only instances of reach in green, right?
that's actually surprising. You're right. I think that's maybe the only instance of reach I can remember.
Yeah, it's not like green has many flyers, so this is pretty good against any deck where your opponent's trying to beat you to death in the air.
I think this is
Rope
actually the
randomly
only-
giving a creature wreath.
Is this the only reach card? I think
Maybe.
it
Let me
is.
check.
Okay, what
8. Reach.
that? Yeah, I don't see anything else.
Your boyfriend Ajani takes you. Oh wait, so it's the only one in green. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's some and some other ones.
Yeah, but that's
Anything that makes a gun gives reach.
There are no guns in green. Yeah,
Oh yeah, no. So in green, this is the only card that gives reach. Yes.
so that's a big deal because I don't think there are all that many flyers either.
Right. Borborygmos at Peace. 2 double green, legendary creature Cyclops for 4/4. Landfall. When a land enters the battlefield under your control, reveal the top 3 cards of your library. Put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. And then discard a land card, add 1 mana of any color. This is like rotated crop in that I think it just moves all your lands to zones where you want them, right?
Yeah, and it also is helping prevent you from just drawing lands by getting the lands outside of your deck quicker.
Yeah, I'm a big deck thinning hater in the sense that like we're not cracking fetch lands to thin your deck, I don't think. This card doesn't cost life and it just does it, and it's also a 4 mana 4/4. That also adds makes all your lands in your hand lotus petals.
It survives Bolt, which is a big deal in this cube.
Yeah, this is actually just like top 80th percentile power toughness creatures. Which is shocking for that it's on curve for a payoff.
Yeah.
This goes in basically every slow green deck, I think.
I feel it may go in most green decks on the account of it being a decent creature.
Yeah, basically.
So here we have Circle of Life. For 2 and 2 green, we have a sorcery with arrange all creatures in a circle, regardless of controller. Each creature deals damage equal to its power to the next creature clockwise. It's basically a board wipe, and if you can shape it right, it's one-sided, but it isn't always going to work out for you if creatures are not balanced in a way you want.
Yeah, so this, I think this just has to be Plague Wind, right? Like this card is shockingly comparable to Plague Wind. I did the set review I did the initial grading with a friend of mine, and we both independently came to the same conclusion that you should be able to order, especially since you said half the cube dies to shock, you should be able to order most of the creatures to just kill each other. And then if you can slot your creatures in a way that they don't kill each other, even if this kills all their creatures and you live with 2 of yours, that's still ridiculous, right?
Yeah, it is absurd.
Yeah.
It's the closest thing to a board wipe green has.
Green doesn't really get board wipes. That's not their thing,
No,
which
I
is
know.
what makes me even higher on this.
I didn't even consider that, actually.
Yeah, it's not exactly Green's forte. They get board wipes for flyers, like Hurricane. But this being a green board wipe that you get to choose, and the only green thing about it is that because it says the word fight, or I guess punch.
Yeah.
This card has to be absurd. This is a pack 1 pick 1 force green, at least for me.
I don't think it will always be. It would require you to have a creature. Actually, no, because it's just opponent creatures too. Oh shoot.
No, it's all creatures. You don't need creatures. No, if you're staring down a bunch of goobers, like a 2/1, a 3/2, and a 3/3, they kill each other.
If your opponent went big wide on tokens, they're just dead. Oh shoot, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, notably, all the creatures deal damage simultaneously. It says clockwise, which might deceive you into thinking that there's some sort of ordering. But if a creature dies, it still punches the next one because damage only resolves once this thing resolves.
Yeah, it doesn't check till it's done. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Better than I thought it was.
Eater of Dirt. Quad green for a 9/8 artifact creature Leviathan. It does not have flying because dirt is heavier than days, and this thing eats dirt and not days. Trample. When it enters the battlefield, You sacrifice all lands you control. When it leaves, return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
It's not good on its own, but there are a lot of things that benefit from a ton of land drop triggers.
I have 2 problems with this card. You're right about that, but number one, why is this quad green? That is the most annoying mana cost I've ever seen.
It's the
Uh,
most colored mana, I think, in the entire cube at the moment.
Yeah, it's that and Force of Naturalize.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, why does this card have Fiend Hunter text? If you play this and your opponent goes Doomblade, you can just go game 2. Like you're gonna lose that game. This thing has Fiend Hunter text, which makes it absolutely miserable. Like if I'm never playing this into open mana.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I can see
Because it's a
benefit.
when and not an as.
Yeah. There are times where it will be good though, because like if you can pull it off where you've got like the Bristly Bill from Bill and Tifa's Great Adventure out, you just got a ton of counters on things, and then next turn on curve you'll be doubling them with Bill.
No, because you sacrifice all your lands, and it's when it leaves, so you need a way to kill this. Honestly, I don't even care about that. I care about the fact that I just paid 4 mana for a 9/8 with trample.
That's a good point.
Like this thing just has to kill your opponent in like 3 turns, right?
Yeah, preferably 2. You already did 2 damage to him or something.
Yeah, preferably 2, but it's probably going to be 3 because I hope for their sake that they at least have a blocker, right? But this eats basically every blocker. My problem with this is you're not playing it on curve, which means you probably eat more than 4 lands. My biggest issue with this is the fact that it's quad green. If this were like 3 in a green or even 2 double green, I'd be a lot happier with this card.
Yeah. So here we have Garruk, Wild Shaper Savant for 2 and 2 green. We have a legendary creature, Human Druid, with Flash. And when Garruk enters, target spell or permanent becomes a 3/3 green beast creature and loses all abilities. It's Beast Within, but it's also a counterspell, but more expensive and a creature.
I'm interested in this thing's mode of turn something you control into a beast.
Yeah, I mean, 5 power for 4 mana, that's something.
Yeah. I think this will just be like beast within one of your own things at flash speed a shocking amount of times. I'm wondering how much you want to do that. I suppose you could upgrade one of your 1/1s.
Yeah.
Like if you played Snapcaster Druid and then now it's suddenly a 3/3, right?
Or just some random token, like your random food token or something.
Yeah, okay.
It's technically a counterspell, which is something, but it's really
that has to be
expensive.
quite a good spell you're countering.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to counter a lot of things with this, though.
Yeah. You're not holding this. Like a lot of people will hold up counter spells on 2 or on 3. You're not holding this up on 3.
No.
Right. Yeah. At least I will say it doesn't have the problem that a lot of counter spells have, which is once the card leaves the stack, the card is useless. Like if you top deck this after your opponent played their threat, you can still beast within it.
That's true.
But it's still beast within.
Enters abilities that you'd be wanting to deal with, though.
True. Yeah, I mean it's like fine, but I'm not excited about it.
Yeah, I can see that.
It that considers Avatar a shonen. Green for 2/2 Eldrazi. When this creature enters, Earthbend 2. So if you're not familiar with Earthbend, it's a new mechanic from the Avatar set. Target land you control becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that's still a land, and you put 2/1 counters on it. And when it dies or is exiled, return it to the battlefield tapped. Animated creatures you control get +1/+1 and have trample. They are Japanese in addition to their other types. I don't think that means anything.
There are no cards that benefit from being Japanese in 8. There are in previous cubes.
I see. This is 4 mana for 5/5 in stats. That's like divided.
Yeah. Well, it's technically 5 because the
5/5.
The land gets +1/+1 and trample.
Yeah, it's 5/5.
Oh, I heard say 4. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not like super. This is just like a good filler card, I think. This is a card where if I look at this and this is my worst 4-drop, I'm like, okay, this deck's good.
Yeah, and then also it does allow you to recur some of the sacrifice land abilities.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
there aren't that many of them, but there are quite a few that are good.
You give up the 2/2 for it, but also notably, it gets 2/1 counters. So if you target a man land, like if the man land turns into a 3/3, it doesn't turn from a 2/2 into a 3/3. It turns from a 2/2 into a 5/5.
Yeah, which is,
or I guess,
and then it's also getting
6.
Anthem from this. So
Yeah.
that's actually pretty good for lands specifically, although I guess that's already what it's meant for.
Yeah, it's that, and then for black green.
Yeah. Here we have Pangea Reclamation. For 3 and a green, you've got a World Sorcery with mill 5 cards, then return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield combined into 1 land with tap. Activate a mana ability from each card comprising this land. I don't think you're going to really want this very often because of the fact that it doesn't really help you if there are other abilities aside from mana abilities and you get all the mana at once.
Does it kill world enchantments?
I don't
Leave my
believe
Tombstone
so,
Stairwell
as
alone.
World enchantments, I think, care about entering. Let
I
me
think so too.
check the rules on that.
I honestly don't think it matters. I don't think there's any world anything in
I
HC8.
don't
There are no
believe
world.
there are.
This is the only world card.
That is the world's. Well,
This card is pretty unreliable. That's why I don't like it.
yeah, it does try to fix its unreliability issue by
Milling.
but it's not that great still, even then.
Yeah. At least if there are man lands, you can still pay by activating the man land.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a role player that I'm still not that excited to play.
Yeah. So World is a super type that only cares about being on permanents. Yeah. So it doesn't even benefit like Lurgoyfs. So.
Oh yeah.
If nothing else, it does get lands back, but it's in a kind of inconvenient way.
Yeah, exactly. Shroud Boutique. It is. You can either do you can do this in 2 ways. You can either pay 3 and a green to Sky Shroud Claim, so get 2 forests from your deck and put them onto the battlefield untapped and shuffle, or you may discard this card for 1 and a green that put it face down as a forest land. So it's either Sky Shroud Claim or Nature's Lore, basically.
I will say the good thing about this specifically is it's searching for forests, and there are a number of good non-basic forests. We saw a few. There's also a few duels that are forests that are pretty useful.
Yeah.
Including some man lands and some other generic, like, animation things, too.
So, yeah, I've played and own some slower cubes, and if your opponent just goes like drop, or like let's say Mana Dork on 1, 3-drop on 2, into this on 3, you just like you start pooping your pants. Like you're gonna get hit with like a 7-drop on turn 4 and you're gonna lose.
Oh my goodness, turn 4 Colossal Dreadmaw.
Yeah, incredibly powerful. You don't even have to play a land.
Exactly. Okay.
And then worst comes to worst, it's just a Nature's Claim.
Yeah. And, the discard can be done at instant speed, if I'm correct, right?
Oh yeah. Huh. All right. Yeah, I suppose it can. Weird. Because you might want to put some reminder text on that.
Well, I mean, most channel effects are intuitively that, so I'd assume it's notable.
Well, sure, but it doesn't have the channel text.
That's true.
I didn't notice until you just mentioned it. I assume it was just sorcery speed.
Okay.
I think I've argued my way into this being at least a B.
Yeah. It's just a very high rolly card.
Yeah, that's true.
So here we have Chromatic Ant Turn. For 3 and 2 green, you have an artifact with you only lose mana and end of turn, and lands you control have tap, add 1 ant of any color. They are 1/1 insect mana creatures with haste and that can't block. They are still mana, and then tap and add 1 ant of any color.
What if Retrofitter Foundry didn't have to untap and only cost 1 mana to activate?
This is just a game-winning card, because every land is also now able to flash in a blocker, or just attack. With no consequence.
I think the play pattern with this is slap this down on turn 4, probably, and then on turn 5, you make 7 1/1s and just attack every turn, and you don't even need to, like, this blocks a counter. This immediately blocks a counter swing because you just tapped out to play a 5-mana thing that isn't a creature. And then next turn, you just start pressuring with 7 1/1s that are completely unkillable every turn.
I mean, not only, and even then, you don't even have to pressure with all of them. Just like leave up 1 or 2 for their few attackers.
Yeah, exactly. You can never race this card. This card's completely unraceable.
Yeah, this is a must remove if you see it played, but there isn't that much artifact removal outside of green.
Yeah, exactly. So you see the L that the ants are holding there? You can hand that to your opponent.
That is true. So, moving on, we have...
This is the elk. The elk from Maelstrom Wanderer. 4 and a green for a 3/3 creature elk with Cascade. Cascade.
Wow, a 3/3 that cascades twice for 5 mana?
Yeah.
I mean, you can miss on this, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's a 5-mana 3-for-1. If anyone's ever played Forked Branch Garami, which is a 5-mana creature spirit with Soul Shift 4, Soul Shift 4. What if you also cast them?
It'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not splashy. But I mean, I guess the worst case scenario for this is it hits 2 rampant growth effects. But I mean, I guess then you're just unlucky.
Then you've got fewer lands in your deck, and you have fewer rampant growths in your deck.
And fewer rampant growths. That's true, I suppose. I don't know. This card's just a consistent 3-for-1. I like it.
Yeah.
This is something I'm happy about casting on turn 4, especially because people underrate vanilla cards that get value on ETB because suddenly this is just a 3/3. If this were like a 3/3 with a static effect, you're never blocking with this. But this is a 3/3 with nothing anymore. You'd be happy to just trade it off.
And even if it does somehow end up back in your hand, well, that's beneficial.
Yeah, true.
Okay, here we have Force of Naturalize. For 2 and 4 green, we have a Summon Force, so it's a creature. It's an 8/8 with Trample, Flash, Evoke for 1 and a green, or exile a green card from your hand. And then at the beginning of your upkeep and when this enters, Force of Naturalize deals 8 damage to you unless you destroy target artifact or enchantment.
You better be hoping your opponent's playing artifacts and enchantments. That's all I'm gonna say.
Or you have the thing that makes storm for food.
Yeah.
Because then you just have an 8/8 with trample.
For quad green?
I mean,
again?
it finishes games and it doesn't die to bolt.
I guess. I'm not happy about this card.
No,
at least it doesn't tap it. It feels 8 to you, but at least it doesn't tap it.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that I'm having to say that it wins games and doesn't die to bolt really says something about the quality of creatures in this cube, though.
I suppose. All right. The Ripoff Dreadmaw, which the mana pips matter on this one. It has a 0 pip, a 2 pip, a 2 pip, a green pip, and a green pip. So it is a creature dinosaur with trample, and the first time this would be discarded each turn if it has a mana cost, you may rip off one of its mana pips instead of putting it into your graveyard, and it is a 6/6. Okay, I misunderstood this with the raccoon. Since it's first time, you can't just immediately rip it on turn 1. But basically the point is, every time you discard this card, it gets either 2 mana or a green cheaper. You can discard it 5 times, but then you can't it anymore because it just doesn't have a mana cost.
Yeah, which you're generally never going to do that. This can be used to get around duress effects, which there's like 1 or 2 of.
Like hand attack?
Yeah.
Duress is a bad example, but I suppose. But that's not what I'm looking at this for. The thing is, a lot of the discard cards I've noticed, maybe they're all in red, but all the ones that I've seen are like discard a different card for value. Or sorry, discard itself for value. There's not that much discard a card from your hand, do the thing.
There are a few in Gruul dual color, but that's really where the majority of those are. Most of them are, in fact, standalone cards that don't care about other things doing things to them.
There's like Atali who likes gambling or whatever his name is.
Atoli doesn't even do that. Atoli just discovers a bunch of times.
Well, isn't he like discard your hand?
He is discard your hand, but that it doesn't care about the things you're discarding. It just discovers as many times as you discard it.
Yeah, but when you discard Rip Off Dreadmaw, it'll
Oh,
go
yeah,
back to your
it'll
hand.
return to your hand.
Yeah.
This is really good with King K rule, actually, because that's every time you discard it, you're doing 6 damage to something.
Yeah, true.
So this does have its high points, but on its own, it's just very eh.
Yeah, I think we both agree this is built around A, but I'm not playing this without a good reason to be discarding cards.
Yeah. Here we have Wizard of Moz. For 4 and 2 green, we have a dinosaur wizard creature. It's a 6/6 with trample, and damage dealt by sources you control is 6. So this does do the funny kind of death touch interaction with trample effectively most of the time.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say I asked about this with the rulings with like Voltasphere. If you're swinging with this, it's a 6/6, and your opponent has 2/3/3s. Your opponent blocks with both. Assign. I'm assuming if you got the clarification on this, I'm assuming you can assign 1 damage to each of those because it's going to become 6, and then 4 to your opponent, which becomes 6.
Yeah, I asked the creator of this card about this whenever it was still being made, and that's the intention behind it. I believe that's how it works.
Okay.
Unless
so this is happened. You need to sextuple block this to not take 6 damage.
Or block with something with at least 6 toughness. Or 7 toughness, sorry.
Oh, true. Yeah.
It actually can't kill anything with more than 6 toughness.
Well, none of your stuff can kill anything with more than 6 toughness.
Yeah.
But this effectively makes all your creatures. This card is the most jacked anthem ever.
Yeah. There are the very rare circumstances where it doesn't kill things aren't going to matter because other things are just going to get around.
Yeah, the only creature that I've seen so far that this thing doesn't kill is Force of Naturalize.
That may be the only creature.
Yeah.
There are some things that pump themselves, but not that much.
Got Tom Cruise, 7 green. However, it's fake because it's a sorcery with Delve. Return 3 cards exiled with Tom Cruise to your hand. Exile Tom Cruise. Every slow green deck wants this. This is another pack one pick one. We joke about Ancestral Recall and Treasure Cruise being the same thing. They're both pointed, but this is just I get to choose the cards to draw with Recall.
What if Life from the Loam also just gave me any cards that I wanted?
Yeah, exactly. At least it exiles itself.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, I guess the Delve cards are a bit finicky. You can't really recast them multiple times. But this is basically always going to be a 3/4. Yeah. Depends how well you can fill your graveyard. We don't have fetch lands, and I don't know how many reliable cantrips there are.
There are very few reliable cantrips. There's only like 2 in green, as you've seen, and not much side.
We're not playing Aiden to Hellscube.
No. Okay. Regardless, here we have our last card, Extremely Large Raccoon. For 8 and green, we have a giant raccoon. It's an 8/8. Oh, there's another one of those. And it costs 2 less to cast for each card you have discarded this turn. And when Extremely Large Raccoon enters, destroy up to X target non-land permanents, where X is the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. I just realized this probably wins the game if you can get it out turn 3.
Sure, how are you getting at turn 3?
Raccoon.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, you can do that.
So
you can sign this on 3. That's the only thing I'd like it for, honestly.
Yeah, there's really
I'm not sure how much you've. The thing is, there's very few discard outlets that don't cost mana, so even if you've discarded 3 cards, you've probably already spent like 4 mana on that.
Yeah, it's really just Extremely Large like you're just going to combo this with regular Raccoon most of the time. And if you don't get it, it's probably not going to do much.
Yeah, probably not. If this thing ever sticks, you just win, I think. It has no keywords. It has the keyword biggest creature on the board,
The most
which
important
is
keyword there is.
it's the most important keyword. It gets nerfed by Wizard of Oz. No.
How horrible.
Oh, this card is the classic issue of if this thing ever sticks, Mr. Worldspine more mana over here, then obviously it's good. But that's that's the barrier you have to cross for.
The only thing that kind of hurts it is that it can only destroy non-lands, which
Honestly, I don't really care.
yeah,
I'm just
I personally am a fan of Plow Under. This isn't Plow Under, which kind of hurts it a bit for me.
well, Plow Under is good because it puts the lands on top of your library. If this thing is ever, in my mind, you're not sticking this card pre-turn 7 unless you ever could. And then even on turn 7, like, have something really good to do with it. And if games go very long, it's probably because there's some sort of board stall involved. There's very rare game, and even if not, then it's just an 8/8. Like basically, if there's creatures on the field, then this thing has things to target. If there's no creatures on the field, then this thing is an 8/8 that your opponent isn't blocking. Right?
Yeah, and then it does get rid of more inconvenient things like planeswalkers, some artifacts, and the like.
Yeah, it's just anything, right? Not that isn't a land.
Yeah. So generally, just a good card. And that's the end of the set for green. So there's a lot of very good ramp effects to the point where they kind of devalue each other. And there's some payoffs for the high mana value. So that's beneficial. But
there's a couple.
Go ahead.
There's a couple good removal spells. But they're mostly bite effects. They generally dodge the reason that bite effects are bad. But there's still some good removal.
Yeah. This does have a monopoly basically on non-creature removal. There is some in other colors, but mostly it's through bounce effects in blue from my memory.
Yeah, and like I'm a bounce effect hater.
Yeah. So that is the one thing green really has going for it. But I feel that green will be better off as a splash or supporting color in this cube.
Probably. This green seems I mean, green and blue have classically always been like incredibly good supporting colors. Unless you get like the nuts green ramp, ramp top end.
Yeah.
This feels like green in this cube feels like the type of color where you want to play a rampant growth on 2, and then like next 3 turns cast spells of a different color, and then start playing your big green threats.
Yeah. The big things to ramp into are primarily Wizard of Oz, Elk, and Chromatic Antern. So
yeah, basically
those
are all. Yeah, I don't know how. Like Elk, it's not a pack one pick one where I'm like, oh, I win this draft, like Antern is or Wizard of Oz. But it's still like a card when I look at it, I'm like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. Like I'm just playing a slower deck.
Yeah. Green has a lot of lower end, but also has probably 2 of the strongest cards in the cube at the moment.
Yeah. So, and then also Circle of Life is ridiculous.
Yeah. One-sided board wipe is one-sided board wipe.
Pretty much.
So good luck out there drafting green.
Yeah. And thanks for listening.